Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime, I know how to unleash its
Previously on the LCS. Ackerman's getting hit up. He gets locked in. He's going to get taken down possibly. A few more shots. A special just hits 1,000 assists. Shifter gets hit up. A few more shots. Robert flashes. He gets the explosive hit. Yes, Complexity takes down Dignitas again.
Devlin looking for his 12th kill, his 500th kill.
Oh! He gets it! He got it! That's the monster! They're diving out of the turret anyway. First blood goes through. Nicely done, dominating Void.
What a super week for Curse. They go 3-1. All of their games were against teams in the top 5. Welcome to Week 8 of the North American League Championship Series. We'll be bringing you 8 more games as part of our summer split action live in front of this league-hungry crowd, as you can see for yourselves. Hello, I'm Rivington Biz in the third, and with me for our first 2 games, Sam Kobe Harmon Kensler.
All right, let's get it started then, Riv.
All right, the North American League continues to be the most competitive it's ever been, with half of the teams currently tied for numero uno.
Yeah, and Cloud9 is only 1 game back, and there are still 10 games left for every single team, which means that even Evil Geniuses in 8th place are in the running for a playoff berth. So every game becomes incredibly important, and for each team, we'll see if they can break away from the pack.
It's going to be tough. One team that has already started to make moves is Curse.
Yeah, they had a very tough schedule, facing 4 of the top 5 teams, and they were able to end the Super Week 3-1. And now they're just 3 games off of the lead, and they're feeling very confident that they can continue climbing.
That's right, and of course, beyond the records for how competitive the league is, there were a flurry of memorable moments, or memorable firsts, I should say, from our Week 7 Super Week.
Yeah, Doublelift started it off by racking up his 500th kill. Not to be outdone, Xpecial followed very closely by hooking his 1,000th assist. And we had our longest game of the year between Complexity and Evil Geniuses, clocking in at 1 hour and 5 minutes. Plus, Quas turned in a landmark performance by getting the most CS in a single game for a top laner, with 506 minions falling to his Jax.
A lot etched into the record books there. We'll see if we can get some more. Let's check out the action out of the old country with the hashtag LCS Big Plays. First up, Fnatic versus SK. This one's from @DArnold. LOL. No recall for you, Candy Panda. It's bouncing bombs. Here's your number 3.
And if you noticed, actually, it was Reckless over the wall that condemned him against the wall. Oh, Becky! Hey, up! There's a quick alley-up over the wall and catches him.
A no-look toss.
Clean, simple play. There's no ward, just one spell.
Yeah, make it happen.
All right, then we also have Ro8 and Alliance. This is XSD Hazardous. He tweets, OMG Alliance comeback. Let's roll your number 2.
Oh, they're going to try and stun him out here. There is the stun, and they're going to dive towards shot. Double kill low for Froggen, and the Baron is still alive here. This is a disaster for Ro8. What's going to happen? Xaxus gets himself popped there on his Bloodwell. Baron's still very, very low. There is Jankos bubbled up. Jankos goes the lights out. Alliance get the Baron. Disaster strike for Ro8.
Whenever you're wondering if a game can deliver, you always get those Baron gems. You always get something out of a game. And our last one here from Copenhagen Wolves versus Millennium @Vert writes, those Gragas jukes. Holy crap, Kerp. Here's your number 1 big play.
Kerp's so low and limited fancies it, and he may well get it. Oh, the Sonic Wave! barely slammed away there. The ultimate comes out from Connex. He's going to take a lot of the cooling airwax this time around. Curve is running for his life, and he may well be able to get away. He goes back aggressive onto Unlimited, takes him down, slams him. The Summoner Heal. The Summoner Heal comes out, and Curve gets away with it like a big fat lad.
Curve is incredible at this game. He manages to tower dive, get away, survive the race, dodge the skill shots, and still get the kill at the end of the day. Very, very well executed.
More like a big fat cat. It's like he had 9 lives going into that fight back and forth. Or expect more worthy action from today's games. Share them at LOL Esports and be sure to use the hashtag LCSBigPlays. We just won't use it. So now if we pull up the standings, we see Alliance still holds first, but Fnatic is gaining on them, and they are now just 1 game back in second.
Then tied for third, it's SK Gaming and the Super Hot Crew. In fifth, it's another tie with Rocket and Millennium.
That's right, a few ties in Europe, but if we look at the North American standings, we got half of the league and tie for first right now. CLG, LMQ, Dignitas, and Team SoloMid all have a share of 11 wins and 7 losses.
And keeping pace, just 1 game back is Cloud9 in fifth. And making moves in sixth, it's Team Curse. Then Complexity sits in seventh, while Evil Geniuses is in last.
And we'll see what happens today. We'll see if the teams can break the logjam after these matches, starting with Complexity versus Curse. Then Evil Geniuses will take on Cloud9.
After that, CLG will face off against TSM, followed by LMQ versus Dignitas.
Then be sure to stick around for the North American Challengers Series for a best-of-3 quarterfinal matchup between Team Coast and Denial. Before the games get underway, head over to lolesports.com and let us know who you think will win. Click on schedule, select week 8, and get voting.
You can also rewatch all your favorite games with a great new VOD hub, as well as the usual stats, player, and team profiles that you've come to know and love.
Absolutely. And while you're there, reserve your spot to join us in the studio for the full LCS experience. Click on the tickets link for all of the details. But for now, we're going to send things over to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thanks, Riv. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, and joining me is David Freak Turley and Joshua Jat Leesman. How you guys doing today?
Today is going to be a good day.
All right. And, of course, we are here assembled at the desk to break down some of the players that we'll be keeping an eye on this week, starting with Cop.
Yeah, and honestly, James, I think Cop showed more aggression last week than we've seen this split from him. I mean, he had good position, he flashed forward for a lot of kills, and if he can keep up that positive trend with the X Special synergy, then Curse is bound for some big things.
On the other side of things, it's actually Balls, who I think is having a bit of a rough time right now in the top lane. We called him the best top laner of the last 2 splits in North America, but this time around, it's been rough. He uncharacteristically lost a 1-2-1 matchup as Renekton versus Jax, which is rare for top laners. And Balls has been trying out some new champions like Mundo, Lulu, and Kale, and I'm kind of hoping a certain Mechanized Menace makes his way back in the champion pool.
We may see that. Also from Cloud9, I want to look at Meteos this week. With teams playing on the 4-11 patch right now, there could be some big changes to the jungle. We didn't see much over in Europe, but the potential is still there. And if Meteos can quickly adapt to this new patch, we may see some of that return to his former dominance.
And another jungler I want to watch out for is CLG's, and one of their shot callers, Dexter. He's had hit or miss performances so far on Vi, and the team, they started the Super Week so well, 2-0 start. They wanted the 4-0, but they fell short by the end.
Yeah, and finally, we have to take a look at Robert X. Lee. His Tristana last week made it ban-worthy, and Complexity is also a team that everyone in the league now has to take seriously because of Robert, if he can keep up that performance.
Now, in addition to those players, we're also going to have to keep an eye on the 4-11 patch changes and see if that makes any makes a splash here in the LCS. Freak,
Yep.
Is anything there jump out at you?
There's 2 big ones. So one is the set of turret changes that went in. Basically, they ramp up faster, which means if you're going for a 1-on-1 turret dive, or you're going for a very early game dive, where you only take like 2 or 3 turret shots, like in a 1v2 maybe, it's a lot stronger there. If you're going for the standard late game dives, you're gonna juggle aggro really well, and you're gonna repel up or something like that. That's fairly irrelevant as far as the changes are concerned. So the turrets, they matter, I think, a lot more early game and when you're going to shoot only a few times. The other big one is a set of jungle changes, the new Ancient Golem, also the buffs of champions like Maokai. And Maokai's a champion that I think really never completely leaves the champion pool. I think eventually junglers will branch out and pick him back up, and hopefully he won't be uprooted for too long.
All right.
See Daisy.
Now, we want to encourage...
Yeah.
We want to encourage you guys to head over to Twitter and share your thoughts on our question of the day. We're asking you, who is the most unpredictable player in the NALCS and why?
So send your answers to @LOL Esports, use the hashtag LCS, and we'll be pulling our favorite answers and reading them on the show later on.
Now, while you channel your inner Shakespeare, we're going to check in with the LCS preview show's All Chat for a taste of the high-level strategic discussions taking place each week.
Hey, probably.
Hello? Monsters, hello! I won a solo queue game today, so just try not to lose that hard.
I won as well.
Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't win. I had you on my team. Never mind.
Oh yeah, claim me.
You knew when to come to me? I outplayed Creighton so hard. Oh my god.
Yasuo does a lot of damage.
Oh, you're the first one to notice. Congratulations.
Did you realize, Turtle, how much damage Yasuo does?
Nice.
Yeah, are we gonna ascend to the heavens on your back? No, but nobody will hit skill shots on me. He's so fast. Watch ult. Get back.
Aatrox is actually my favorite feeding champion as well, guys.
We know that.
That's Shyvana.
I do think he has quite a good death animation.
Twitch mid.
Yeah, Eva's top. Eva's top. Eva's top.
I'll push bottom hard.
Might die.
Do you have TP, Freddy?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Everyone jump! Everyone jump! I went second sacrifice myself. See ya, Yuri. I go, maybe it's Skarner?
No.
Okay, doesn't matter. Yuri, see you.
It was nice knowing you.
Hey, excuse me. Can I get Red Bull?
Yes, me too, please. Can I get one as well?
Can I get a steak?
That all-American food is not sitting well with me.
What do I buy?
I don't know.
Oh shit,
I'll tap.
I know BT.
Alright.
Renekton can go bottom right now.
Should I buy Banshee straight or Negatron into BF?
I got Mobies. I'm taking the gamble.
Alright, I got Large Rod.
I have Infinity Edge. Like, this is a huge spike.
Okay.
Hot bought 2 IEs by accident, by the way.
Oh my god, I'm so fucking bad. I bought 2 IEs. I'm an idiot.
Okay. Can you refund or?
No.
Oh. You have to get more personalities like NA. So TSM.
Dignitas.
Oh, okay.
We sure about the Ziggs? He's a little risky.
Yeah, his laning phase isn't really safe.
I'm trolling.
But he scales really well.
I can't wait for them to use this clip.
Be sure to tune in each Thursday at 8:30 a.m. Pacific, 5:30 p.m. Central European for a new episode of the LCS Preview Show to keep you up on all the latest.
All right, we've got to take a quick break while the players load into the lobby for our first game of the day, Complexity versus Team Curse. The action gets underway after this.
the North American LCS coverage. Where else would you want to be? We're readying the Rift for our first match of the day, Complexity versus Team Curse. And right now, players of Team Curse are feeling a surge of momentum after ending their Super Week with 3 straight wins.
Their confidence is very high, and Xpecial had some strong talk after their win over CLG.
We're a top bot lane. Have people fear us, not fear Rush Hour, who we just completely demolished, sorry. But, I mean, we're looking good, and we're going to be even better. And NA, bot lanes, they're going to fear us.
And now they have a lighter schedule this week, facing off against Complexity and Evil Geniuses. They're only 3 games back from first place, so they'll be looking to bring home a 2-0 week this week and close that gap with the leaders, see if they can actually pull through.
That's indeed what they're hoping, but we have to remember a lot of other super confident teams faced off against Complexity and came away disappointed.
Yeah, Complexity do seem to be the perfect counter to confidence. They have picked up 4 of their 6 wins against Dignitas and Cloud9. Most recently, they overcame an 11,700 gold deficit against the always confident Dignitas to come back and take the win. They used to be a team that had nothing to lose, and they did play like it, but now they've started winning games, and they're only 2 games behind 6th place and a playoff berth. So now that they have something to lose, they are starting to take these stakes more seriously, and we'll see if that pressure gets to them or if it can spur them on to greater heights.
That's right, and the big story from Super Week was the turnaround for Curse, who took down some of the toughest competition the league has to offer. It was a surprise to everyone but the members of Curse.
Going into Super Week, we had 4 games. We were in 6th place, but we were a lot of games away from like the big 5 who were at the head of the standings. And our goal going to Super Week really was just to close that gap. First day of Super Week, we were against TSM. They've bested us many times in the past, and although we came really close to winning quite a few times, we wanted this to be like our solid statement, like we can beat you guys.
Here comes Twisted Fate. What's Pearson gonna look for? Looks like nothing just yet, but there's a flash in. They pick up Cup. TSM crushed that. Only 8 kills, but it's enough for TSM to win the game. Congratulations.
That kind of brought us down because it was like same old story, same old song and dance. But we just tried to brush it away. We knew we had 2 games the next day versus LMQ and C9, and these were going to be arguably even harder games.
We are shifting into gear for our next Rumble on the Rift. LMQ versus Team Curse. Xiao Wei Xiao goes in, and they quickly jump over to Cop, forcing him to flash. LMQ is just waiting to take down Cop. That focus did not work for them.
But I think Super Week, it just finally clicked. We had a much better game plan for the whole game instead of just like kind of the first early levels. By the 3rd and 4th game, I felt like we were playing exactly like Scrim.
It's not so much that it all, like, the flip switched in Super Week, but I think the fruits of our labor really came out.
There's the ulti, high push back. Leona's gonna catch him. Turret goes down, and here comes the fight on the Nexus. 44 minutes in, Curse closes out the game. This is Cloud9.
Curse is on the Nexus, a 10,000 gold lead. They had it at 20, they have it, and they take the game. Curse taking down CLG.
Those are really big wins for us. We were able to come out of Super Week with a big 3-1, and everyone's like, damn, Curse is looking strong.
It feels pretty damn good to just go from losing to beating some of the best teams in the league in the hardest week. I mean, that's a challenge, and we rose to that challenge. But I think the bigger challenge is to do it for the rest of the season.
We knew we were a team that could win. We were strong, we were beating teams in scrims. Everyone was like, Curse is like so good, they just don't show up when it counts. And the fact that we were finally able to do that really meant a lot to us.
Let's see if they can carry this momentum going as well. Hopefully it doesn't hurt them if anything goes wrong. They can still keep moving forward. Let's check out the starting lineups now. As we get into it on the blue side, it will be Complexity. That means it's Westrice going in the top lane, Kaz in the jungle, probably in the mid lane, Robert Exley at 80 carry, and Bubba Dub warming up on support.
And on the red side, it's Curse. Up top is Quas in the jungle. I will dominate mid Voyboy, 80 carry Cop, and support Xpecial.
And as we look to jump into Champion Select, we'll see if Curse can actually take the stranglehold from here. It would be their biggest advantage, but then again, like Complexity, Curse is a team that can win fights while down in gold, so I don't know if it'll matter.
Now, I'm really looking at that guy right there, Xpecial. because he wants their bottom lane to be one of the feared bottom lanes in the North American LCS. And they're going up against the bottom lane in Robert and Bubba Dub that have taken down many a team. A lot of the Complexity wins start in the bottom lane. When Robert gets multiple kills really early on, a lot of those games have led to Complexity victories.
And Complexity's the one to pull out those cheeky little moves as well. Bubba Dub, I believe, still has the fastest first blood on the, I gotta say, West Coast here, as we're over here now, but fastest stash in the West so far. But Robert actually, you're right, when he gets those snowballs, nice look, Probably, they can keep it going. And it doesn't even have to be Probably that would be carrying from the mid lane. That's kind of the way the Complexity used to work. Definitely a team that's been able to use their strengths when they need it. Curse is a team that when they have the one strength, sometimes it isn't enough. But when the whole team comes together, that's when you get the 3-1 super weak. Oh, dear.
That's the other thing.
They pushed themselves in Champion Select here. Remember when Robert was trying to get Bubba Dub to move his eyebrows? It's strenuous.
Yeah, a lot of this team has gotten a lot more fans just because of the attitude of the team. You know, they don't necessarily win a lot of games.
Because it's like, what are you guys doing?
But they always play to the fans. And they are not afraid to bring out different strategies either. So a lot of those come from that mid lane, probably willing to play a lot of different things. Same thing could be said for Curse, though. Boy, very versatile guy himself.
Absolutely. Away from West Rice. He had a pretty good game for himself coming out last week. Gave Inox some big trouble on his birthday. Didn't have fun in that game. He made sure to give Inox some presents that he didn't want to unwrap. There's Xpecial, the man who's spoken quite a few big words lately about the progress of Curse, how they've been moving, about Voidboy especially, as he kind of was in a rut, but has seemingly climbed right out of that with the help of the team. So if everybody can still play at that caliber, then they're going to be ready to really take down all the top teams.
Yeah, and in the history of this split of the North American LCS, Curse have had a lot of close games against the top teams. Really, last Super Week was the first time that they actually got wins and consecutive wins over those top teams.
That's true.
So having that confidence back might do a lot for them, or it might just been, you know, a fluke, and they will go back to the same old Curse where they get close, but then make one big mistake in game. And
well, that's what they say. They broke
end up not being able to finish.
The being cursed curse of forever. So maybe they can get themselves a little bit closer to that top caliber of the 1, 2, 3 spot. It's going to be very difficult, but because it seems like teams like LMQ, CLG, and TSM have their number. Teams like Cloud9 that they've seemingly beat in the past few games. But when it comes down to those tight super weeks in the end, we remember TSM to climb all the way back up to first and be right there with Cloud9 in the previous splits. So there's definitely a lot of strength to be had from these top tier teams at the end of the split.
This team, Complexity, they've undergone a lot of changes, and they're actually on a much better pace than they were at the beginning of the split, because they are 5-7 in games with Kez. Doesn't sound like that great of a record, but when you compare it to before Kez being 1-7, sounds a whole lot better. So they've definitely made some upgrades, and the team has gotten better over the course of the split, which they knew coming in they were going to have a slow start, and it was going to take a while. They have made improvements.
So many variables to work on when you get a new player, so it does take all of that time. We even see some of the top teams, even when CLG has made constant changes, they say don't expect results right away. And it's a true thing from any tier team. We'll see what happens as we now jump into Champion Select. All teams now within the LCS of North America have had a lot of time to play with a full roster here, so we'll see what they have coming with Week 8. And if it's good enough to get themselves up in the standings.
Yeah, so Kez, as I was mentioning, big part of Complexity, bringing him in. But one of the things is that both him and Dominate really like Elise. Dominate doesn't really play Lee Sin, so he's been an Evelynn and Elise main for the LCS pretty much for his first 2 picks. Meanwhile, Kez really enjoys Elise as well. Definitely one of his go-to picks, so that should be contested jungler for these guys.
Now, not favoring a champion like Lee Sin, that has to hurt your champion pool.
If you don't play basically what's considered to be the best champion for a single role, then yes, that will be a detriment to any team right now. And Lee Sin is widely considered to be the best champion for competitive jungling.
Very interesting to see a crutch right there in Champion Select. Obviously,
Elise is up.
Lee Sin getting through, and they almost play that. Will you take it? Does he have it? West Rice could take it in the top lane if it's not taken.
Yeah, so a lot of the times we mention how these players have not played a champion in the LCS.
Right.
Of course, they do play them all in solo queues. So Dominate has had games on the champion. It's just the confidence that you need to play something like that in the LCS when it matters definitely makes a huge difference here. And he has shied away from it in the past, opting for other things like Skarner or some some Vi or something like that.
Right.
Maybe even he'll go back to Pantheon.
Maybe Pantheon.
That did work out for them for a while.
Maybe get a few drops on the Rift today. We'll see. Looks like it could be the AD carry support pickup. Xpecial has been going with a lot of Thresh. That was Pinpoint first ban. They're not going to allow him to bring Hook City to this game. But he does get the Braum. Enough crowd control to continue the lockdown and keep that cop safe.
Yeah, we talked about already, what's considered best champions for a role.
Right.
Braum is definitely in that conversation as far as supports go.
Oh, dear.
So, Braum definitely not a surprise for a first pick there. Complexity, though, really they've been favoring supports that have sustain anyway. So the Nami and the Sona have been pretty big for Complexity. Bubba really enjoying those picks. And he's even picked Nami into Braum before, even though, yes, everyone gets frustrated when their ultimate gets negated by just one Braum shield. But in the lane phase, Nami actually has a pretty good advantage because of the sustain and because of the range. Opting this time, though, to go for the defensive pick, Black Shield.
Yep. Keeping Robert X. Lee safe. The Lucian pickup has usually been quite big for him coming into these games. A 7-1-7 game the first time they faced off. And then it was actually Cop to grab Lucian for the win in the second game. So they've kind of switched on the AD carries once again.
Yeah.
Just waiting for Curse to filter in. Boy usually leaving himself for last, so expect to see that top lane and support pickup coming in right now.
Yeah, Curse already have a great late game hyper carry as well as a great defense for him. Braum brings that just in himself. So Curse can go many directions with this still because they have a lot of important picks left with the mid and jungle probably going to be high priority for them. There it is.
With a Syndra lock in.
So a lot of junglers were practicing Rengar and were disappointed when the Q bug got him banned. The Q bug, by the way, was that he got double on hit effects for his Qs. So a lot of people were just running Mad Dreads into Feral Flare because that's an on hit and you get a lot of extra damage because of all your Qs. I'm really interested to see if Dominate stays with that build path or if he mixes it up because cooldown reduction is extremely important on Rengar. That's one of the best stats that you can stack up on Rengar because more cooldown reduction means more empowered abilities, translates to way more damage on him. And some people have gone, tank cooldown reduction or just stick with that assassin build. Let's see which way he goes this time because Orianna being locked in with it means that he'll be safe no matter what. She can have the ball on Rengar and he'll start off the fight with a good shockwave leaping from out of vision. So pretty good combo here from Curse so far. See what Complexity answer with.
I also like a pickup of Rengar in a situation with like Kog'Maw because then you have so much chaos that everybody has to target immediately when you really want to be looking for a Kog'Maw. There's so many things and variables to think about when you have that situation of invisibility and engagement.
It's a great team fight combo that they can have. They can start off a team fight pretty much whenever they want with that Rengar ult plus Orianna ult.
Oh my god.
Complexity though.
So much damage.
Complexity locking some early game here. And their comp is looking very solid for the opening of the game. Elise plus Renekton. Every time you have those two champions on your team, very strong early game. However, the changes in this patch have hurt Elise a bit. She really would not like to go Ancient Golem anymore because it's much more of a scaling item. And even the base health that you get off it has been lowered a lot. So it's not really that great until you go full tank late game. And a lot of people have been opting more towards that early game burst power, taking Elise back to the old school, going AP and spell penetration.
Well, last time these teams played, Rengar was banned out due to the situation of it wanting to be played. So it looks like Dominate gets his hands on what he wants there. Definitely looking for a late game here from Curse though, so does Complexity make some moves? Do they use that pressure of the top lane to get Kaz in other situations and start taking down Curse. It's going to be a very interesting matchup to start off Week 8 here after Super Week. All the teams are kind of shaking off any of the rust if there was any, and they're trying to bring the glory in for more wins. But before the shots start firing on the Rift, let's check out how you've been voting over on LOLesports.com. We can't leave you guys hanging there. And right now, Curse is leading with a 72% of the vote over Complexity.
But remember that you can also vote on Twitter by hitting us up at LOLesports and use the hashtag COLWin or CRSWin. And change that up if you prefer the alternate team to win. Let's see here, though, because you talk about top lane pressure, but Gragas is actually one of the champions who now can hold his own against Renekton.
As we've seen.
Not said a lot for any champion trying to hold their own against Renekton, but Gragas is very strong in that situation, and he can bully most champions as well. So very interested to see how this plays out. A lot of it does have to do with the individual player skill, but I do like Gragas in this. He's quickly becoming one of my favorite top laners.
There's a lot of people that like Gragas because he can almost be played everywhere right now. He can go support.
As we just saw in that last one, Kerp
jungle
demonstrating the regeneration passive on Gragas is amazing. But he also has that percentage health damage, which is always good against brawlers, especially like Renekton.
Doesn't hurt to get that as well. Get it and give it. We're going to get into this matchup, though, Week 8, Day 1. It's going to be Complexity versus Curse as we jump on to the Rift. Looking at about a 30.5 maybe game time for these guys is what we usually see. They don't go too late, but they're not too early either. Both teams can see to give each other a hard time as it goes through the laning phase and then into the initial fight and objective phase.
As it does go late, we've seen a lot of the Gragas players fall off because they're building very tanky, but really the general consensus on build for Gragas right now is oscillating back and forth constantly. Started out as heavy AP, then much more tank heavy, ended up on hybrid. Now a lot of people are going back to pretty much AP build. One of my favorites is the Rod of Ages into Lichbane.
Oh, so good.
Pretty strong now because the more tanky you build on Gragas, the more irrelevant you feel later in the game. But as long as you keep that extra scaling, adding in another AP ratio with a Lichbane, it feels like it keeps him relevant for that late game. And as long as you start Rod of Ages in the beginning, then you still feel semi-tanky and you can get in there and brawl. We'll have to see which way he goes, but that's pretty much my favorite build so far.
Definitely seen a lot of Gragas lanes push around other 2v1, not 2v1s, but those two-man ganks that you didn't think would go in his favor. Very interesting in that top lane now as we see more and more people start to use him. We got the Prowly versus the Void Boy in mid lane. That Ziggs versus Orianna matchup. Shouldn't see them canceling each other out. But
yeah, that is a farm fest if I ever seen one.
They'll have fun. Prowly's even rocking down on the biscuits too, so he'll be regenning mana as well with those potions. Same wards on both the top and the bottom side as we mirror for a standard start.
Yeah, I guess the most interesting thing about Orianna versus Ziggs is which player can actually get harassed off while pushing the wave, because both of them use Area of Effect to get CS early on. So if you can position yourself and get a hit on the minions plus your opponent, then that's always pretty much best case scenario for those two guys. Westrice taking the early shove here, though, in top lane, building up the Fury as he's supposed to. Got a full bar here, so that means 2 empowered abilities. Quas cannot get up to that minion line. And he's already on the back foot here.
Keep it just outside turret range. Perfect. It'll be all right for him.
The only risk with that for Renekton players is that Gragas is great at setting up ganks. And Renekton is going to be shoved far up in the lane. Even a Rengar pre-6, who is not the best of ganks, would be able to make something happen just because Gragas is so good at setting them up with the knockback and slow to follow up.
Slow is so big. Being able to even cut out a slice and a dice to get him to dodge that. Easy peasy gank if they decide it. Probably with a good push on Void Boy, you can see the same levels here, but that just to the back line bomb throw keeps getting Void Boy to use his mana on shields, and it's a little too late each time.
Yeah, missing the timing there on the shield is very big for Void Boy. You can see it hurting him in the health bar, so they call over Dominate. Try and help him out. Gets the slow.
What a great dissonance placement.
Good juke.
Very nice. Both sides well played. And it looks like they're going to be able to focus this. Back Cocoon. The Ignite's not going to be able to come in. Prowly's rocking heal on this one.
Yeah. Whenever you do flash away from one of those skill shots, you got to flash a different angle. Good Cocoon there from Kez, but he did burn his flash for it.
Yeah. That was very aggressive. Both teams thinking they could get a little bit more out of that.
Yeah, Flash is traded, but you know, jungler Flash for mid Flash is usually worth it.
Especially for an Elise.
Since Elise has her own gap closer built in, not the biggest difficulty for him, but it is going to mean that Voyboy needs vision to lane now. That ward that Dominate placed in the upper river is just a trinket ward, so we'll run out very quickly here. And Voyboy needs to get some for himself, but he doesn't have enough money since he had to go back so quickly.
Yeah, hasn't even really had the CS either. He's kind of going for more harass than he is on the farm, down by half right now.
So yeah, definitely look for Kez to make a return trip to mid. Probably can Satchel Char's enemies closer into the lane. And no vision and no flash for Voyboy. Could be a dangerous situation. As of right now, though, Zig's continuing to push up. So it doesn't look like they will take advantage of it anytime soon.
Bottom lane continuing to push well. Robert actually and Bubba Dub are putting a lot of pressure down here. Robert hitting multiple piercing lights on both Xpecial and Cop. And Dominates, he's kind of struggling where to go right now. He can't really help any of the lanes. He's just trying to get himself farmed up right now.
Yeah, pretty much all the lanes for Curse on the back foot for the opening of the game. Because Complexity, as we said, with the early game picks once again, which is something that is not new for them. You know, they had trouble at the beginning of the season relying on late game and relying on shot calling in the late game and late game strategy. So they just switched it up and they were like, okay, we're just going to pick all winning lanes and see what we do when we get an early lead. It has definitely been working out for them so far. They've picked up a lot more wins than usual.
Yeah.
But Curse, they knew coming into this with the Kog'Maw Braum that they would get pushed in early, especially. So he's just trying to keep up in CS and he's not losing too badly at the moment.
Nice W, getting a little extra damage down on Quas. See that lane going 40 to 34. Haven't really been back to buy yet in either of those lanes. Teleport's still up and safe. Haven't seen any jungler aggression. Still in the mid, and you can see it might be countered here. We have Dominate hovering. Really not much action as all the lanes are just kind of farming it out right now.
Yeah, and Dominate knows. He's like, I cannot make a difference in any of these losing lanes. I'm not that strong of an early ganker, so I need to get to 6. At that point, then he can actually turn a losing lane around. It's very dangerous for junglers in any situation to gank lanes that are losing at the time. However, once he gets level 6, he can make sure that there's no counter gank because of the way that Rengar's ult works. So that's what he's going for, trying to get to 6 really quickly. However, by the time he gets it, Cop is already down to 300 HP. He goes for it anyway, though. They're forcing it.
Oh, they get him out of the brush. Weren't able to see him just at the end. Bubba gets hit. That's going to be first blood coming in. They let it go to Cop. A very smart decision.
Yeah, great timing. Finally hit 6, even though Cop and Xpecial were harassed down. Going to the lane with really strong CC. Even with Xpecial not level 6, all it takes is the slow and stun proc there from Braum. Couple of flashes traded, and Curse get the first blood. Gold lead back to dead even.
Great job getting complete.
Dominate just hit level 6, and you can see right there, stacked up to 5 Fury first. So he comes into the lane with an empowered ability. Immediately jumps and lands the snare before Black Shield goes off. So Bubba Dub had very little time to react, and even though he had a small second to react because you get the warning when Rengar comes, how do you choose which person to put the Black Shield on?
Right.
Rengar will just go for the opposite person since they're standing right next to each other. And he saved it to see if he would need to use it on the AD carry, but it was too little too late after Dominate had already joined the party there. So little that Complexity could do about that gank. And Curse right back to even.
Yep. Kez picking up Quill Coat for himself. Level 6 obviously not being as big for him as Dominate's was, but you can see in Dominate's mind, he knew being behind, he needed to make a gank instantly when that 6 happened. Now 8 minutes in, he's got a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, that is interesting actually. Going for the Ancient Golem still on Elise. Now, the Ancient Golem was nerfed once again in the base HP that it provides. This is the second time it's been taken down. So as soon as you get it, you don't get that big influx of defensive strength that you are used to getting. However, it does make you scale better because you do get the extra bonus HP. So if Kez is able to buy further HP items after completing it, then it will pay off for him. But man, for at least, usually relying a lot on the early game, a lot of people have not liked the changes to it. But we'll see how it works out for Kez. Maybe he will be the tank that they need in the late game.
Oh, it looks like they are putting consideration into a few more deeper wards right now. Dominate again.
Number
Pop
2.
on the ult, Kobe. It's going to be close.
Can they get the shockwave combo off?
Yeah, oh, they do! Wombo combo indeed. Served up just right. Look at Dominate. He's loving it.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you see this set of champions in Champion Select, you expect this to happen, but really, what do you do about it? Complexity not able to react quick enough. Dominate.
That was
first 2 ultimates
perfect.
used pretty much on cooldown and 2 kills secured. So this is going basically as well as Curse could hope for it to go. Comes in with red buff too, and they're able to take the blue off of Probably. Look at the timing. Voyboy passes the ball over to Dominate, sucks Probably in as soon as he gets there. Just perfect coordination there between these guys. And you can tell, we said a lot of these guys, Dominate and Mediosa specifically, were practicing a lot of Rengar before the bug happened, but we never got to see it. All that work did pay off right there. Great timing by those guys, and another kill.
It's all for that one textbook move. Then we'll see it more times in the game. Only 400 gold lead coming in with those 2 kills right now. The CS has been very much so in favor of Complexity coming into this so far.
Yeah, but pretty much everybody else is sort of just waiting their turn for the Rengar gank. They're all like, okay, my lane is going to get pushed in a bit. We're fine. I'll just sit here and CSM my turret until Dominate decides to bless me with his presence and come give me a kill.
So far, he's done it for Voyboy. He's done it for Cop. He holds 2 assists for himself in that kill participation of 100%. Voyboy with a big clear. Pro players, the check on that bush, the percentage is going up.
Yeah, very profitable check there for Voyboy. Only had to walk halfway down the river. Gets a pink ward for his troubles.
Westrice being Renekton.
Oh, man, do I love the way Dominate's going with this build, by the way. I mentioned the early stacking of cooldown reduction.
Oh,
he is going very, very quick burst of cooldown here. So he's already stacking it up. That means he gets more empowered abilities. They do way more damage, and you don't even have to spend money on things like attack speed because you get your Qs back so often. It's basically like you have more attack speed, and they deal more damage as well. We'll see if he actually turns this Madreds into a flare, or if he decides to even just sell it later.
Very interesting separation in the bottom lane. Bubba able to get the safety, though. Kez pulled in. Let's see if they can get Curse into a false sense of security here. Special's not exactly the target. That's exactly what they wanted to have happen. They just slowly walk it in with the Soul Shackle. See what Cop can do with the Cathy and Surprise. Not much true damage coming out of a level 7 Kog'Maw just yet. Whoa, the culling. He has a shield, no worries.
That confidence there from Complexity, though. They hit a binding and didn't rush into it. You can tell that Kez was just going to wait and bide his time. Kez was not going to jump the gun there and just go because they hit a binding. They expected the retaliation from Xpecial and baited it out perfectly. That was a very strong mind games there from Complexity, and they were rewarded for their troubles there. Kill onto Cop is very big for them. We said a lot of the Complexity wins come from Robert X Lee getting an early start. So getting that lane back to even is very big for this team.
Yeah, Robert really can carry in and out of the lane, already getting himself a lead with the help of Bubba in the bottom lane, really getting bush control. That hasn't been their #1 priority as they've been pushed up. We saw it almost cost them a little bit there as they countered nicely with Kez, and then it seemed that Robert's culling did not go off as soon as he wanted it. So we're going to get those bindings set up right quick. Get everything fixed up as we've got QC in there. So Complexity getting themselves back in the game a little bit, but each team, Curse and Complexity, making moves to keep themselves ahead in the game.
Yeah, I like this answer from Kez. It did take him a little bit longer to get rolling because Dominate, as soon as he hit 6, he was hitting to the lane, and then there was pretty much cleanup duty for Kez because
do you feel
Dominate
like you
always
have
got a
to
kill.
pressure a gank as soon as that happens and the other jungler successfully ganks?
I feel like when you are Elise, he should be the one making these first moves because he can make the moves before 6. And so Dominate spent this time, you know, he tried to make one thing happen early, didn't work out for them, and then he just went, okay, I'm not trying anymore. I'm farming until I'm 6. And it's a great plan for him. However, Elise has to make more things happen, has to try and interrupt that plan. So it's up to Elise, get some deeper vision down there. It's scary to go into a Rengar's jungle, though, because anytime you're around bushes, If they do collapse on you, you can't get away.
Yeah, you have an
Rengar will
Orianna
jump.
right there, long ball range for shield. Good composition that Curse has put together, and Complexity seems to getting the lane farm out. I mean, they even blew Voidboy's flash earlier, and they didn't really return on that. So they're not kind of working out their advantages the Complexity has. Creating this one for themselves, we haven't seen too much at Dragon just yet, but the deep wards are coming out for Complexity, as we've seen just recently before the pause. So maybe those options are there for them soon.
Yeah, seems like Curse are content so far in the early game.
Oh yeah, they got Kog'Maw. They're good to go.
So, you speak of Dragon, Riv. Complexity turned their kill bottom into the Dragon.
Very nicely.
That's so much more gold for them than just the kill. So very strong conversion there. That was a very, very high potency gank from Kez.
High level of play. 1,000 gold in the lead. You can see Dominate trying to thwart that gold by bringing in some return on investment for some ward kills. It's going to be an Infinity Edge for Robert. X leave first, the Phage into Sheen buy, which will be the Triforce for Cop. A little bit of safety and stats for him on that buy. But it definitely means he's not trying to kill anybody right now. He wants that late game impact power. Quas, but not some good W damage.
Farm session mid. Both mid's going to get their blues. This is probably going to be both of them staying further back, though, and staying safe here. Prawley has already been on the receiving end of one Rengar Shockwave combo, and he doesn't want another. So even with blue buff where he could shove, he'll probably be staying, halfway in that lane, just so he will be able to escape with a satchel charge when Rengar comes. Dominate was just hovering down bottom, but because this lane is pushing up, decides not to waste any more of his time down there and get right back to jungling.
Doesn't look like they'll be spending any more time top with the amount of pink wards both teams have. It's just these guys going at it, kinda. That's their version of going at it.
I'm just waiting for the Indiana Jones moment where Quash just shoots him in the face while he's twirling his blade.
Then tears his heart out.
Doesn't happen, no. Able to get that minion wave clear. It's actually a very strong power point for Gragas when he can clear the whole minion wave like that after his barrel ferments for a while on the ground. He's pretty much on track. He's got his Rod of Ages already, so Quas is on a very good pace here for this game, and it's because he's been playing so safe at his turret for most of the time, because Dominate did not want to grace him with his presence. A lot of attention paid down bottom, though. Simultaneous wards cleared out.
Haven't done much of anything recently on both sides. Seems like the attack of Complexity has slowed things down after they knew the Dragon was down. There's really nothing to force another team into, or rather to force Curse into. Uh-oh. Perseverance.
See how this bullying goes for West Rise.
Wow.
Ooh, he has to exit the area, and Quas claims another pink ward. So he's actually hit the point where he can bully West Rise out of lane now. It's no longer holding his own and being content. All right, he's going up there past that Renekton. Even with West Rise building some early magic resistance.
Yeah, saw that. He kind of, not even boots yet, he's piecing everything he needs to keep in the fight. He can slice and dice to safety if necessary.
Yeah.
Complexity.
Curse are well aware of Complexity's plan here. you guys are clearing out multiple wards at once. We know there's going to be bottom lane focus. Kez in the area, and Curse are able to sniff it out. See what Dominate decides to go for this time around with his next ultimate, because it will be very dangerous for him to go bottom with Kez waiting around so much for that counter.
Yeah.
If Rengar jumps in, he's very much all in when he decides to go for a jump. And if they don't burst down their target, jumping all in into a Lease Cocoon can be detrimental for your health.
Curse is completely ready to take over this game. Blue side wards
he's going mid.
themselves. Slowly waltzing in.
And there's that passive play from Prawley.
Prawley smells it. He knows something's going on. A little different play from Voidboy. The first time they did it, Voidboy changed nothing of his play. Continued to play a little bit aggressive with some defensive shield, and probably thought it was all peachy keen. This time a little bit too slow on it, and probably thought this is a little too quiet.
Yeah, but at this point, Dominate has so much cooldown reduction that he can use his ultimate very quickly again. So this one wasn't that bad to fail. When Rengar fails his first or his second,
fails the what?
Turn it down for Dominate. Gets the kill onto Kez here, though.
That's just the chase ability right now. Dominate feeling so strong with the rest
I
of the
just want to
team.
point out that he did a hop into this bush from the banana bush using the ward to hop to with an attack. Beautiful play there from Dominate. Pretty sure that's what he did anyway. Closed a lot of distance there. And then it was able to flash to the second bush. So yeah, there's no way he would have been able to close that much distance if he had not done that.
Making the plays.
Strong hopscotch there from Dominate. He's definitely put his time in on Rengar.
Oh my word.
No shockwave death though because of the old whiff last time around.
That's all right. At least there wasn't a sombrero.
Hey, they got the kill. So the difference here though is that since Complexity were able to turn their single kill into Dragon, there's nothing here for Curse to get after that kill on the jungler. And Complexity are still ahead in gold because their kill translated into an objective. And Curse's kills have been purely bounty gold.
Here we go. Complexity feels safe enough now to finally get some deep wards. A pink ward. Very, very deep in. We also got teleports up for a 20-second dragon.
Uh-oh.
Ruh-roh. Uh-oh. That's a heal right there. Probably took that because he knew he'd try to get assassinated over and over again. He's going to be down. Tries to do as much damage. I like that to Curse before the dragon. See if his team can hold it.
And because they knew summoners were already down, Dominate doesn't even bother and throw out the snare. He went for 2 Qs right there just to bring him down that much quicker and get another kill. So even though, you know, Dragon went to Complexity, a lot of these stray kills being picked up for Curse. So once again, even gameplay here. No bounty has been stacked up yet either. Need to get that 3rd kill before Complexity can answer something. Binding landing. No AD carry in the vicinity though. Robert already backing to get his 2nd item. Infinity Edge already completed for him. So they lost out on the local gold. Yes, I've been waiting for this to happen in game, Riv. We call it out so many times. But when a tower goes down, you need to be in the area to get that local gold, or else your whole team just misses out on it.
Like walking past $5 on the ground.
Yeah, exactly. Where does that gold go if nobody's around to get it, Riv?
Man.
We're getting deep here.
I'm going to pick that.
Where does that gold go? It goes into the minions' clothes here for extra capes.
There you go. Somebody's got to do the laundry.
See what they can do after this bottom turret is gone, though, because Dragon back up now. The fight over vision is going to be very intense around here. Both teams very close, and they will have Shockwave Rengar combo once again.
I love this. Jump on me, he said.
Yeah. Dominant lane.
Oh, he's gonna get it as soon as they wear off. Watch. He doesn't even hit one.
Well,
he got
a black shield plus missed the Bola.
They were baiting it out. Let's be honest.
So I guess that Bola whiff doesn't really matter for Dominate. Black shield was there anyway.
That was, there we go. Red buff going over to Kaz. Hopefully giving them a little more utility here to catch up on some kills. I haven't seen Quas in a fight, but we also haven't seen Westerice in a fight. Dragon would be the perfect spot. Westerice will back, and we'll probably actually see him teleport down there as Complexity positions them.
Oh! Camera was on him for no reason. He misses the cannon minion. That's heartbreaking. They also lose Dragon at the same time here. Curse with 0 Dragon control, not even looking like they're interested in Dragon control right now. Don't want to have to fight a Renekton. So since Complexity just got the Dragon, Westerice can use his teleport to go up top instead. Because they were able to secure that without him, and with 0 pressure from Curse, frees him up to get back to lane in time for that minion wave. He's very happy about that one, because it has been getting more and more dangerous for him up in the top lane. Again, though, another gank here from Dominate. Frawley's pretty close. Oh, they got 3 people. Back off. Yeah.
It's like, we don't have the vision, but I'm sure he's turning around right now.
Yeah, if you ever dive too deep with a Rengar, then it's all your own fault, because you do get vision of everyone around here. And Complexity gonna push this lead here. Great objective focus here from Complexity. Dragons plus all of the turrets. They've really used, yes, they picked the earlier game team, but they use the earlier game team effectively. They haven't been overreaching. The only mistakes have been, you know, people getting caught out for those kills, which aren't giant mistakes that have cost them that much. So great early gameplay here from Complexity.
Wow. Even getting into the base of Curse, or the side of Curse now, able to clear out their own deep pink wards, which they should be able to secure as it is their jungle. Voyboy trying to return a little bit of vision control there, as we see just under mid lane. The items starting to come out in everybody's inventory. It's getting pretty big.
Yeah, you know, Dominate going with this build that I think Kakao probably popularized first in OGN a while ago with the heavy cooldown reduction and just holding on to that Madreds. Now, Dominate has not even gone with a gold generation item for the jungle, so his gold generation a little bit lower, but he's been ganking a lot more often. So he's not losing out too much on it. And if you actually sell Madred's Razor back, it's one of the most efficient items in the game to sell back to the shop. You get 70% of your gold back if you sell that off late game. So some people would just wait on it for a very long time, sell it off late game when you need another slot, and build really tanky cooldown reduction Rengar. He's already got magic resist aura for his team, which is always great against Ziggs.
Yeah.
Just because AoE magic damage, but also because, you know, the Elise and Morgana.
Seeing this Quas versus Westrice play out in the Gragas Renekton lane. Definitely like what I'm seeing from the Gragas. Quas playing it very strong. Yeah. Always know he's been a versatile player, bringing out the Aatrox, bringing out a lot of different stuff. Seems to be making the Gragas work.
Yeah, and he is going with the more AP-oriented build that people have been favoring, just because feeling like when you go too much tank, then you feel like you really fall off later. We'll see where he decides to branch out with this build from here on. But so far, it is definitely working for him, holding up against that Renekton.
Seems like the AD carry's moving out. Scrying orbs have just been picked up. They know the laning phase is pretty much over. About to be
Shockwave combo.
That's a lot of complexity. Has those dashes, those jumps, the slice and dice, or the repel to get out. But they got to be careful. That catch-up that Curse has still, it counts. And they can get back onto you quite quickly. Great dodge, though, by Complexity.
Yeah, I mean, you got to compliment the reaction there from Robert X. Lee, but also
fast pursuit.
Going for that combo on Lucian is very risky anyways. So Curse, they thought they could catch Robert sleeping, but were unable to. And he has the quick fingers, enabling him to get out of it. See what they're able to do with this, though, because 2 bottom turrets down, they do rightly take control of this blue side jungle. So Complexity making a lot of strong calls here so far, but Curse already trying to answer. See how Westrice reacts to this, because Complexity know that Curse are trying to do something, and Westrice defensively wards the try up here by his turret, but it looks like Curse aren't going for the dive anyway. Great call to shove up mid here from Complexity.
Very passive.
They make him pay for stealing this blue back.
Yeah.
So blue buff for a mid-second turret here. No. Everything going, as far as the objectives are concerned, going for Complexity.
The aggression right at the end of that turret, at the last bit of your minions. The last moment you have to get shots on it. And that's the time that Complexity pulls off. 1:30 on Dragon. They've had full control on that, which has given them the 3,000 gold lead. They're down in kills. Dominate has been all over the map trying to secure that for his team. But Complexity is gaining the map pressure.
Yep, he does see as blue has been stolen. See if they can hold this mid. They've got a Ziggs with a blue buff, so should be able to even hold on to their turrets here. Probably also has his ultimate. So even if Cop pushes down that bottom lane very quickly and they rotate down bottom, there's a Ziggs ulti ready. So Complexity pretty much have all the answers right now for any Curse retaliation. And it looks like Curse do not want to overextend because they know that not much was expended by Complexity with their early mid shove there. Pretty much it was just great map movements from Complexity that got them this lead. They didn't have to use teleport, didn't have to use that Ziggs bomb either.
There it is.
He walks right by.
I was just going to say.
I was going to say nobody walks through that bush, but he did walk through the bush.
I was going to say that's a great word because nobody walks into it too. We think alike. But apparently,
even when they do walk into it, they don't expect there to be a peek.
You got to stub your toe on it, I guess.
Oh, man.
So that's a great ward to place, FYI.
Yeah, I mean, look at the vision that Complexity have. They have both sides of the jungle completely
It's like a
covered.
light bright down there.
Yeah, it's very strong mid-game control from Complexity. Now, that being said, this team will fall off if they don't continue to make moves, but so far, they've been making the right calls.
Oh, my word. CC after CC. Yeah, the right calls, and they're still in the face of Curse. They're kind of just hovering all over what Curse wants to do.
And they're going for the Dragon once again. Let's see, teleport available
Curse
for both top laners. But Curse very hesitant again. They have Rengar ulti too. Rengar plus Shockwave, both available. But Curse's Dragon control has been non-existent this game. And with the increased gold of Dragon, this is a very poor game plan, actually. A lot of people have been saying you can't give these up anymore because there's such a big global gold lead for the team that controls the early Dragons. It's really hard to come back from, and you really need a mistake from the team that has been controlling this many Dragons if you do want to come back. Even though Curse do have that great, late game combo that they could pull off. We'll check back in too with this Elise build because, as we said, when you buy further HP items, that Ancient Golems definitely goes up in value. And since he's gone with the Sightstone, he's definitely getting some benefit from it. So not only the extra wards here for Kez for complexity, but he is also getting very tanky.
Now, what's Quas's option as he comes to this? Does he become an effective split pusher? Does he join the team as they start to move up more? What can he keep doing?
Yeah, he's been content up here just to hold Renekton, and now he does have a level advantage too. Once he joins the team, he can actually split people up, and he'll have a bit more utility than Westrice. But we'll see how this build works out for him because he is going a little bit more tanky now. Pretty much all focusing on magic resistance. A lot of this Curse team, almost all of them, focusing pretty hard on magic resistance. We'll see if that bites them in the butt when Robert comes through with the Infinity Edge static Shiv, which, by the way, I love on Lucian, just because of the interaction of the items.
Such a pop.
I'm sure everybody's aware. Talked about it too much already.
We had a whole week on Lucian and his items.
Ooh, Ro8 didn't pull the shockwave this time because he was expecting the dodge from Robert. Black Shield is blown as well, but no minion wave. Curse can't do much with it. Another, Cop getting pincered.
Oh, none of the slow hits. Oh, everything hits just at the wrong time or stops him just at the right time, depending on whose team you're in there for. And he gets out safely. Doesn't even have to blow. No, he did blow flash coming out of that. Dark Binding comes out one last time. They might just disengage and head back down towards the mid lane here, but it looks like Complexity is actually going to feel comfortable taking over as they get a few wards down.
Yeah, Complexity, they want to continue to control the objectives of the map, just because they have had such a strong early and mid game, and they are keeping up their vision. The key is going to be when they have to pull the trigger to have Westrice teleport in, because their hard engage has to come from a skill shot or from a Westrice flank. Westrice has to teleport in, or Westrice has to be there for a dive. Without him, they have a very hard time of forcing a fight unless a random binding lands.
All right, back to the line. Can they get on Robert X. Lee? That's really the question here. Yes, they can. The shockwave goes down in a very clustered fight. It looks like Curse is able to come out on top. The teleport from Quas on the backside. And we don't see the teleport coming out of Westrice. He's stopped his, and he's staying in the top lane. Cop with the shield. Artillery again. Cop comes up very big with another all shot.
Great chase there from Curse. Quas decides to teleport in. Westrice still up in the top lane. I think his teleport was either interrupted or he just decided to cancel it because Complexity got caught. But regardless, great shove from Curse.
Yeah.
They get back 2 objectives after those kills, and their patience pays off. As I said, they're waiting for the mistake from Complexity. Complexity got a little bit too far up, and Robert gets caught out. So let's see what happened here with this teleport exchange, because Quas comes out way ahead. And since he joined with his... Westrice just cancels his, I guess. Yep, he just manually cancels it.
He doesn't even have the wave there yet.
Well, it's because
Proxy.
it's because at that point, Robert was dead. So there was no way that they could salvage this. Quas a little late there with a flash ulti, by the way, but there was no way they could salvage that fight with Westrice teleporting in. So he wanted to get something out of a bad situation and get top pressure. No, they did get 1 turret for it in exchange. But yeah, that's pretty much the way that Complexity are going to be losing team fights. If Robert does get hit up by that combo.
Well, we know Quas is always going to be there. He's thrown a Thorn Mail on here as his third item to come in to make sure Robert X. Lee does not have anybody fun to shoot. He can try to get to the rest of the team members, but I'm pretty sure Quas is going to be in his face immediately. Looking around the board with 1 minute coming up onto Dragon. I've seen Bubba trying to actually build that needlessly large rod into something for quite some time. Looking at Azania's, if he can get it finished up, it's going to be very hard for the other team, for Curse to get to Robert X. Lee. Doesn't seem like it stopped them before. Just before everything happened, Complexity with such a big lead. 2 dragons in a row, 2 complete Curse Blues in a row. But they were only hovering around mid the whole time. They were never getting anything from Curse, as in kills or extra money from them. One chance Curse gets, they're able to turn the game around.
Well, yeah, Complexity were trying for that shove mid. They
Right.
just have to play it more careful. They do have the tools for disengage. I mean, they've got Morgana and they have Ziggs, which
Yeah.
are fairly difficult to dive on.
Whoa.
Whoa here. Westrice full tank, though. He's in position. This is... Curse are going to have to back off. They're just trying to force a fight. Dominate used his ulti already. He has no jump to re-engage this, and Robert is almost there. Curse went out of time.
Great damage from Kez, getting a little bit of free stuff from the side there. Great dodge on Winter's Bite as well. Not really working out here for Curse. They decide to call off of this. Their dragon pressure to pull Complexity in is now not working. They lose mid turret.
And a nice sneak there from Robert to get one more turret down. And they swing to Dragon.
What a bluff call.
Whoa, let's see if they bait this, though, because it would actually be stronger for them to catch a good fight here on Curse. Probably if he's able to mine off this corridor and Curse force their way through. Curse don't even force their way through, though. They don't even want to try and get past the Ziggs to fight Dragon. It's probably the better call there. Complexity to get 2 objectives for none for Curse with their failed Baron attempt here. But as we've seen already, Curse have the tools at their disposal to go for these fights even down in gold.
Very, very close. See if Complexity can push
Great
this down the
positioning.
midline now.
Oh, here comes the flank from Rengar.
Right onto Prolly. That's going to leave Robert X. Lee free to shoot. Robert X. Lee gets pushed back. He's now by himself, exactly where they want 80 carry, but Quas cannot get on him. Focus is now into Dom. Oh! And Shockwave that's going to turn the fight around. Kez gets slowed. He can't re-enter. Prolly takes a few too many steps down the rabbit hole, and he gets taken down. It's now 1-for-1, but it looks like Curse is walking away from this one bleeding. They do save the base, though.
Yeah, 3 members blinking red right there for Curse. Complexity almost able to take that fight, but they have to give up the pressure that they had. Another blue steal for them. So much control over this bottom side of the map for Complexity, pretty much all game long. However, they did not get much damage down on that inhibitor turret. Let's take another look. So he goes for Prolly first this time around, Dominate. Not a lot of damage to back up the initiation there.
That's
ultimate
great.
from Quas. Yeah, to knock everybody aside. Here we go. 4-man. Yeah, 4-man Shockwave. 2 people flash out, and Prolly goes for the kill. So maybe if they had stayed with Prolly, the threat of their flashes to get to that backline, Voyboy and Cop would not have been able to add any damage. Little bit maybe miscommunication there for Complexity in that team fight. It was very close, and they just barely came out behind. So if they had all stuck together, might have been able to pull it out in a better situation, but
it's one of those everybody going in on a crazy call.
Yeah, exactly. Quas was the only person that they could not have killed. He was right in the middle, though.
Nice try for the Mega Inferno Bomb clear top. Not enough to get Cop pushed out of the turret, even with a few shots to the face. He's 2-1-2 at 293. He's about 50 CS behind Robert X. Lee right now in the whole grand scheme of things. But he does have the items he needs to start hitting harder. Going for the last Whisper as well, when we've seen a lot of Phantom Dancers or Infinity Edges come in there.
Yeah, a lot of people, especially for Kog'Maw and Corki, have been just saying how inefficient it is to buy a 3rd item, Last Whisper.
Right.
If you don't have those attack damage dealing spells. If you're doing a lot of magic damage with your spells, Phantom Dancer
get that crit.
Be more important, you know, or Infinity Edge there 3rd. But yeah, picking up that Last Whisper, he will be able to cut through some armor of Westrice if he's forced to hit the front line.
Cop no longer buys Infinity Edges. It's a nightmare.
Oh yeah,
Too many memories. Too many memories.
He's gonna.
You get one and then you have 4 somehow.
Yeah, sometimes you know, just get crazy there.
Let's see where they can move from here. Curse definitely has a bit of, I'd say, the momentum lead, even being down 4,000 gold. I think it's one of the things we said in the beginning is somehow they're able to come back from behind quite well.
Well, the thing is, with a lot of the earlier towers being taken by Complexity, Curse had a lot of gold that they could quickly make up once they won that first team fight. That first team fight that they won was really, really big for Curse because they got 2 towers out of it. A bunch of gold, global gold, as well as a whole bunch of opened up map pressure for them. That was able to keep them through the mid game.
Yeah.
They will need another one of those, though. Complexity still have the vision advantage with deep jungle wards. Kog'Maw scaling up pretty nicely, though. Regardless of whatever items you buy, he still goes up very strong towards that late game.
It's going to be the slow mid stalemate now. You have the Ziggs, you have the Void Boy on Orianna. Not too much pushing is going to happen unless someone gets caught. Now they're just letting Curse Cop ramp up. See if he can get there soon enough. Got the Zhonya's finished onto Bubba. Plays can be made, but that's more for protection of the back line. We see Dominate trying to get himself there. A split push now from bottom lane in West Rice. Let's see if it holds Quas.
Yeah, and I have to wonder, you know, how dangerous is it to have a split push if you are Complexity? Because a Rengar Orianna combo can come at you at any moment. He can just run straight down the lane at you.
Right.
And if Curse make that pick, then Complexity have a very hard time of coming back from it. Because Complexity really do a lot better if they are sieged up, you know, defending a turret or something like that. They have great siege as well as siege defense. If they get picked off, though, away from turrets, then it'll be a lot more difficult for them. See how well Bubba Dub can protect Robert, though, and help him peel. Last time around, Dominate did not even go for Robert.
No, he didn't.
Oh, here, let's see who he goes for this time. Trying to pick off the straggler here. There is a pink ward he wants right through.
Oh, watch the ball. All right. I like that they wait. Void Boy and Dominate definitely have a synergy in keeping that range of the ball on. It's very easy to have him jump just outside of your ball range and not be able to ult.
Yeah.
Good communication between those two. Unfortunately, not able to activate anything in the mid lane. 7-2, as their kill pressure is definitely something that Complexity is thinking about. Complexity's only been able to find 2 kills, as you can see on the top of the board, with being able to go all the way almost second-tier turrets.
Robert under vision, gonna try and solo this. Dominate's right here, though. No ultimate, so he can't go for the kill.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Fighting off a little more than they can chew on this one. Complexity could get themselves into some danger here.
Yeah.
Void Boy on the backside, he'll be able to bring the utility, the speed up, and the shield if necessary, and they start to engage even more. Still coming from the backside is Bubba Dub and the rest of the team.
Ooh, backline got hit. Oh, Bubba Dub!
Oh, the Zhonya's goes down. That means they have time to make some moves. Quas and Dominate go in as the Bass brothers, but it's going to be Dominate going down first. All eyes on the Cop and Quas and Xpecial now. Cop still trying to get himself some shots into the fight away from the back line, but somehow Complexity has turned this coast-to-coast back and forth
West Rice
in their
gets
favor.
the
Can't get the W on, cannot get the lockdown hit, and Cop's able to throw out enough Void Ooze to trip up Complexity for the rest of the engage. 40 minutes in, Complexity now seems like they've taken the lead.
Yeah, it looked like Complexity were split up, you know, because their team was in 2 separate sections. 3 members down by the Dragon, and 2 members trying to join. However, only 3 members of Curse were actually being able to do damage as well.
Yeah.
And Complexity kite them back very nicely. Prawley hits the back line of Curse with his Ziggs ultimate as well. So Quas comes in. Barrel ultimate gonna hit him the wrong way because of the dash. If that dash doesn't get off in time, or Quas saves his ultimate to hit after the dash, then this is a completely different story. Then they burst everything onto Kez here. The Braum ulti only onto Kez tank Elise, and they're not able to lock him down. So Complexity kite long enough for Bubba Dub to pull off a masterful flash initiation with Morgana.
Yeah.
The support Morgana who completed the Zhonya's already. A lot of support Morganas don't even go with that item, but it really just turned the tides there for Complexity, paid off for them. That plus the Prawley ulti hitting the backline of Curse really turned around that fight for them.
Playmaking supports and playmaking teams. Curse gets a little tunneled into their Dragon chase, we see. Maybe feeling a bit too comfortable in the position they had in the game, but now Complexity is feeling a bit of that momentum. Hitting 400 CS in quite a few lanes, quite a few champions right now as this game is going for the long haul. Longest matchup between these two teams was their last one in Week 6 at 57-8. team.
Ooh, and we have double Banshee Veils on the back line of Complexity now. This is huge because the power of Dominate with this Rengar build does not come from himself. Mostly it comes from bringing in the ball, bringing in the Shockwave, and trying to lock people down for Cop to actually hit. Most of the damage here on this Curse team is Cop's. Dominate, yes, he's got all this cooldown reduction for multiple snares and for a heal if he needs it. However, he doesn't have the damage that you're expecting from the Assassination Rengar. So he's all about creating the fights for his team and the positioning to try and keep Complexity in an area and have Cop do the damage and Voyboy do the damage. However, that has not been the case for them. Since the beginning of the game, we haven't seen a very good Shockwave combo with Dominate getting into position. And now that the two Banshee's Veils are there, it becomes very difficult for Curse to pull off their combo.
I just realized how good that champion of Orianna and Rengar work together. It's a cat. It's a ball of yarn, kind of. It's almost perfect. It's almost perfect. Dominate wants that every second he can get it. We'll see Voyboy clearing out Wraiths. Always need to get the Wraith camp when it's up and catch some bombs. 43 minutes in, both teams really testing each other here to the max. And both teams really want to be able to climb up from the bottom of the standings. Like we said, Curse are 3-1 out of Super Week, so they are really on gear to break the curse that they usually have for themselves throughout each season.
We'll see if they can. I think one of the big things to look at for Curse is Quas, because he's the one soloing versus Westrice in the bottom. If he could get an edge on Westrice, either go... At this point, you probably have to go Void Staff if you want to get an edge on Westrice, but if he skips the Void Staff and goes to Lichbane, then he'd be more effective against Robert if he could ever get in place to actually do damage to Robert, which is what he wants. So it's an interesting choice posed to Quas right now. Does he actually... No, there it is. The answer is already Void Staff. So he's building more for fighting Westrice than he is for going for a team fight and going for that lucky kill onto Robert. Because if he had a Lichbane, then the kill onto Robert would be more easy. But Void Staff, all around safer purchase for him. It's always a great last item to pick up for any AP. It's going to help him a lot in his 1v1 with Westrice. We'll see if this item actually turns the tide.
Yep.
Because it is a pretty crucial pickup for him. He could still sell the Morellonomicon and get Lichbane, but that is definitely a ways off for the Curse team.
Long game problems, man.
All right, he pops it. Still having a hard time getting through that chunky Renekton. Oh, no. He's looking to bully it.
It seems like he's winning a bit.
Yeah. The Void Staff makes a big difference. Oh, actually, even against Robert, Void Staff is way better because...
Hit me.
The spell penetration, magic penetration, works for your Thornmail too.
That's right. Return damage.
So Thornmail will hit harder for Robert.
Today, some people learned.
Magic damage.
7-3. The flash into Xpecial. We'll see if they can get the kill down. It's going to be keep going. Voyboy gets the culling on him pretty hard. Westrice is still trying to get to the back line. They're all over Cop, but Cop's got free shots now. There's a whole lot of just being thrown around right now. What the heck? Westrice staying alive. Dominate and Cop are still in perfect positioning. He is definitely too close. Westrice has been able to slice and dice at least 3 times in this fight. It has gone so long. A great job by Kez. Cop still staying alive. One last shot. A few more for Westrice. The Acathian surprise. If nothing will take him down. And Cop is going to stay alive in the fight along with Quas, the ace to Complexity at 45 minutes.
The Curse get the ace on Complexity, and they turn their eyes towards Baron. They've got percentage health damage. They've got plenty of time, so this will be a Baron for Curse. Woo! Big win right here. Let's take a look at how this team fight actually plays out.
They thought they had Voyboy.
Yeah.
What a move by Xpecial and Voyboy's flash.
Yeah, Xpecial takes the brunt, but Voyboy sticks around for a while because of the Zanyas.
Yep.
And Cop is firing this whole time. Even though he gets hit by the Dark Binding, Complexity's 2 tanky members stay around for a long time. Voyboy is way too close. He was trying to get damage onto Brawley there, but Cop, let's see how Cop comes up big in this late game. He flashes over the wall away from Kez. Kez actually even cocoons after Cop already flashes over the wall. So not only did Cop flash in for the kill, he avoids the CC.
Flash.
He relies on Quas to come in with the flash body slam for the kiting, and he just runs barely out of range for West Rice.
I don't know how they do it. Curse, again, down in gold. Pull out a very tight fight against Complexity. Still down in gold even after the fight. Somehow up in kills and somehow ready to keep going. Voyboy moving the ball, but a little too far from behind him.
Who got Baron buff, though? I think it's only 3 members of Curse came away with Baron buff.
If even 3. There were only 2 of them alive.
Special has it, and Quas and Cop were the ones who killed it, so 3.
Oh, you're right. Yep. Okay.
So 3 members here of Curse going to be wearing it. See if they go for a steal. No. There's Smite there. All right, so.
Can't take a cat's food.
Now that they've got Kog'Maw with Baron buff, plus Infinity Edge has been added into the build. Very, very big boost of power for Curse. Can they actually siege up, though? If they do go for the siege, they still have to worry. You saw how long it takes for them to take down anyone from the front line of Complexity. So really, it's going to be on Quas. Can Quas get a displacement on someone from the back line?
I'd be surprised if we get a siege. How many fights have we even seen at a turret this game? Everything has been out in the open. Probably hasn't even really been able to use Ziggs other than just throwing everything on top of himself to not get jumped on.
The thing is, there's nothing on the map to draw Complexity away from turrets. Complexity, if they're thinking about this game clearly, they should not be out on the map to be able to get picked off.
Yeah.
So, Dragon's down, Baron's down, they should be turtling right now. So that's really the only option open to Curse is go up to a turret and siege because there's nothing else on the map for them to take right now. No Barons, no Dragon, no buffs. So they go for the 4-1. Actually, they're not even. They're just going to shove all lanes here.
This is the spread and push. That's all it is. They really haven't decided on what to do just yet. Trying to stay careful with Cop up here. Special's like back and forth. He's like, what way are you going? I need to protect you. You're so far away from me right now.
All right, now they condense into the 4-1 push. Quas, as we said, with that Void Staff pickup, we've seen him already start to push around West Rice. So the question is, can Quas push him around enough to take the bottom turret himself while the 4-member squad of Curse keep Complexity up at the top turret? Or is this 4-man squad going to actually have to shove in and get damage on this turret? Because that is hard, and they have to worry about cocoons and bindings constantly being thrown out over and over. Quas is trying for it.
Oh my god.
He's trying to push him around on the turret.
Such a beast. Just grabbing the brush.
He got a few hits on there. So really they are banking on Quas to be the one who's going to get the advantage. If it stays 1 versus 1, then he will slowly get that turret.
Really great play by him this game as well. We've seen a lot of Gragas play lately, and it's just been getting better as players learn how to use the new Gragas. New patches.
He's upgraded to Death Cap instead of the Morellonomicon as well. Not going for Lich Bane.
Well, you're not getting super heals on anybody. You still get the damage all out through the fight.
That's a really interesting question, at least, because in the late game, you almost always think, oh yeah, Death Cap is much better. But Gragas now doesn't have the best AP ratios, and if he's going to be trying to get these turret hits, maybe the Lich Bane would have been better. Special takes a large amount of harass. Now, them being pushed off means that Quas has to play more careful, because that frees up the rest of this 4-man team. He's really got his mind set on this turret, though, and he's getting that work done.
See, even how big he is right now, at half health, West Rice knows it's not a full fight yet.
All right, so the rest of Curse is backing off. That means Quas, you got to back off here. You don't even have vision, so okay, there we go. He does back off. He got a decent amount of work done on the turret, though.
That was a lot of time that Curse didn't get much. You're right, they did get a little bit out of that. If they can return to the same thing, they got it. So
the reason,
they're kind of favor. So
whenever you are pushing like this, split pushing, make sure that you're in constant communication with the rest of your team, because if they let up and they are not shoving the other side of the map and forcing the team to defend up there,
you're going to find more friends.
You need to run away.
Well, it looks like West Rice doesn't have a partner to play with anymore, so Quas got the idea. Gold pretty close now, only 1,000 behind for Curse. They've done a great job at keeping themselves very close in that aspect. And it looks like everybody's just about got those 6 items under their belt. Looking at a needlessly large rod onto Prolly as he finishes that up into most likely Izanya's. And we're going to be off and running. Robert Exley has actually been 6 items for quite some time, sitting on his Zerker Führer boots, where pretty much that last upgrade that he got. So anything past that, we're going to be seeing Mercurial Scimitars and what have you.
That's the fun stage of the game. Dominate just checking for people, by the way. He's looking for picks. His ult is on such a low cooldown right now that it is worth it to pop your ult just to see if there's a stray member of Complexity going for a ward that you can catch out. Cross going for it. He's not even waiting for that tank wave. Boom! Gets it. Work done. However, they still have a lot of work ahead of them because the inhibitor turret's much harder to take down because you're much closer to the base and it's easier for Complexity to rotate.
You can see the Complexity almost knows as well Kwas isn't getting anywhere past that inhibitor turret, so they feel comfortable now to push as long as he can teleport.
Kwas is actually juking Westrise? Oh, okay, so he's just recalling here. However, let's see if Curse can pull off the hard engage, because as soon as Kwas recalls,
I was gonna say, if he
Complexity have to worry about, again, still, the Rengar plus Orianna combo. Don't want to get caught up by that hard engage.
Let's see what Complexity has. Do they have as sufficient of a split push as Curse was just bringing to the table? Complexity is actually up to the inhibitor turrets right now. Curse was actually sitting at tier 2s. Doesn't look like they have too much. They are going to try to pressure this bottom half of the map with Baron being down for another 30 seconds. The map is completely objective-free in that sense, so it's time to have some fun in the lanes.
All right, watch the Banshees game now. Banshees down on Robert. That's pretty big.
Oh.
The one on Kwas, not so much, because he is going to be frontline anyway.
A lot of bubbles trying to pop. There's one.
That lag again.
Yeah.
Robert.
Ooh, good damage coming out of Cop there. You can see his Infinity Edge is finished. Oh, the shockwave sombrero onto Dominate.
Special secondary engage
Mega
though.
Inferno to the backside.
They still have Braum
hits a Banshee's Veil. Not going to do too much damage there. The turret looks like it will take sufficient damage here within the next few shots. Good focus by Cop. Westrice trying to get in, may take too much. And this one more re-engage here as the minion wave is just a bit off. We're going to have both objectives alive.
Watch that green glob that comes out of Cop too, because if he gets that on Westrice, it's very big for the team. It shreds a lot of MR and armor.
Glacial Fissure, ooh, splits the divide on that one. They turn around, Dominate's getting hit up. That Soul Shackle's very nicely placed by Bubba so they cannot get to the back line. Dominate takes a regular jump out of the brush. Can Kwas get into range? This would be a great explosive cast. Can't do much. Xpecial looks for help, but he throws up his own shield as he rips it off his back for safety. 12-6 at 54 minutes in. Curse is looking to back now as Complexity has the upper hand.
These fights. 53 minutes in, nobody even dies in them. The biggest thing that happens is that Banshees get popped. All right, Dragon gonna go over to Complexity though. I do want to point that out again though, because something that Cop has been consistently doing, I gotta point out the small things that he does in the fights.
Hit us.
As Kog'Maw, you're like, yeah, I do so much damage from range late game. I'm the main focus of the team. I need to watch my positioning and I need to try and take down high priority targets. The other thing that's great about Kog'Maw is the shred that he gets from his Q. And Cop is consistently landing it on Westrice. And Westrice has built full tank, so that's very, very effective skill use here from Cop. He's playing Quap to practice
run
up.
all funny.
That's how you play Kog'Maw. You have to practice with Quap because you have to worry about your positioning there and moving those short legs.
Imagine if that's how you had to use his ult.
Got off the rails, Rib.
We're back on. Back on.
All right, get the train back on here. Let's see if they return to split push, because Kwas was having a lot of success with his split push, and there is still an outer turret left standing for Complexity.
Man, we are getting up in CS this game. Everybody's doing what they can to pretty much not fight, it seems. They're like, as long as we're not fighting and we're CS, and I think we're winning. Seems to be the priority here.
These Banshee ward wars are hilarious to watch.
Bubble popped on Robert Exley. Advantage Curse.
Bubble.
Don't do it.
Cop doesn't have his.
Bubble Cop. Oh, you got him! Robert Exley, relentless pursuit, but it doesn't matter. He gets chewed up from Cop. The authority is laid down. Bubba goes for a ride. He's going to get locked up as well. He goes gold, but it's only going to be for so long. Boy finishes it off with the Lady of Clockwork as they start to move down the mid lane.
They gotta take something here. At least inhibitor turret. Looks like they're going to go for it.
On those clocks.
They can actually tank up this inhibitor turret. Special might be the one to do it. They're going to vote for Kwas.
That'd be good. Kwas
with the shield on him. 2 members down. And that's the importance of those Banshees, though. Robert does get caught this time.
Oh my gosh. So
you keep throwing out the Rengar Ori combo because of the situations like that. It pays off. When it pays off big. 30 seconds. Can they shove and end the game?
Man, I think being down in gold is an advantage for teams lately. They're usually the ones coming out with the win. Westrice taking shots from Cop. The Bio Arcane Barrage is shredding through Westrice's HP. Going to see if they can still hold this position. They have 20 seconds on both Robert Exley and Bubba Dub. Definitely playmakers for the team, but they're going to stay strong, Kobe. This isn't looking good.
Looks like they bought enough time. 10 seconds left for Robert to come back.
Oh,
Dominic goes down.
Dominic gets stuck up. Beautiful lockdown by
Now they have to worry about the retaliation Baron.
Yep.
Curse overextended. Trying to end the game is so risky. The Baron is for the the Westrice.
Westrice going in. He says, no way. Let's tango. 4v1. He's a gator, but he's going to be made into a pair of shoes.
Shredded. Alrighty. Well, the retaliation Baron no longer on the table for Complexity because of that little stunt.
Oh, is it? Is it?
I guess it's on the table, but it's on the edge of the table. It's teetering. It's about to fall over.
Rip the cloth off the table.
They're going for it. They can actually do it really quickly. Okay, still on the table.
Oh
Looks
my
like they're
gosh.
going to take it as well. Westrice was all a mind game there.
Cop's not going to try.
Westrice sacrifices his life for the Baron. We'll call it a sacrifice.
What is going on? 57 minutes. We literally just passed the longest time these two teams have played as in week 6. That was 57-18. So let's go for the long haul here. Could be going for another hour-long matchup.
Oh,
both teams
yeah. We hit the
90,000 gold.
We hit the point for selling boots and buying Zephyr.
Nice.
For
That's
Cop,
what I like
at
to
least.
see. Cop's been coming out huge. 6-1 and 6 his Kog'Maw games. Been pretty on point, and he's hit more living artilleries on just the edge than I can really count.
He's been playing beautifully. The flash over the wall around Dragon to secure that mid-game fight was huge for Curse to get them to this point. Now, though, it's really all about the small moves in your team fight. It's Baron advantage to Complexity, but super minions for Curse. Whoa, this is very dangerous. Vision control for Curse, but they only got 3 members into this bush beforehand. If you go for one of these death bush strategies, then you need to have all 5 members there, or else you can't take advantage. And they have to pull out because not everybody able to get there in time.
That's full alert on that.
Time for defense.
Ward's coming down. And Bubba Dub's going to keep the team safe. It's going to seem like they'll have a front run down the mid lane. You're going to have to wait for a back here from Cop and Quas. They should be able to get back in time. Finally, we get to see Complexity at a turret. Let's see what their siege capabilities are.
It's actually very hard for them to go for this. Because siege minions are going to be coming out the entire time. Maybe it will be safer for Complexity to just kill off these waves, not overcommit to this turret. Yes, they do have Baron buff, but still, Curse are such a hard time to dive in on. They would love if you dived in on them. They've got Braum, they've got Gragas. Oh, so much kiting potential here for Curse. If you run through, it's really easy for Voyboy to set up shockwaves as well. So Complexity, really difficult for them to make anything happen at a inhibitor turret here. And the 5 Banshee Veils for Curse mean that even the cocoons and bindings have lost most of their effectiveness.
This feels like a few splits ago when the games would go really, really long. A patch hits, the teams try to adapt, and then you get back to this 60-minute time where teams hardly ever are when closing out the game is that one single fight that you're hardly ever prepared for, because how often do you experience that?
Yeah.
And then the teams fall into it again, and nobody wants to commit to that fight they think will be the end of the game. When everybody's playing not to lose, it takes a long time.
You don't practice, what do we do at 60 minutes?
Right.
Because everybody, if you start losing a scrim that badly, people just end the scrims. Uh-oh, Dominate again. He's looking for anybody to pick off. Doesn't find any stray ward placers. So just very close to finding somebody there, though. They just barely missed the timing on Complexity going for this dragon, which almost doesn't matter at all at this point.
No.
Dragon really just going to be
chump change.
A couple extra pennies in their pockets.
That's the $5 they picked up.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Found it.
Found it. 3K gold just
Dragon
about
was
sitting
hoarding
out both
their
mid
gold.
laners. Well, that's what dragons do.
Yeah.
Slow movement for both teams here.
We almost need a bathroom break here.
Maybe. Can we get a caster pause?
Westrice going to shove up this side lane here. Doesn't mean a whole lot because Whoever goes over here, Quas could easily go and hold that. Quas Quas could actually join the fight just as quickly, if not quicker, than Westrice. So
Here we
it's just
go.
going to be 2 minion waves that they have to clear.
Oh, he's coming over.
Quas can easily get it. See the poke wars here for all these Banshees. Robert again gets his Banshees popped and it was on the front line.
That was a good Banshees pop, though. I'm just kidding. That's all we got right
Well,
now,
I mean,
Kobe.
Curse do have the Kog'Maw, so that's definitely a big bonus for the old bubble pop game.
Oh, man. Soon. I promise everyone. Soon.
You promise?
Might be one I can't keep.
Careful with those. Cop actually heads back to base. What's he doing? Buying elixirs? That's literally the only thing that would make any sense for him right
He's
now.
trying to make deals with the shopkeeper.
Hey, come out and fight for us.
I swear I can fit a sword in that trinket slot. Just let me try.
You got mercenaries in there?
Just see a whole team
All right, he is.
out of the base.
He's potted up. He's got both elixirs.
Yep.
Nothing else that he can buy.
Cop is a bright star now.
Quas, go do something, Quas. Chase him down.
Fight him. Get that drunken rage on.
Double one!
Yes, they're fighting! That's the shockwave. It's all about Kez right now. Do they have enough focus to continue? Negative.
All right. Well, that's actually good news for Complexity. They don't have to worry about the Rengar Orianna now. So they weathered the storm because the combo was not used on Robert and Prawley. Complexity are able to charge right up here. So that might have been a little overzealous for Curse.
That's progress. That's what I'm talking about.
Whenever you see that 2-for-1 pop, though, man, just jumped right on it.
I'll be thinking about that all day. Robert, wow, that's not what you want to be taking right now. Got to be very careful. Nobody's got a shield that's helping him out that front or far on the front line. 6 to 7 in turrets. So with that, Complexity gets a little closer, evening up the map vision. Now they just have to clear out an inhibitor turret so they can start making some moves. Right now, they definitely have Curse on the back foot, but it doesn't mean Curse can't just turn a fight around in a few seconds.
Oh, 4 members, though. Curse are slow to rotate over.
That's the summoner heal going down. A lot of summoner spells have been being used, so along these fights, it's going to get harder and harder as teams are pressuring themselves to just the basic abilities. 50 seconds on to Baron.
Split second means everything. An inhibitor turret, that was huge for Complexity.
Yeah, needed to trade it
That's
back.
way bigger than getting a single kill. Getting that turret down without losing anybody or using too many ultimates, too many resources was a very big win for Complexity. They're very happy with how that last little venture up into Curse territory went for them.
Looks like
taking down the outer turret and the inhibitor turret.
Quas outdid himself on Jack's
Yeah, there you go.
that farm. So
basically, it's just a
refarmed himself.
It's just a record of who can play the longest game. Your CS is just going to keep on going up and up for a top laner. But yeah, I mean, being slow to move at this point in the game, you really can't afford that. I'm surprised that we don't have more home guard boots, more home guard upgrade boots on the side of Curse. I mean, we'll give Cop a pass just because he doesn't have boots to upgrade. But Dominate might want to upgrade his too.
Just, I bet she's got the money.
Maybe. Well, I don't know.
Oh, maybe not. No,
he's actually the poorest guy.
Right.
He's actually the poorest guy on the team.
You're right.
Still hasn't sold his Madreds either. I think it's time to sell the Madreds because he's not going to be jungling at all anymore. You need to sell that, get your gold back, and buy your home guards with it.
Dominate needs to get that American Express card. You probably have the gold he needed. Looking for more fights, Kaz. Not in range, just going for a ward. Thought it was going to be a real quick cocoon. We saw the last flash cocoon try for Voyboy. But,
Dominate's going in for it. Robert, no Banshees, but he goes for Westrice.
Westrice gets hit. Okay, so it's an ult for an ult. You're definitely going to get Dominates up before you get the culling back in, so we could have another engage. They're doing a good job of holding this inhibitor here.
So it's so tricky. Dominate wants to get around the side to jump on Robert, but Voyboy still has to be in that ball range.
Whoa.
Keep your eyes on Robert and Prawley's positioning. Robert and Prawley should never be standing close to each other. If they funnel in through the wall here, then it could be even worse than having a turret up. Right now, well, Prawley has his Banshees up, but getting dangerous standing close to each other there.
Man, I didn't think we'd break any more records today, but we already got 2 in this game. Coming out 7. 4 turrets left on the map for each team right now. But it's the inhibitors in the eyes of Complexity. They're looking down the mid lane. 66 minutes. into the game. That one fight means everything here.
Inhibitor at half. Are they going to give it up?
Wow.
Chased out of the base for the time being.
No real initiation if they can't get the shockwave in. Voyboy is very low on mana, so is Quas here.
Look at Cop, though. He's spending all of his mana trying to pop these Banshee Veils. He's almost run out. You have to be careful and keep enough for the actual fight. Popping the Banshees is important. Oh, that one would have been huge, getting Roberts.
He can hit some more. Having that Bio-Arcane on doesn't cost anything. But you're not in range long enough for 8
Robert
seconds.
keeps us up. He's very quick on his toes here. Dodging all the skill shots.
You know, we did say about skill shots
Look
lately.
at those minions pushing. Curse finally waited out. Side lanes both push for them. Now they've got Complexity on the run. Complexity have to decide between defending Baron and defending the side lane.
It's the 6th and 7th man in the top and bottom lane right now for Curse pushing in the lane.
Kez,
Kez way to hit up. No mana for him. They're going to be definitely able to push this one down.
Oh,
still
look at
slowly
those juicy
going.
waves. Curse. Force Baron.
Oh my gosh.
Force it. They're running up for the inhibitor. They don't want
tunneled. I'm pushing the mid lane and has not seen this.
Exposed inhibitor. Easier to force here, but it's closer to the fountain. They get a flash. Complexity aren't in position.
All right.
Oh god, here we go.
All right. Getting a little more crazy.
Chased them out.
Oh my gosh.
All right, we got 2 inhibitors sitting at half riv. It's getting hot.
Well, technically we got 1 full inhibitor. There's it. Curse gets it down. They'll start pushing back out super minions.
Dominate takes a big chunk.
Well, what's slow? 1, 2, 3 slow is impossible to chase. 4. Good luck. What a game we have going on, Kobe.
Now,
Dragon's alive. Somebody's got some pocket change.
No. We don't even look at Dragon anymore. We look at the purple
Oh,
one.
yeah? Oh, I was going to say Quas. Damn it.
Because purple one can actually go down real quick here. Curse have to be careful. They call for recalls. Give up this Baron. That's going to be gone pretty easily here for Complexity. So Curse, again, they trade an inhibitor for Baron. Interesting choice because one team fight is all it takes to win a game. At this stage in the game, I actually changed my mind and I would value a Baron buff more than I would a mid inhibitor because you get so much out of a Baron buff stats. That's the only way to increase your stats beyond, everybody's got 6 items right now, and a team fight win, killing somebody, means much more than 1 line of super minions. Super minions at this point, just 1 line down the middle, not that big of a deal. Whereas all the stats from Baron and the regen from Baron that will allow you to stay in your enemy's territory for longer, I feel like that is a better deal for Complexity. But I guess we'll see here. I don't get to see, there's not much data to go on at a 69-minute game, which is better, Baron or inhibitor, when the middle turret is down.
Well, Kobe, that's something the players don't even know.
Well, we're going to increase our sample size by 1
by 1
here.
Hell yeah.
See how it works out.
We almost may get the longest game. It might be CLG Legion back at regionals at PAX, like 75 minutes or something.
Yeah.
That game went on forever.
Who's got double elixirs? Not enough, actually.
Everybody's a bright shining star right now. Look at that. They're just running right through the lane. Let's see if the train falls off the tracks as Complexity flies down the mid lane here. They are 5 members strong. Will they be able to take down this inhibitor? Stopped up by a super minion.
Yeah, actually, Kez, the junglers are definitely the poorest. Kez still hasn't been able to get a Void Staff for his Elise.
Yeah.
Which would definitely help out. The penetration items are pretty much the biggest items at the end stage of the game. So you really want everybody to have one of those. Even your support, you would love to have one on. We'll see if the game does go over 75 minutes or something like that, though, and we do see it. As of right now, we're on track.
On track indeed. So close to being able to get into the base. Curse still down 6,000 gold in the grand scheme of things. Not meaning anything with both teams now over 100,000. But they've been there, keeping themselves alive without being in the lead pretty much this whole game. They've only grabbed it a few times to have Complexity take it back with slights of Baron, slights of split pushing.
Man.
And games just going in their favor.
And you think this fight is taking a long time? Imagine if there was a turret up right now. They would not even be stepping inside the base. So this is just the beginning here. What if this inhibitor even does go down? Complexity still have to fight their way through one of these side turrets or the double turrets. So really, somebody's just
right over there?
Somebody's got to have to take a hit sooner or later.
Got to do it. Oh, man. We got the cafeteria rumble going now.
Back to middle school. Dominic gets one hit on the side. He's stocked up.
Damage on the inhibitor.
West goes in.
Oh, West goes down the Randuins. That's a lot of damage coming in. That's going to be caught with only a few shots. Kez getting hit as well. The inhibitor is able to go down. What retreat coming from Kez. Beautiful job by Complexity, in and out, getting what they want. Now to the bottom lane, the inhibitor's going down. Let's get some gameplay going. Taking down the minions, huge clear coming from Voidboy.
Oh, two more hits, it's going down.
Two more shots, Westride's trying to walk it around. Rapid X with the focus on the inhibitor turret. We got some action, baby.
Inhibitor number 2. Who's gonna heal? Who's gonna heal? Dominant's going in. Oh, they don't get it!
Can't get the shockwave on. Now they're going to be able to get the ball move as well. Looks like probably on the outside. Robert X Lee taking quite a bit of damage. The shockwave was used, but did not do enough for the team. Curse now on the back foot. Nobody's gone down, and the home guards are definitely going to help, but Complexity's moving in.
They're moving up. They're going to go take out the last inhibitor. They want all the help they can get. 3 lines. Everybody going to have super minions after this one goes down. Oh, they chase them off!
Oh, wait a minute. You got to be careful with all that low HP. You just used everything for the fight. First ready to answer back.
Angel.
I've seen this before.
Have you now?
So good moves. Finally, Complexity dents puts a dent in the defenses of
Let's go
Curse.
get those double golems real quick, Robert. Yeah, that's going to help. Oh, he got him. Lifesteal off. Okay, legitimate reason he was lifestealing. Okay, we'll give it to him. Lifestealing counts.
Thanks, coach.
Yeah, and then they recall anyway. Dominate looking to pick people off. Again, popping the ult just to scan for enemies. Doesn't find anyone, though.
Scrying Orb. That was out from Robert X Lee, so they have a bit of safety.
Holy.
Complexity finds themselves a bit of ground.
75. We can do it.
75.
What's the longest game? I feel like it was 72.
I feel like it was 72
Are
or
we
73.
Already?
I think we already beat it.
Are we already there?
Pretty sure the CLG Legion game was only 72 and a half or something like that.
Well, we're definitely already there for the North American LCS.
Yep.
But I want to know about all-time competitive league games.
Breaking records on records.
Then you get into like really sketchy territory though, where what do you designate as an actual competitive game? Has to be a sanctioned tournament.
Yep.
And then it doesn't even matter in the end, so people just get angry over small details. Anyways, though, as we said, looks like they are going to hit the 75-minute at least.
Well, let's be
74.
We got to be honest though. If Curse and Complexity want to move up, they cannot have game results like this against the top teams in the league. This isn't something you can afford to do every game. The top teams aren't going to let you do this.
Well, it certainly is.
It's a peculiar situation.
It is a peculiar situation. Let's go with that.
Slow moving is what it is right now. Nexus turrets.
They can't handle that.
Nexus turrets on the screen. That's right.
Curse just has to
moving in.
Curse just have to go.
They got to do something.
They just have to fight now. The longer you wait, the less tower health you're going to have. So they got to just pull the trigger.
A lot of something, a little bit of this on the other side.
Oh, no. Dominant's ult is down, so they pretty much have nothing to initiate with now.
So this turret should be theirs on the next wave easy.
Special's going to have to pull some crazy flash ult to initiate.
They did that without the wave, so it'll be a shot right here.
Robert will go down in 3 shots from Cog, though, if they can get him off.
Shoot it. Shoot it.
Take the shot.
He's got it. Oh, it's the fight. Could it be the last one? It is going for broke for both teams right now. They can see the exclamation. They know that Dominate is close. He's instantly turned on. Blocking of this Iron Solari, keeping him safe for only a little bit. He gets out with a sliver of HP. What a hold by Curse right now. No, another missed shockwave in the end.
Did they keep up the inhibitor too? One inhibitor.
Put on the finish. Oh, it's the dodge. It only costs 4.
Oh, no,
he's going to
Q mana.
One more shot.
Oh, my God.
Come out. There he goes. Oh, he gets him in the end. Cop's going to be able to land
play
it.
active to kite. Oh, my my God!
Cop should be good here. He doesn't know.
He's playing with fire.
What are you doing right now, Cop?
Playing with fire.
He's going to be walking. Oh my God, no way! Oh, he gets out of the Oh, this game. Oh, need side. Need new side. Stitches, please. 17-8. 76 minutes in. We're still chasing. It's tying your shoes. Lace it up. We're going coast to coast on this one. Chasing Brawley around now. In the brush. Out of the brush. It looks like he's got a gap closed there. Will Boy go for it? Yes, he will. Oh, what is this?
In mid lane. Also, Quas is getting chased in the mid lane by Kes. They want to push this inhibitor down. Quas, does he have home guard? He has home guard. He needs to get back to heal really quickly. Oh my God. And we're not done yet.
Dominate. Gets stopped up. There's a Guardian Angel on Westrice.
Okay.
I don't know if he actually has enough damage to kill him with the slow. Dominate's going to be putting out too, so this should be an interesting walk along the beach.
Full tank protected. Full tank protected. Full tank. Dominate's just healing. It's not even hurting him. He's gaining life.
I like long walks in top lane, healing off you as you hit me, and farming minions.
Oh God. Well, we blew 75 out of the water.
Yeah, we did. There's a 77 on the clock.
Baron up, baby. How do you end a 77-minute game, Riff?
With fireworks.
With a Baron fight. A Baron throw in classic. Oh, God. Classic form here. Let's see. Complexity are going to get that. This won't actually be a throw because Curse can't contest it. They have to kill me. Okay, never mind. We'll see what happens.
Be the steal of
Could
the
be a
century.
pick. Could be a pick here.
We're going to have a lot of firsts here. The latest steal ever. The latest attempt ever. Oh, man. Start chalking them up. Call Guinness. We're ready to go on this. Going in for
Oh, they're going in the teleport.
Oh, the teleport comes in. God, Dominate taking Wit a little too much there. Quas gets himself in a good spot. He's able to take a few shots under the flabs, but they get out safely on this one.
Robert Banshee down. Probably wasn't even there, but Curse back off. If Curse had known for sure Probably was not there, maybe they would have forced that harder and used the Quas ulti. Quas still had his ulti, and there were several Banshees down. Oh, God. Teleport, though. Using teleport for that move means that they won't be able to hold the side lane and defend Baron. That move means that now they cannot contest this Baron. They have to defend now. The minion waves are going to be too much.
Well, they say no, Kobe.
I'm just kidding.
They say no.
I'm just kidding, Riv. The minion wave is doing work, though. It's getting up towards the Nexus.
The pressure is just too much.
Oh, my God. They're going to fight it.
Oh, that was really close. That was really close. Robert's smite was beautiful.
Yeah.
All right.
Robert.
Oh, pushed it. You got minions. Oh, they're going to clear that. Clear this up. Get the super minions everywhere that they can and try to do
do
a
80.
final
Come on, we're
pressure.
close. Let's do 80.
We can do 80. That's only
I
another
can do
lap.
80. I can
Just
do
take
80.
a deep breath.
Like to see all the trinkets upgraded as well.
Yeah.
That's great. Always nice to see.
I think we can tell.
TSM will swoop in and save the day for...
Just imagine if we had that, like in wrestling. just
Westrice
get this
popping
music.
that ulti. He's charged up on Fury. Westrice getting angry.
Yeah. Spinning around with bugs. Looks good.
And now he's just confused. He walked around in a circle for a while.
There wasn't enough sand. Couldn't find the sand. 9-8.
Robert Banshee is down. Hey, yo.
2 Nexus turrets stand between complexity and a win. Probably to the mid lane. No Lich Bane on him yet
Ziggs
either, so
passive,
he
though.
can't be crushing down, but he
The
does,
Ziggs
like you said,
passive
have the
working.
passive. Already crushing down. Doesn't need the Lich Bane just yet.
Oh,
Doesn't
10
have
more
it.
seconds. We can do it.
Watch it just hit 80 and everybody turns Super Saiyan and go crazy. It's a new feature nobody's
What?
seen
Yeah,
before.
what exactly happens in Summoner's... When Summoner's Rift hits 80 seconds...
80 seconds.
A giant meteor hits the ground. Oh, there they go for it, Robert!
Oh my God, Robinow's gonna go down immediately. He does get the Zanyas on. Probably also needs to use his Zanyas. Everybody's trying to go for the fast fingers, and if it's slow, you're gonna be on the
going
end
the other
of
side. They're
death.
looking to end
They
it.
could look to finish it.
Nexus
Do they
turret.
see Robert? They got a Nexus turret to end the game. This is gonna be a through the front door base race. They are trying to get this down. Robert going for the shots. He's got a black shield to stay alive. He still has no summoners, actually. A few more. Holy shit, they win the game by going in through the front door. Over 80 minutes. Complexity takes down Curse. That just happened. For that long, that many times consecutively, over and over, the circle of life to come back around, respawn, a new generation era, and then come back again and visit. Oh my word. What a game. Complexity. You know, whether they take it to the late game or not, either of these teams are teams to be reckoned with when it comes down to the wire. They know how to keep a tight formation, and they know how to play the game out to the last drop. 80 minutes.
Whew. Yeah, we did it. You guys at home, you are troopers.
You guys did it. Everybody here, you did it.
You deserve a pat on the back, everybody who partook in this game.
See, I like complexity now, because obviously they know that, damn, it shouldn't have taken that long, but they can still come out with smiles, knowing this is where we went wrong. That's where we went wrong. In a very hard-fought game from Curse, a 3-1 surge off of Super Weak for Complexity to stop that. Big momentum for them. Absolutely. The mental play, the physical coming out of that one at 80 minutes. Definitely a bit, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
A little sweaty there, coming off of the keys for the players, but they're ready. Good thing it's not a Super Week, because they'd have more games to go.
Yeah, we saw it. It affected Westrise. You know, popping his all, getting that Fury charged up, walking around in circles for a bit.
Holy mackerel.
You got to walk it off sometimes. It's too intense for a while.
What an amazing game. Now can the rest follow up? Because we still have awesome games lined up for the day. We have teams that are still trying to reach
every single
the top.
one is going to be over 80 minutes.
Absolutely.
I guarantee it.
You better call and cancel your appointments.
I don't guarantee it. Just kidding.
Didn't
call
we
me.
guarantee something earlier?
Oh,
And I forgot, whatever. But what a game to come out there. Strong play from Dominate in the beginning to really set Curse on the good foot. Great ganks coming out. Full kill participation in the first 2 to 3 from
Can't even
Dominate.
remember. Oh, yeah, that's what happened.
The Rango.
Rango happened.
Rango in the bottom.
He started out great with it. We saw the Ori Shockwave combo work wonders on Probably in the mid lane. Bottom lane, he got back into the game to get going. Towards the mid game, I don't know. He must have tried that combo 80, 70, 90 times. Some of them were good, some of them weren't good.
Yeah.
It's just
you win some, lose some.
Can't even remember all of them. Man, that was a fun game to watch, though. Everybody ending up with full items, maxed out elixirs, as well as upgraded trinkets.
Yeah, that was a hell of a game. Definitely not something I have seen before in the
We may have
way
had
of
10 Banshee Veils.
I think so. Full bubbles all around the map. Might be a first as well. Like I said, we had a lot of firsts in that
10
game.
Banshees.
But to see, I always love that part when the game gets there, where you can kind of say, like, what happened before this. Yeah, it still matters, but now each player gets to test each other with the max of everything you could ever have. Like, how really are you as a champion? How good are you?
It's also a test of, where are these teams at right now? What are they thinking? Is this a type of team that goes for the aggressive moves late and goes for gambles, tries to put themselves out there and take risks in order to get rewards? Or do they just play it as safe as possible? Where does each team's line for their risk versus reward? How risk averse is each team?
Well, in this game,
both of these teams were very risk averse.
Very risk averse. We saw it more in the mid game when after Dominate kind of took lead and gave Cop a few kills. We saw the fact that Kog'Maw's power curve as a U in that mid game when he doesn't have power was also where they weren't really doing anything. They were letting Complexity get dragon after dragon after dragon. So their risk on the dragons early game seems to be the other team. It's all right for them to have it. Which can hurt.
Yeah, they had Chris had literally 0 dragon control for the very opening of the game, but that didn't even snowball into an early lead for Complexity.
That's true.
It was a late game. Lead.
That's when you look at the late game and you're like, well, none of that stuff before really matters because it was 6 items and to the heavens. For more on that record-setting match, let's throw it over to Dash and Freak at the analyst desk.
Thanks, Riv, and way to stick that game out, guys. We're joined by Robert X. Lee and Westrise of Complexity after another record-setting match. You've now topped your past record for longest game, bringing this one to 80 minutes and 45 seconds. All right, so that's one record. The second one being that, Robert, you yourself hit 719 CS, which is the most in NA for a single game.
That's a good thing. I don't feel good, dude. I don't feel good either.
But ultimately, that brings you guys to 7 and 12 on the split. Now you're just one game behind Curse, given that they've now been knocked down a peg as well. So how does that feel? Coming out of a game like that, you can eye that 6th place spot now.
Yeah, it definitely makes us feel a lot better. We really needed this game to have a chance to get back 6, and like winning this game just made it a whole lot easier to get that spot back.
Well, I mean, speaking of that, though, Westrice, we had an article interviewing you a little while ago, and you were saying, you know, our ambitions are pretty humble. We're going for 6th place. We're going to maybe make a run during the playoffs. But you guys are, like, 5 wins, like 4. You're 4 wins behind the 1st place team. You're 4 wins behind 1st place with, like, 9 games to go. Any chance you kind of reconsider and say maybe we make the rush to the top?
We'll definitely keep that in mind. But right now we just want to be at 6.
Okay.
But yeah, like all these teams are like taking games off each other, so I would not be surprised if we do end up getting those 4 wins and getting to the top. But that's something we really want to look at.
All right, absolutely. Now I want to jump right into Champs League. Let's talk about this incredibly long game. Lux, why didn't we see her get picked?
I just remember seeing there was a Reddit post saying that that 2 teams out of 8 are going to pick Lux. So we're like, let's troll this. I mean, we just it's all for the troll.
All right, classic troll. But all joking aside, you guys came out of Champ Select with a lot of really strong early game picks, and we saw you use that to bully lanes and kind of demonstrate some dominance. However, that resulted in going down in some kills early. You were down 4-1, but you picked up 4 dragons in a row to start the game off. So when being down in kills, what allowed you that kind of objective control? Robert?
So we're leading in CS. We picked dominant lanes over our opponents, but all that got neutralized because of the Rengar ganks. Like Dominate did a really good job ganking us and kind of evened out the game. But despite those ganks, we just decided like we just need to play more passive, and you know we still had the stronger lane. So we just drop down pink wards, control the objectives instead of trying to bully our opponent out of lane. So that's why we got almost every single dragon.
Yeah,
Almost.
You guys took 4 dragons in a row. You were 4-0. They took the 5th one. So that was sort of the game plan. You said, well, oh, shoot, there's this Rengar who's really scary. You've got to worry about Dominate. Kind of a 2-point question then. So, one, you talked about it a little bit. You said you put pink wards down and played less aggressively. So what was sort of the adaptation to play around Rengar? And 2, do you think this is a champion more teams should pick up because it forced you guys to play more passively?
I don't think teams should play Rengar because I don't like playing passive.
The rest of it, otherwise put
There you
down.
have
Great. An honest answer.
Yeah, but really, Rengar is a very annoying champion. I always thought that, oh, we just got to group together and Rengar ulti won't do anything. Oh, man, I was so wrong. That Orianna Rengar combo caught me off guard so many times. I was like, I'll just dash the Orianna ultimate. This is so easy. And then Dominate had the 5 Fury stack E. I get rooted down. I'm like, oh no, I can't dash anymore, and I just cried to sleep.
Well, thankfully you stayed awake throughout the game. 80 minutes in, you guys still made it happen. So you can cry tonight and prepare for your game tomorrow on that one. Okay, so then you guys had this really weird mid game where you guys can't pick up any kills easily. Like there's like a 9-1 in kills, some crazy score where you guys can't seem to win any team fights. How did you manage to actually group yourselves back up? You're facing a late game Kog'Maw, who's all kinds of scary, right? Like, and you can't seem to win any team fights. How do you sort of recollect yourselves and play aggressively again?
In the end, we couldn't push on them. That, as you can see, the combo is just way too deadly. So we called in our 6 member, the minions, to help us push, and we just let it slow push and have them do the work. Like we learned from the Korean gods on how to play the game, and we won. We beat the game 65.
Yeah, I mean, that worked really well. So speaking of the mid-game a little bit more, you guys had a couple of good plays, though. There's a team fight. It's around 39 minutes into the game. You guys pick up a kill. If we can pull the replay up. This is going to be a special replay. It actually goes for the entire rest of the game. So for the next 50 minutes, tell me what you guys are thinking during this fight. Go ahead.
It's all US.
All right, let's see if I remember what happened here. So, yeah, right here, we had the feeling that we were getting caught. But, like, me and Kez are really tanky. So at this point, we were just kind of back so our team can rejoin us. So they actually like chased us pretty far in, and then at this point, Bubba was calling go because, and then he got a beautiful 5-man ult. And at this point, it was the green light to go in, but at the same time, Robert got knocked out. Yeah, Dominate ended up dying there, and right here, I think I flashed a little bit too early. I should have waited till my E was back up, and then I flashed E. So I think we could have gotten like at least one more kill if I played that properly. But in the end, it just, you know, it ended up being just a 1-for-0 when it could have been more.
Well, absolutely. And that just demonstrated your guys' team fight potential there with the Ziggs and the Lucian and things like that. But I actually want to throw another question at you, Westrice, which is, as we moved into late game, I noticed that you did not build a single damage item. What was the thought process behind that? Was it just, I'm going to be the giant meat shield and let these guys throw in the damage, or what?
Actually, it was just more for the Gragas. So, like, Gragas harasses really hard, and I think he's, like, one of the best top laners right now. And, like, the way to deal with it is with more sustain. So I just played Renekton. I had no plan of killing him at all, like no plan. Like my job was just to clear the minions and be a meat shield for my team. So like that's basically what I did. And I'm just like a stun bot for the team too. So I didn't want to die, and I just wanted to be a stun bot. And yeah, that's basically how it went.
All right, well, we're going to now jump forward to where you guys are all 6 items, and you guys are now breaking into the base. This is a replay here for the final push into the base here to end the game. Robert, explain to me what's going on, because you guys end up making the decision to backdoor about midway through this team fight. Let's roll.
Okay, so in this team fight, I get caught really, really badly. I think Rengar's up my face, and I get Lucian. I'm like spamming my flash and I'm just doing my call. I'm just kiting out. The rest of my team said that Kez said he caught Orianna, so I was like, I can't really do anything in this fight. I'm just gonna go and try to end the game, because I'm worthless in the team fight. I'm way too low. So I just went for the game end, and actually working out, and it was really close. I couldn't hit the Nexus there. It wasn't
Inhibit respawn.
I actually killed the Nexus.
Oh, dude, you're a god.
You know what? I wasn't even thinking about it.
Wes, dude, if
no,
you
I didn't even know that the inhib went up.
Oh my
so
god,
like,
I love you
like,
even more.
I mean, yeah, dude.
Dude, wow.
I didn't mean to do that, honestly, but you know, it just worked out.
Just what the heck? They all planned. Say we coordinated that. Dude, we're next level. We were like,
okay,
yo,
fine. I planned that. I just wanted to be modest. You know?
The mind meld was so real.
It's actually Robert. I think it was you in pregame chat. You were talking with the other players, and you're like, "You're either gonna win in 20 minutes or we're gonna win in 60, but it's our choice which one that one is." I feel like you guys willingly just go into these hour-and-a-half long games.
I don't even know what to say.
I think
it's not even a question. It's just a great statement.
These games are very mind-tolling for sure.
Yeah.
Because I was beating myself up because I got caught by the Ori Rengar combo like twice and costing my team team fights because of it. And I was like, man, dude, like these team fights are so frustrating. And this is the worst comp that I ever, like one of my worst comps that I ever played against, where you're forced to play like a little lady and then just wait for the Rengar ultimate to wear off. And then it's such a short cooldown too. So you only have like a 40, 50 second window to get stuff done, right? I think you need to nerf that champion. I think they should increase the cooldown to 2 minutes on ultimate.
Okay,
we'll make sure to pass that message.
Because no one likes these 90-minute games, and I guarantee you that if Rengar wasn't in the game, we would have manned up.
Well, no one can say that it wasn't exciting, that's for sure. All right, but given how exhausting these long matches are, you guys are facing LMQ tomorrow, which is one of those top teams. What's the reset like and the prep going into tomorrow, and how confident are you?
I think LMQ is like one of the best teams right now, and we don't really have a good record versus them either. So like that's definitely something we need to like really prepare for.
All right. Well, best of luck in your preparation for that game tomorrow. Congratulations on the win and the records. And we're going to be heading off the Rift for about 3.5 minutes. After the break, we'll get back into the action with Evil Geniuses taking on Cloud9. Don't go anywhere.
We're putting too much energy into the cameras, guys. Save it for the game.
It's gonna be close.
Can they get the shockwave combo off?
Yeah. Oh, they do! Wombo combo indeed, served up just right. A great job by Kaz. Cobb still staying alive. One last shot. A few more for Westrice. The Academy surprise. If nothing will take him down. And Cobb is going to stay alive.
Cobb doesn't have his.
Put bubble Cobb.
Oh, you got him! Robert Exley, relentless pursuit, but it doesn't matter. He gets chewed up from Cobb. The authority is laid down. One inhibitor. Oh, no! Put on the finish. Sure! Oh, it's the dodge. It only costs 4.
No,
he's going to kill. One more shot.
Oh, my
Triangle
God.
come out. There he goes. Oh, he gets it Welcome back to the North American LCS and our next matchup. It's Evil Geniuses versus Cloud9. And for EG, they'll be looking for a win right now to snap a 5-game losing streak.
For all the work that they have done and the team changes that they've made to climb their way out of that hole, they've actually only fallen deeper into the hole.
Yeah.
They're not losing the early game, though, and many of their losses have been close. However, communication in the late game, it really seems that it's still an issue for this team. The last time that they matched up against Cloud9, they had a decent early game, but after the team got split up and picked off around an early dragon, they were never able to catch up.
And meanwhile, Cloud9 are coming off a big win over Dignitas that gave the fans a glimmer of their two-time defending champions.
Yeah, individually, each player on Cloud9 looked strong, but also they came out with a cohesive strategy that was different from what everyone else is using right now. They built a team comp that was designed to support and protect Sneaky's Kog'Maw, while also still doing AoE magic damage. To that end, Meteos and Balls both had their first games this split on Lulu and Nunu, and they used them to maximum effect. Full team support definitely isn't a new idea, by the way, but Cloud9 executed it very well, and we haven't seen it in such a long time that it's new to a lot of the people that were watching.
That's right, and with new updates to the items hitting the game in recent weeks, it has opened up a whole new world for dealing damage and destruction on the Rift.
I think the item changes just shifted what was strong.
Now it's mainly between like Infinity Edge, Triforce, or Blade. So there are a lot of options.
If you want to win the game early and you have like an early game champion, then you want to go those early game items like Ghost Blade, Blade of the Ring King.
Those are really good on champions like Lucian, Twitch, Vayne.
If you were a Bork building AD, your life just became like 20 times better.
Right now I think Bork, Ghost Blade is like the funnest items to go every game.
Yeah, Yomu is probably one of the most fun items in the game because when you activate it, you're just like, wow, I'm so fast. There's this like laser beam sound effect that comes up.
The visuals and the sound, it's just like, it's like a chainsaw going off. It's like, oh my god.
Whoa, probably to the back line and he gets dunked down.
Personally, I'm not a big fan of the Yomus. I think my favorite AD carry item right now would probably be Triforce. I like playing Kog'Maw a lot, and with the Triforce first build, you can get an early Ruby Crystal or Phage, and that just makes you unkillable.
If you want to like scale and just like be relevant and carry really hard late game, you want to go like IE, Shiv, Last Whisper.
You're gonna see a lot of long range hyper carries, and you know that's Jinx, Caitlyn, Twitch, Tristana, Kog'Maw.
I think once you get IE and like Static Shiv or PD, you'll be stronger than the guy with Bork and Ghost Blade.
Because 80 carries are going Infinity Edge now. I feel more of a threat. It's like, oh, I can kill people in a few shots after I get my items.
Shifter gets hit up, a few more shots, Robert flashes, he gets the explosive hit, one more, another reset, Complexity takes down Dignitas. We'll see what these teams have for each other as we're coming up. We'll take a closer look at the teams for this match. On the blue side, it's going to be Evil Geniuses. That means it's Inox in the top lane, Helios representing in the jungle with Pobelter in mid, Altec at 80 carry, and his support, as always, Crepo.
And on the red side, it's Cloud9. Up top is Balls. In the jungle, Meteos. Mid is High. The AD carry, Sneaky. And supporting, Lemon Nation.
See who has the better ideas coming out of Champion Select. It seems that itself in 4-11 was a very big place to pretty much just win the game and take your opponent out single-handedly. Now we see another little patch, and things are kind of altered a little bit more, and the games are getting even longer.
Yes, one of the things I do like about 4-11 is that the way that assists bounties are accumulated has been changed a little bit, just drawn it out a little bit more.
Right.
So it takes one more to get to that maximum streak. And you don't feel as bad when you are the team that's ahead, because the team that's trying to come back doesn't have as easy of a time. It's a very small change, but it does help a little bit for teams that do get those leads. Helps teams close out. However, so far we've seen 4-11, longest games ever.
I like that they took out the Cog. That late game is gone. Tristana still stands, but Altec's been more of a Jinx player. Interesting as well to see the Kog'Maw being banned out from Sneaky. He's been the one really to play it, so they fear that pick on both sides.
Yeah, it's pretty much finally made its way over here to North America and to be considered the top, if not, just one of the top 80 carries. For a while, in a lot of other regions, has been prized a little bit more highly. But banning that one out early means opens the door for the Twitch and the Lucian and the Corki, which are very interesting because they're all so different in what your team wants to do with them, and tells a lot about what type of strategy you're going for. Like if you pick Corki, then you want early and mid-game power. You want to finish it quick. We'll see what they go with here, though.
Very nice pressure band coming out there. EG causes the Gragas band to go out instead of probably a Lee Sin. Quickly picked up by Evil Geniuses there for Helios.
Yep.
He'll be happy on that. He's been trying some new stuff lately and other things that really weren't giving EG the kind of pressure they wanted in the early part of the game. If we remember Helios' first play, he was first blooding under a turret with the help of Inox on that Lee Sin.
Yeah, that Gragas as well has been rising in popularity.
Yeah.
About the same
So is Rise
same timeline as Kog'Maw. So Rise, we'll see if it goes mid or top. Could be either. Early game power though with Lee Sin. I like this because you can punish a Rise early and dive him. Same thing you can do to Mundo though. If there's an early game jungler here for Cloud9, well, the Lisa and Evelyn are both banned, so with Lee Sin picked up, there's not a whole lot of early power that Meteos could go for. Meteos pretty much left with the Nunu or one of these other tank junglers that can use the Quill Coat.
Yeah.
I wonder which option he'll go with, because Rengar as well is still available. We keep on forgetting about that one. Meteos was one of the guys, along with Dominate, that put in a lot of time on Rengar.
Wow,
but
they
back
pushed
to the
back
Nunu.
to the Nunu. It's actually Helios playing Nunu last time these guys faced off in week 6. So they pushed that over to the C9 side.
Yeah, the Meteos Nunu with a Rise lane already. I guess it's not too bad because Mundo not the strongest early either.
Right.
We'll see what Meteos can actually do with this, because Lee Sin definitely has way more kill potential on lanes than Nunu does. But if he can get some early Sightstone wards down here from Nunu, then he can flip that, because Lee Sin, while he does get a Sightstone also, usually going for damage first. Get a couple long swords rather than rushing into a Sightstone. So Meteos should still probably have the early vision advantage. See if he can actually make it work though. The Yasuo locked in with only Thresh knockups available for the team.
Let's see if High can do this. The first time he's going to be bringing out Yasuo in the mid lane for Cloud9. We'll have to see if they can really get that synergy together. Yeah, like you said, he doesn't have much to really pop people up.
It's interesting because both of these teams do have strong late game scaling. Mundo is one of the best late game scaling tanks, and they've EGF paired a Mundo late game scaling tank with late game scaling AD carry here in Tristana. Meanwhile, Cloud9 have that Rise to count on, as well as Yasuo, who's very good in the late game because of the CC.
Well, if history repeats itself, we'll get that late game. Now it's time to put you on the spot and see how you guys are calling this matchup. According to LOLesports.com, it's another 70%-ish vote, and that's 79% in favor of Cloud9 here. EG is looking to rack up a little more than 21, and you can help that.
Yep. Once again, if you think that one of the teams will get an advantage or have already gotten an advantage with their team competition, then you can update your vote by tweeting at LO Esports and use the hashtag EGWin or C9Win.
Start crowding the social media airwaves and get behind your favorite team. Evil Genius is really looking to stop some bleeding here. This 5-game losing streak they have is kind of compounded. Super Weeks haven't been their best. They're 0-8 on Super Weeks. The last one, too, 0-4 with that math. So for them, needing wins here is a must.
Yeah.
They really need to start getting themselves back up in the standings here. And more than now the second half of the split, we're already into it.
Yeah, and what is their streaks? 5 games in a row they've lost.
Yeah.
They want to put an end to that streak as early as possible. Some teams have been able to do it against Cloud9. You know, Cloud9
Well, they already have one win.
Yeah, they've been such a wild card.
Hopefully that day, it's
Get
the
the
ace
bottom.
in the hole coming out for EG this time. They would love to win here. Cloud9 looking to keep themselves as one of those stable, more top-tier teams that they've actually been falling out of this season as the 2-time champs coming out of the LCS splits recently.
All right, a sweeper from Meteos for the start. Let's see what Cloud9 do. Nunu is very, very good if he can get an early lead in the jungle. If Cloud9 can finagle their way to a level 1 advantage, then Nunu would be a great champion for taking advantage of that. Let's see, though. Everybody just screening so far. Might be a late invade still, though. You never know. They could still group up. Meteos as well with a regular ward to place down if they decide to go for that invade. Helios, though. Man, as a jungler, he has always been up for early fights, especially with Lee Sin. He is going to be looking for those fights.
His debut was to die and give Inox first blood. It was great. He'll probably do it over and over again.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah, they got it.
They got a kill. So, worth his life.
A little love tap coming in from Lemon Nation and Alltac as they meet each other towards the bottom half of the map. At least they know, obviously, getting standard lanes, but they have the wards that'll tell them that already.
Sense Balls is not scared of being killed by Mundo early, starting with the offensive Mana Crystal rather than boots to dodge cleavers or skill shots. He's got very, very high harass early here, this Rise. Mana Crystal as well as Mana Runes versus Mundo. So we'll see how much he can punish him because you have to be very careful. Rise is strong 1 versus 1 if left isolated versus a lot of these top laners, these melee top laners. However, Rise can easily be ganked early and turn that completely around. When these melee champions get an edge on Rise, they can chase him down very easily, and Rise can't even lane anymore after that. Nunu is definitely one of the weaker ones, though. He doesn't have to be as scared as like if it was Aurelia he was facing, but Mundo can still chase you down in that long lane if he gets an early lead and is able to get cleaver positioning on you. So this top lane can be changed very quickly by jungler influence.
Great denial. He's still going to get it.
Right now, before 3 minutes, Balls should definitely have the upper hand, and he is taking advantage of it, harassing Mundo down. We'll see if Meteos decides to place his early vision to screen for Balls and try and protect Balls up in that top lane for the sort of classic Cloud9 play style, running a lot of plays out of the top side of the map.
I was going to say a much faster clip, but there's no gank coming out of it as he goes towards Wraiths. Helios finishes his red a little sooner, but Meteos has already taken his small camp, so he's going to be up towards that top lane after Golems. Like we said, may not see too much in that lane, but we'll also have to keep tabs on the usual Mundo gank. Is it going to happen before 5? Will we see it towards the top lane? It'd be pretty easy to cancel out, especially without having a ton of hard crowd control coming from Rise and Nunu.
Hang on to Rise early. They do. Call out that he's overextended. Meteos, he places the ward, but he doesn't sweep it. His sweeper was on cooldown too, so Balls not communicating that Mundo went over to that side bush to place the ward. Maybe Balls didn't get vision of it, but regardless, top lane going to be left on its own because EG know that there's a ward here from Cloud9. So Lee Sin will not try and gank that way, decides to change and go for mid instead. High baiting it out a little bit.
Very nicely played by Helios. Just playing it slow so he can get the max amount of damage on. Good aggression towards the bottom lane as well.
High should be cheating to the other side of the river, by the way, since he has a ward on the top side.
Yeah, good call.
Should definitely be hugging that side. Yasuo, though, he loses a lot of potency in lane phase if he's not free to dash up into the minion line. So you could see why Hai was just playing a little hesitant there. He wanted to draw out the jungler so he would be free to get some more CS during lane phase.
Right. Looking at his runes as well, it appears with the inside info, he's not running any crit with his page. A little different from what we usually see.
Yeah, a lot of people will run the 5% so that when they get their Infinity Edge Static Shiv combo with the doubling passive of Yasuo, they can hit that 100% mark. Here it is, the top lane focus.
Oh.
Because EG knew there was a ward, they go for the lane gank, one of the other big pros of Lee Sin.
It looks like Pobelter make a hit up as well. Cloud9 trying to activate their own gank in the mid lane, and they are able to answer with the first blood.
Yeah, getting the flash out and the kill secured. Nunu with the high potency gank. Will EG go for a dive though? Ball's full health. Definitely need to back off here. So huge win actually for Cloud9 in the early game. Helios spending his time up top, whereas Meteos goes for the high percentage gank mid. Walks through. Oriana was pushing up. Hai had a minion wave to work with. That is just the juiciest time to go for a gank here. Well timed by Cloud9, communicating. Yep. Wave coming in, go for the gank now. Yasuo's easy at chasing people down through those minion waves. And it's all about this vision control from Meteos. We were wondering if he was going to be able to get that head start. He has just littered the entire map with wards. He covered top side first and takes that mid opportunity after the mid kill to get red side as well. So complete coverage here for Cloud9, as we're used to seeing them, you know, when they were in their heyday, the golden age of Cloud9.
Yep.
When they were beating not only the top teams, but also all the bottom teams.
It almost seemed like seamless wins would just kind of pile right in. Let's see if they can keep mid lane. Good push onto Pobelter, but getting high going, especially on Yasuo. Kind of been criticized about his champion pool. Now pulls out this. We'll see if his 1-0 can be carried a little bit farther into the late game. As we were talking a little bit earlier about balls getting ganked, we've actually seen Rises have like only 5 CS by the time everybody else is level 3 or 4. So we know he's going to get big in the late game, even if they put pressure on him.
It was yeah, and that's why we were looking for something from Meteos, whether it was counter gank or vision control.
Right.
And he did do the vision control, so it was a good job by Balls. Escaping that first gank was definitely huge for him. Only having to blow his flash gave him a lot of confidence as well. But flash blown should be a return from Helios, because still Balls was a very squishy kill, and it's a long lane where they have Mundo cleavers to spam.
Right. Where
Inox has the flash advantage over Balls. Should be a pretty clear call to go for maybe another lane gank if they're worried about vision control.
Lemon Nation getting body blocked out constantly by minions in the bottom lane.
Actually, you know what? With the flash available on Helios and Inox, that would be pretty much a guaranteed kill if he had gone up to that top lane.
I like Inox's first buy too, because it also kind of thwarts out Meteos' damage if he's to come in for the counter gank. So that Negatron cloak leaves him pretty strong to go into any 2v2s towards the top lane.
Yeah, straight up against Rise, definitely going to want to get his cowl as quickly as possible. The extra health regeneration on poke from magic damage is very, very strong for laning phase. And having started that health crystal, he'll be able to complete it very quickly. There you go. He's got his cowl. Return to base just for that,
priority
by the
on
way.
that.
Right back there to get it. So he should be able to stay close in CS now with Balls. And the harass won't be as big of a deal. However, you've got a Rise scaling up here with almost the highest CS in the game. He's just under the 80 carries. So Balls is feeling very, very strong about the way the early game has been going for him. And he's going right into the scaling items. Tier into the Rod of Ages very quickly for him. So Cloud9 will be pretty happy with that situation. But speaking of the bottom lane, maybe we check in down there, because it looks like Tristana will be going for a Static Shiv, and Cloud9 take the opportunity for the back timing of the bottom lane to take that early dragon.
This is very much old Cloud9 play. They won't fight you for dragon. They out-rotate you. They outmaneuver you, and you won't even have a chance to be there for dragon. First one to Cloud9 at 9 minutes.
It's one of those things you really have to keep track of. Your timings to go back and purchase, or timings that you can force someone out of lane, are huge, especially when you're facing a Nunu. Nunu can take early dragons so easily. You have to be very careful. And you can use this against the teams that you're playing too. Timing the harass that you want to, when you want to go aggressive in your lane with when your jungler is ready for something like that dragon. Also, keeping track of the gold that your enemy has is very important.
Oh.
When they want to go return to base.
He just denied that.
He knows there's no Ignite in Inox. That's why Inox is playing this so brazenly in the top lane, running right up to a Rise. That if, you know, Balls did have an Ignite rather than teleport, probably could have killed him there, but Inox knows he does not, and able to take it.
Ooh! A very great game of denial being played. 81-69 in that top lane. That last one, Balls was able to get in front of a siege minion. Now a bit of aggression to the mid lane. Uh-oh. Helios has a friend. He knows, though. Good ward from him. They're going to be able to quickly put Meteos in a bad spot, force a flash out of this as well. And Helios making a bad situation look good.
Now, he wastes a pink ward 5 seconds, 3-4 seconds after the flash is already there. There's no way he's going to catch up to Meteos.
Right. They thought they had Preppo coming in. A little miscommunication for
seemed
sure.
like a waste of a pink ward for that jump there, because Meteos can clear that one out. He knows it's there. That's 100 gold. And it was a very good flash by Meteos, by the way, to get over that wall, because he knew if he ran down the river, he'd run into Preppo, as you're saying.
Bad news bears.
But yeah, 2 wards in that attempt for the jump. Just a little too late there. I think that first ward was just him failing it over the wall.
Gotta use the next one. So it looks like we have the Golem finished up on Meteos. His Golem Spirit is all done. Still looking for the Lizard onto Helios. Pretty close in names, don't get them mixed up. And just about 1,000 gold lead coming in, or at least 1,500 for Cloud9. Pretty normal. They're controlling the game as they usually do with that Rise in the top lane. You can see Balls is more than happy to just farm and kind of take cleavers to the face, denying Inox farm, which he's actually getting himself back up in. So a tanky Mundo in the late game is really what's going to help protect.
As I said, once you get that cowl, kind of give up on the harass game after the cowl. So Balls is using it all as mana here for CSing. CSing under turret, difficult for Rise without using his abilities. And he wants to stack up his tier anyway. So he's going to get that done. Spirit Vision complete means, yes, 100% give up on your harass of Mundo, because there's no way Rise without Ignite is going to kill him.
Ooh, very close. Crepo almost hitting a Winter's Bite there that may have activated Helios on the Russian. You can see High, he's getting a little antsy as well. Sets down a ward below him, a pink ward. So it looks like they're ready to gain control over that area quite soon. He's 107-102. Him and Pobelt are actually faring quite well together in that mid lane.
Helios strikes back, but he sees High leave the lane and waits a little while for the pink ward vengeance.
Nicely done.
They've got a long time till the next dragon, though, since they missed out on the opportunity with their base timers.
They have their side warded for sure. You can see Meteos going to get control back of that lane. Helios is just watching Pobelter get knocked off. Oh my gosh. The aggression from High coming out. He just knows the limitations of his champion.
Didn't even have to burn Ignite.
No, nothing.
And as soon as Meteos sees that, makes the call to go for this blue steal. Well done by High. It's been a long time since we've seen a solo laner make a play by themselves. Especially since, High's been getting so much flack lately.
Yeah.
Let's take another look. This is a
people
pure...
have been looking for him to open
Pobelter got overconfident because Helios is sitting next to him, but Helios waiting around there. Did Helios have his ulti for that? No, doesn't look like he did. But man, Pobelter wanted to shove because he had his jungler there. He felt confident in shoving, but Helios was backing off, not helping him shove. And High, great job taking that opportunity. Huge solo play from him.
Yeah, Pobelter feels like he would have been safe in lane. He actually goes straight Athenes, so High knows there's no armor to cut through there. Making it quite easy.
Good point. It does help him out a tiny bit with the lightning bolts. Lightning bolts from High, but definitely didn't help him out there.
Yeah. Still back and forth in this lane. Ball's able to keep a bit of a CS lead, but Mundo will be Mundo, even if he's 15 CS behind as we get into the late game. 50 seconds on Dragon. Teleports are going to be up for both top laners, and we may see one heck of a fight coming in. Good wards for Cloud9. A few pink wards have been cleared out by Evil Geniuses, but they still hold a good amount of wards themselves there, so they haven't lost all probability of this Dragon fight.
And as we do get, closer to the late game, this top lane that's both content to farm, if I was the one with the Ryze on my team, I would actually prefer that, because in the team fights, when you get to that phase, this Mundo, who's pretty much all magic resistance, just kidding, now he's got his armor, would have a hard time versus Lucian plus Yasuo. So good job here by Inox. Smelling a dragon fight about to come up, decides to purchase some armor before boots. He's actually heading down bottom as well, so maybe it is even EG who want to force this. But man, they gave up more free time for Ryze to farm, so Balls is going to be able to get turret pressure as well, and he can still teleport down to the dragon. Ooh. Oh, they catch out Lemon though.
Altec can't decide if he wants to go over the wall or not.
They get the
That
teleport.
just happened as well. The teleport and Meteos blew his ultimate on the back line. Very interesting. Wow, the Dragon alive.
Pretty well played by EG.
Yep.
The bait right there. And they actually are going to force C9. C9 feel like they have to start this Dragon because they've committed. They've used the teleport. If they return to that lane, then the other one's going to be down. However, it's a possibility to get a steal because even if you're Nunu, Lee Sin has an execute as well. It's not quite 50-50, but High makes a pick!
Pobelter back on the Rift.
I believe High got
back
that with his
off the
knock-up.
Rift.
High started it with his knock-up into ulti, and then
dove it.
Balls came over with the Rune Prison to ensure the kill. Another huge pickup there, and High making solo play after solo play makes it so that Cloud9, using their teleport, they don't have to pay for it, and they get the dragon, and they can return to lane. All right, so High charged up his, just straight runs at him with the flash to guarantee knockup, and Balls flashes as well to ensure that there's no escape for Pobelter. Huge plays here. Cloud9, again, looking aggressive early, jumping on any opportunity, and capitalizing very quickly. 5K gold lead pretty much for them.
Visions of the old Cloud9 right now, Kobe. They are playing very aggressive, assertive, like every fight is going to be a victory for them, and they disengage properly when necessary. Now they give Balls free farm in the top lane. Everything is going in their favor as they start to gain bottom control, and split push is still in their favor.
Not really a fan of that teleport because there was no way EG were gonna get a kill off of that under the turret. And Cloud9 had already started to back off since they had missed everything and just gotten the flash already out of Braum. So teleport, maybe some miscommunication. Rough series of events here for Evil Geniuses. And they have decidedly lost this early game. A lot of people were mentioning in their losses, they didn't always lose it very early on. And
they'd have a little control.
It was mostly the later game, but man, have Cloud9 come out very strong in this early game.
Only looking for one more outer turret as they so far have a shutout here 17 minutes into the game in kills and for their turrets on the map. So their vision is on the up and up. Should be getting some forward wards placed out quite soon. Last Dragon was theirs due to a bit of a mistake by Evil Geniuses. Even though Cloud9 had just used practically every ultimate and teleported in, they were still able to get that Dragon.
Man, it is going to be a rough comeback for EG now. Mid and top turret are down. So Meteos on that Nunu with his early Sightstone can get down so much control over the blue buff of Evil Geniuses that Cloud9 should easily be able to control that one. If you can deny that from Orianna, very, very big for Cloud9 because Orianna is a lot of the wave clear. Altec is most of the rest of the wave clear, pretty much all of it, with Trist.
That's somebody who should keep an eye on as well.
Bottom lane.
Altec has been able to come out very strong on his AD carries. This is his first Tristana game. We'll see what he can put up.
3 though. Once again, stalemate in the bot lane.
His first Jinx game, he was able to put up a pentakill. See if he can do on Trist. Actually love the build path for Trist coming into the new patches. Just a little bit of burst as you get your static shiv first. And you can build all the damage you want. It's really nice.
Yeah.
Feels good in lane.
Burst for him, burst for Yasuo. High's got it as well. We'll see if Sneaky goes for it. Last time Sneaky went Infinity Edge into Phantom Dancer for the hard late game carry. Big fan of that Shiv though on it as well. We'll see what he has for this time. Good CSing under turret here for Balls, but he's running low on juice.
Good dodges. He'll be able to keep it up. Already bringing Minox down to half health. So you know in these fights, if these guys meet, That's going to be...
Oh, yeah, because he's got high coming in. If there had been no ward there, then it would have been a great job by Balls, softening Mundo up. However, Inox does have defenses in place, able to back off, and it's just going to be a return to base for Balls.
So High with 2 kills. Balls in the top lane with 1 previously. That flash on a Pobelter.
Yeah, he's antsy
flash
now.
from Pobelter as well.
Pobelter's real antsy now.
He has
after
to
what
be.
happened last time.
The only thing he's got since we saw that Athene's is the penetration boots. And now with the teleport coming in, that's the blast coming out of Helios. He gets the dragon kick. That rage is going to be enough to keep Helios in range. The blast in. 1 more Q is not enough. Shield coming from Pobelter, actually. They're going to try to lock down Altec as soon as he gets out of the brush. They get it, and he forces the flash. Very nicely played. Cloud9 coming up big on all fronts.
Yeah, Rise has come to play, and Balls is going to be out of control this game. He got to scale up pretty much for free. And yeah, as we talked about, I'd definitely take him over a late game Mundo that was even farm.
Now he's doing some double scaling. Got the Rod of Ages going built up. He'll be fine. See how long he has on that. He's about 120 on the on it. It's charged up so far. Just picked himself up another kill in the game, as we saw, and Cloud9 moving very surely and quickly down the bottom lane to a 2nd-tier turret. They still have only lost top turret as of right now. 20 minutes into the game, they've got themselves a 7,000 gold lead.
I don't even know if Inox can handle him now, especially with red buff here. Balls, as long as Balls doesn't get ganked by someone else, he's pretty much got control of the map. He can do whatever he wants. He has no vision though. He's playing like he knows how strong he is right now. He knows that it's going to be rough for EG to do anything.
We'll see if EG can actually put that plan into form. A lot of wards to the bottom side right now are keeping Sneaky safe if he decides to go back down and farm. It looks like the rest of Cloud9 is pretty much happy waiting to pick up their small camps. They know Dragon's up in just a bit of time. They were the ones to take it previously after a fight win. We'll see if EG can try their hand now with the next Dragon.
Yeah, they've got plenty of vision lined up for it.
Somewhat in position. Not really, though.
Whole bottom side of the map here. High with a red buff also. That would be very, very bad for EG to fight this. I don't think they want to. Maybe just some poke. They do have Inox teleport, but man, that's suicide.
Whoa, High only gets 1 for the ultimate. He goes for last breath, and they pull it right back into Meteos' ultimate of absolute 0. Perfectly played for their area of effect. Can they finish it off, though? Lemon Nation gets 100 health hook to keep himself alive as well with the help of Sneaky and Meteos still. Inox puts on the ultimate. It's going to get a little crowd control break there and get himself out with the HP.
Dragon already down, and EG get caught up. Another snag there from High. Able to get a 3-for-2 trade after objective already down. Cloud9 rolling their way to a mid-game victory.
Let's see who gets these kills. Whoever got the kill on High, it's good money.
High goes in. Yeah, exactly. The bounty is a big bonus for EG, but still, they lose a lot here.
Yeah.
Exhaust was also used there. Balls barely goes down. Lemon Nation gets a last-minute hook point blank onto Lee Sin in order to not make it a 3-for-3 trade. We do see that, you know, there is value in that top lane Mundo as well that got free farm. Very strong by himself. However, he doesn't influence the fight nearly as much as Balls did because Inox had to teleport down a little bit late since they were caught off guard. Those few seconds do mean a lot at the beginning of a fight. And Mundo doesn't exactly have a big effect when he joins the fight. He wants to have the overall damage over time, long-lasting effect of starting the fight there from the beginning, being able to tank and use up the regen for the whole time.
You almost want to be the focus, but not, so you can run around even more.
Exactly. You want to be the focus, but you want to get a shield or something so that you can ult when you're low and then survive the duration of your ult. So that's why I like it with things like Lulu or Orianna or Kayle, because those can all shield Mundo when he gets low as he pops his ult, which is his only vulnerable time. And as soon as the ult starts ticking, he starts regenerating back up. Then he's fun to play. And you have successfully baited out a lot of your enemies' spells. However, he's got 3 people near him, and he's got no shields to rely on. So dodge the hook is imperative.
All right.
Get the flash out. Doesn't even want to chance it.
Flash for a 3 roam. That'll do. He gets himself out safely. His teleport's still waiting to come up, so can't really get too far into enemy territory. That last fight, as you were saying, the shutdown onto High went to Pole Belter. From that needlessly large rod, he quickly built himself
Hey, High is really, Yasuo is
Well,
very
headstrong.
good. Yasuo is very strong at taking mid-game Barons because of the wind wall. But on top of that, Meteos, Jungle Nunu, great for duoing Barons here. He can easily pick it up and heal a lot. EG have no idea at the very beginning because C9 were showing in lanes. Great Baron for them. 25 minutes looking at a shorter game than, than we had.
Don't jinx it.
I'm guessing.
Don't do it. We'll see. We're at 24 minutes. These guys have gone to 48. Week 6 game was 48 minutes, Kobe, so we'll see. Moving down mid lane. Cloud9 looks like they'll get an easy second tier here. They know the exact limitations of what they can do, and now with Baron buff, they're going to even be able to push that to 11. Slowly making their way out. Without Baron on the map, it's going to be this bottom lane push control, warding, and Cloud9 being Cloud9. Looks like they're back in form as we get into week 8.
Yeah, and third stack ship is completed. You're looking for it. Sneaky got his.
Yeah, there it is.
I'm glad he switched it up this time instead of the Phantom Dancer. Just because I'm such a huge fan of Synergy and Static Shiv. Static Shiv works so well on Lucian. He's one of the fastest AD carries, has a dash, and a double shot. All of these can charge it up quicker. Plus, he's got blue buff, so he's going to be able to dash and double shot way more often here. Man, the story, though, is going to be Balls completing his Frozen Heart on top of the rest. He's pretty much scaled up to maximum at 26 minutes. Or I mean, to the maximum effectiveness he would want to be this early in the game. Already got the tier stacked, the rod stacked, plus a Frozen Heart. He is a beast right now. And rarely do we see Ryze hit this much power this early in the game.
Yeah.
Usually you have to wait because teams punish his early game. Not the case this time around. Also, High with his power spike, 2 items plus almost Infinity Edge completed. This is going to be rough for EG to say the least. Meteos is pretty beefy as well, going to be the front line trying to zone for the team.
You can see the split push starting now too, Kobe. High's in the top, Inox is teleporting everything else down. He's forced to be with the team, so it's time
Helios almost going to go for the insect there. Got 3 members mid. It would have been a 4 versus 5, and if he would have been able to kick Sneaky into the team, then it could have been an EG win, even 10k gold down and Baron buffed up. However, not been able to pull off because the max range Q doesn't hit. Even if it had hit, there are many, many options for Cloud9. And, you know, Sneaky could have had the reflexes to flash backwards before Helios could pull it off, but that was a small opening for EG. They aren't able to take advantage of it, and they return to losing out on gold.
Oh.
I get closed in on by more than 1 member, and a good early flash. Yeah.
Well played. Cloud9 setting back up. They know those little things cannot happen. That's why it's worth the flash. That's why it's worth really being safe in the next fight, because giving that up just gives too much control overall to the team for a little bit of time.
Yeah, I like how Cloud9 have not hesitated in the use of any of their flashes so far, and they've benefited. They've reaped the rewards of their decisive play. You know, the flash, the duo flashes around Dragon to secure a kill and secure the objective. Mid-game team fight means so much, and it's these small split seconds that often determine these games because the teams are so good at taking those little leads and turning them into wins.
Right, and if you keep doing that and keep showing that you're not afraid, you kind of get what Pobelter was doing for a little bit. He was playing on the back foot. We'd see him flashing in situations where he was really saving himself due to the fear of how hard Cloud9 would go on him. So they're now striking fear mentally in the minds of EG, gaining a lead off of that. And you can just see the lead in the mid lane. In the top lane, 3,000 gold differences, and then the 80 carries a 2k difference.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
It's not just on one person. Everybody's having a ball this game.
Measure the power in this game by number of Infinity Edges per team.
Pretty much 90% kill participation from High here. He's in the bottom lane. Nobody can stop him. He's more than happy to split push and soak up all of this farm. Now calling down a few members of Cloud9. See if he needs a little more help as the rest of EG sets up some defense.
Yep, nobody can handle the split push, so they easily get 2 lanes pushed up.
Yeah.
That being said, the siege, not the easiest thing for Cloud9. To break into the inhibitor turret line is always the hardest task of any of these teams, early game teams, to actually crack here, because it's all about, can Sneaky get a double shot in without exposing himself to an answer from EG. You have to always be worried about shockwaves as well as flash Braum ultis.
Good patience here from Cloud9, waiting for the mid as well to get pushed in, and they're going to start spreading Evil Geniuses theta across this mid and bottom turret. Still remembering High can pretty much 0-1 person out. So if that person's going to be Altec there in mid lane, or whoever switches over, could be Helios even. But you can see the consideration Evil Geniuses is putting in this defense.
So they split it off to having Thresh in the fog of war here. I kind of like this because they're hoping they can draw 1 person up to High and then Lemon Nation land a hook over the wall to break the siege. If they could burst somebody down, catch a single defender, and then dive very quickly to burst them, then that could be an answer to actually crack inside. But barring that, you know, they don't have a lot of options of getting turret damage out, and it looks like they'll just wait for another Baron to draw EG away from the base, because wards were placed over the wall by Evil Geniuses, so Lemonation can't camp there anymore. He had to move out. But it was a good little look from Cloud9. I like the strategy there.
They're trying to make something happen. Usually kind of just walk up, take an inhib, walk out, but seeing not very long range attacks here. Like you said, Sneaky trying to get in for a double shot if he can, but it's not even the Triforce anymore that you really see Lucian's going, so it's not a huge impact of damage. Altec, not having the best game for himself, but still keeping up in CS and still ramping up on Tristana. 3 more levels, he'll have max range, definitely be able to create an impact on the game. EG's doing a good job of holding the front line of their base, but it's only going to be so long. Meteos is Nunu, and they'll eventually just dive in once they're strong enough.
Yeah, Nunu would definitely be the point man for that dive. It's about all late game Nunu's good for, soaking up damage and zoning. To be fair, the attack speed difference of
that's true.
Snowball and Blood Boy is pretty big. Besides that, though,
little back and forth.
G get caught out on multiple fronts.
High going hard on the support. He's giving everything to Krepo right now. They're able to take it out with the help of balls as well. EG in all sorts on this engagement of trying to see what's going on in Baron. They've somewhat stopped it, but Cloud9 still feels strong enough to go again.
Yeah, Baron going to go down really, really quickly. They've got that blood boil on Sneaky.
Uh-oh. I don't think EG knows that they can move off of Baron that fast. They do now.
Yeah. It was a good little move to get some damage and get something out of the situation, but they have to be able to defend their inhibitor turret once again, we said. Now, this is the time for the dive.
Make it happen.
Baroned up, giant gold lead, and out of position EG. Even when EG get here, Cloud9 can actually focus this turret and finish it before all the damage gets through. Wind wall up!
Mundo's no ultimate. Inox goes in without having it. He gets taken down by Yasuo. Nice try by Pobelter. It isn't going to be enough, though. Meteos gets a good lockdown on some absolute 0 damage. And Krepo and Helios are now trying to sort themselves out here as they're both forced to exit different sides of the stage, and they are then thrown off. Double kill coming in for balls. It's going to be 33 minutes in. They have the base to themselves.
All right. Congratulations to Cloud9. That should be game.
Yeah. Definitely a little bit faster coming down in this one. Cloud9 decisive out of the gate, coming in with the Rise pick and the top lane. High with his first Yasuo pick coming into the summer split. They're going to take a 33-minute match off of Evil Geniuses.
Consistency, you say. Looking for consistency from Cloud9, huh?
Trying to.
Well, they definitely get another notch in their belt there. Well played, well executed. Sort of the methodical game that you're used to seeing from Cloud9.
Right. Dragon fight's going well for them. Even when it looked like they were kind of off in that one dragon fight, they were able to pull it out, get the timer. That's what we knew from Cloud9. They had multiple red buffs, multiple dragons in a row. They were just controlling everything. Nothing was owned by Evil Geniuses that game. And then in the end, it seems like they kind of pulled an audible in Champion Select with the Yasuo pick. Usually we'll see teams put a few more knockups for that in there. But High Syndra hasn't been that well. There are a few others banned out, so he puts his hands on the Yasuo. He got a first blood kill for himself. Not first blood, but a single kill for himself in the mid lane.
High had his own backups this game.
Yeah,
he had
absolutely.
really, really strong knockups, just all by himself, charging it up, and multiple times. He's the one that really got them the early game lead that they were able to turn into the victory. So, yeah, definitely confident with him not needing a lot of extra ways to pop off those late game Yasuo ults. Thresh, by the way, has 2 ways, so he's a good option. It's just not the super long range one that you see a lot of teams look for.
See, as they pack up their gear, and think about the games that have to come in the week, where they stand in I should stand in the standings now, where they are in the standings, who's going to be moving up and who's going to be going down one more game that farther from the first place matchup. This team right here, Cloud9, really making a name for themselves out of that one, a form of Cloud9 we haven't seen in a while. Balls was able to hold top lane without any help and then come out to be a huge factor in the game. We saw that all the time from him on Shyvana, on Mundo, on Trundle previously, and he's starting to do it again. At least this one game. Maybe it's a new leaf for these guys.
I do like it going back to a very big threat in the top lane.
Right.
The late game scaling power of Ryze, rather than what everybody's been trending toward, these support champions up top or the super beefy tanks. Good to see Balls having that sort of impact again. And really, this time, it wasn't about him getting that solo kill or making that flashy play up top. It was about him just avoiding the gank and staying alive to CS freely, knowing that he had that power in his pocket for later.
So now it's Cloud9 2, EG1 in their matchups. EG within the rest of the split still has a chance to even that out, so that's not too bad. Having a win against one of the top tier teams when you are trying to call it from the bottom is one of the wins you definitely want, because everybody thinks those are going to be the ones that put you even deeper in the rabbit hole. Right now we're going to send it over to Dash and Freak for more on Cloud9's win.
Thanks, Riv. I want to welcome High to the desk after a much speedier game.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
It went much faster than the previous game.
Yeah. That must have felt nice, right? Winning pretty efficiently and quickly.
I don't want an 80-minute game. I'm sure they didn't want an 80-minute game either, but those games are interesting to watch, I guess. They're bloodbaths, at least.
You're asking how do you top an 80-minute game? If you want to try to have a bigger mark on the scene, what do you do to top that?
Somehow win before 20 minutes? I don't know how you do that, but somehow win before 20 minutes. It'd be pretty freaking hard, though. Because a lot of mid lane champions right now are just all about wave clear. So, like, how do you end the game when they just clear the waves? So,
Old efficient Cloud9 style, man. You just got to dive turrets all the time.
Yeah, that's
Work
fun.
out. Yeah.
All right, down to business. Last week when I spoke to you, you were definitely down on yourself. Weren't happy with your play, or really the team's play in general. What changed, though? Because we saw you come out really strong this game, and you guys just took over.
Well, Polebolter played too aggressively early game. He had one ward on the side of the left side. I saw him ward that. So the fact that he gave me a free kill with Meteos kind of snowballed the lane really heavily. He fell behind. And then I think also at like the 7 or 12 minute mark, Helos came mid to try to push out to take blue. And Polebolter also was too far out again, so I just killed him again. And those 2 kills kind of just gave us complete control of Dragon early game. And we just had a really good gank by Meteos that helped me a lot. So, I don't know. We just played it much better.
Well, you guys did obviously play really well. You brought out your first Yasuo of the split. You'd only played him, I think, twice before, or 3 times before. And one sort of thing with you guys is it felt like you've been taking some time to try to find out how to play the game properly again. I remember at the beginning of 2014, you guys were like, oh, we're going to learn to play more aggressively. We're going to learn the style. It'll take us some time to catch back up. Do you guys feel like you've solidified the Cloud9 game plan right now?
I think we're definitely getting better, or at least on the right track. So the first half of the season, after I was still healing up, we're still trying to figure out like what to do, how to improve, etc., etc. We have a good game plan now. Our practice has been going much better. And I think just a lot of the faults earlier we had in the season is just my subpar play. I don't think I'm at the best I've been or ever, but I think I've been playing better. And that just translates into us having better games just because I do so much for the team as far as like shot calling. And if your mid lane is behind, it's just like the worst thing in the world. So I've been working a lot to try to make myself not... And what's a word that's the opposite of an asset?
Just heavyweight.
A detriment.
Yeah, I don't want to be a detriment to the team. So I've been working a lot to get better. And honestly, if you look at all the AD carries in North America right now, Sneaky's by far the best one. And when you have the best AD carry in North America on your team, it makes your late game that much stronger just because he's the best AD carry. So.
Of course.
So then how about the morale of the team? You were saying that as long as you're feeling better about your own performance, you're okay. Is everyone else feeling confident about Cloud9 now? You guys ready to take to the top?
Yeah, so I think a lot of our play in the past few weeks has been very... Well, I'm looking for a word that's not
passive.
Yeah, passive. Let's go with that. There's another word that starts. Moving forward, we've been very passive, I guess. So I don't like that playstyle. I don't think that is our playstyle. And it just so happened like this meta hasn't really been fitting us as well. But we're trying to do what we can to be more aggressive. Because back in the past, we'd always control dragon, we'd always control buffs, towers, whatever. And lately, we've been giving them up. So we're trying to fix that. We're not giving dragons and turrets. So that helps a lot when they don't have free 2,000 gold from every dragon and stuff like that.
All right, well, speaking of aggressive plays, we actually have that 12-minute and 30-second solo kill from the mid lane. You kind of already touched on it a bit, but just walk us through it real quick. Let us know what's going on.
Okay, so I saw Helos come mid, and I knew their blue buff spawn, so in my head I'm just thinking, he wants blue buff right now, and he's way too far out, so I tell my team to come mid just in case I need help, but he's out of position and just dies for it. They wanted to get blue buff for Oriana so he could start harassing me again, but he got too greedy for the farm and just sacrificed his life, and that was a pretty big throw by them.
All right, I want to touch a little bit more on the champion picks. We already talked briefly about the Yasuo, but we also saw Ryze come out. It's the first time that Balls has played it this year. He did play it 5 times last summer, 5-0, but it's been a while. So what have been the discussions around pulling out those new champions?
Well, the meta has been slowly shifting back earlier in the season, I believe. It was all about like the tanky top laners, and nowadays they're rising out to be like Lulu, Ryze, Kayle. Like the AP top laners have been like a huge thing recently. And Balls has always been good at champions that are like carry type champions that don't need to initiate. Because he's not the most vocal person on the team by far, but he's like very good at being able to like carry his own weight and carry the game. But he just has issues initiating fights. So you give him a champion like Kayle, Lulu, or Ryze, and he just has to sit in the back line and do his job. And he's great at that. So this meta slowly shifting towards our favor again, and I think it'll definitely help out that he can start playing carry top laners again, and it's more 1v1s now instead of 2v1s.
So what do you think made that change then? Because not like Renekton and Shyvana have changed really any in the last 6 months or so. Why was it that you had to play Shyvana or Renekton every game a few months ago, but now it's okay to play Ryze again?
Well, teleport mid is a huge thing now, right? So if you're playing Renekton against like a Jax, Ryze or anything, if Renekton doesn't snowball a game, he's just going to get outscaled, and then he actually doesn't do anything. So you see so many games where Jax just like becomes a monster against Renekton, split pushes, take turrets, ignore the guy. So without Ignite, you have no kill pressure in lane. Everyone can just run teleport. So lane dominant champions for top lane are just falling out of favor, unless they're just split pushing AP range ones that can like blow your lane the entire game. So it's just, back then, you could kill people. Renekton would run Ignite, you can tower dive Shyvana level 3, you could tower dive Winda level 3. But you can't do that anymore, and that just makes lane dominant champions like Renekton gone. Shyvana's still good, but the AP top lane champions are just the best at the moment for this meta.
All right, well, we're actually going to jump now to the end of the game since it was such a short game.
Yeah, sure.
About 34 minutes in, you guys are knocking on their first inhib turret. With the Baron buff, we're going to pull up the replay. Just explain to me what the calls were to keep going in face tanking the turret.
Well, we were committing to the turret, and I believe if I use Wind Wall, we get the turret. I'm pretty sure I Q onto their Helios and Ultium. I didn't say anything here, but at this point in time, we're just doing what we normally used to. We don't have to talk that much. Everyone just knows what to do, and we're just killing the right targets. We get Tristana, like, Balls is just in the middle of the team right now, doing like 20 billion damage, not dying. So it's just like, they can't ignore the Ryze, and they just lose this team fight. They're too far behind in gold, and we could force a fight like that. They would have had to give up that turret and inhibitor to try to come back into the game, but not only did they get outscaled, that was their last-ditch effort to try to come back into the game. So they couldn't do too much about that when we can just brute force a turret and tank it and still kill them. So
I have a couple follow-ups on that one. I want to touch on what you just said a second ago, which is that you guys would be able to brute force that turret. We've had a lot of slow games recently. Super Week, I think the second day, had like the longest average game length of like ever in the North American LCS. We just had an 80-minute game. Is this a lot of teams sort of being too passive, or the word you're going to use earlier? Like, are there more forces that you're seeing while watching these games, or is just like the champions that are getting played? I mean, you mentioned wave clear mids, but is it sort of the game doesn't allow pushing much faster, or are 32-minute games like this much more possible?
I think games generally will be long games unless teams get snowballed on that hard. But with everyone playing like Ziggs, Syndra and stuff, it's very hard to tower push on that because Ziggs can kill the waves. Syndra has kill pressure on your AD carry, and he's the only one that can actually hit the turret. So when you have like these two champions that are very annoying to push versus, be like the most dominant champions at the moment, it makes the game hard to end out early. But the reason we got to end that game so early was because they made a bad call to try to push mid after we did Baron, because we could just run straight down and get the turret before they get back. So I think there are teams that are probably too passive with their leads. Say, for example, I think we played Chris last week. They had like 15,000 gold.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they could have ended that game earlier, but they were playing passive and scared, but they would win the game eventually. I think teams just don't want to throw and try and stay consistent, and teams are avoiding doing aggressive things at the moment just because the meta has changed. So like if you lose a team fight end game, you kind of just lose this game, and no one really wants to do that. So it's kind of annoying to play like that.
All right. Final question is that with this game, you're now 11-8, which puts you automatically at a tie for third, given the end of the day, as 2 of the first place teams will lose as the day continues. Given that you play TSM tomorrow, who is one of those 4 teams, that's your chance at like bumping right up into that top slot. What's the game plan?
The game plan against TSM has always just been avoiding dying to beginners in the mid lane. Not only is he a phenomenal 1v1 laner, he also has the jungle pressure that's almost always near mid. So you have to be really afraid, and a lot of mid players will play differently versus him, just because he's such a good player and he has the jungle pressure. So against TSM, I'm going to do my best not to die to them, and hopefully the game goes well for us. And I can't go into too much more detail, obviously, because, you know, they're probably... Well, they're not listening because they're on stage right now.
Absolutely. They got that white noise pumped into their headsets, so you're good. Give away all the secrets.
I think I broke Turtle's mouse today, too, by the way. So I lost my mouse
Sabotage.
today, and I asked to borrow Turtle's mouse since he used the same one as mine, and it kind of broke when I was using it, so yeah.
But you won the game with the broken mouse, so I mean...
Yeah, I had to use a different mouse I've never used before, so that was interesting.
Oh my goodness. All right.
Well, it worked out.
Well, we'll see how that affects...
I'm sorry, Turtle.
Yeah.
I apologize.
We'll see how that affects Turtle in a moment, but first I want to thank you for joining us here at the desk. Congratulate you again on a very methodical win. All right, we're going to sweep the champs off the rift, but when we come back, we'll be reading our favorite Twitter responses. Then it's on to our next match, Counterlogic Gaming versus TSM. Stay tuned.
Cloud9? More like Cloud Wine when we're done with this game. Am I right, guys? No?
You can see Meteos going to get control back of that lane. Helios is I watching just get Cobelter the get solo! He goes for last breath. They pull it right back into Meteos' ultimate of Absolute Zero. Perfectly played for their area of effect. Can they finish it off, though? Who knows? No ultimate. Inox goes in without having it.
Oh,
He gets taken down by Yasuo. Nice try by Pobelter. Is it going to be enough, though? Meteos gets a good lockdown on some Absolute Zero damage.
Welcome back to Week 8 of the North American LCS. Hello, I'm James Dash Patterson, and holding down the fort with me is the Da Vinci of puns, David Freak Turley. Thanks for sticking it out with me, man.
Of course.
All right, we're going to dip right into that LCS mailbag to see what you've been saying over on Twitter. To remind you, we were asking who is the most unpredictable player in the NALCS and why. Our first response comes from @KaneMelvin. It's got to be Vasily. You never know when he's just going to solo rocket jump into your whole team.
That's true. I don't think his team knows either, to be completely fair. The guy just like makes choices, and you're like, I'm not sure that was the best one. I mean, like 80% of the time it works out, but he's a crazy one.
I was going to say they do a damn good job of following it up.
Yeah, I mean, they'll trust him. It's just wrong occasionally.
All right, our next one comes from @DMiles94. Westrice. He isn't a calculative robot. He sees a chance and takes it. Not always does it work out in his favor, though. Lol.
LOL. And I got to say, Westrice is probably very much up there as the most unpredictable player. Yeah, he picks fights out of nowhere, and you never know what it's going to be.
He's aggressive. You can't fault him for going after what he wants. All right, our next one comes from @Kalu77. Probably with his Annie pick and his patented feed to win Yasuo, you can't tell what he'll do next.
But again, kind of like Westrice, he's probably just going to dive you all the time regardless. And to be fair, I mean, if the strat is 0-4-1 Yasuo to win the game, I wouldn't have predicted that either. But hey, if it works for him, it works for him.
That's right. If it works, it works. @JFabsky has our final one. I think Bjergsen is the most unpredictable player, mainly because you never know when he is going to dive you and wreck your face.
I like how it's a whole bunch of just highly aggressive players that, like, at some point, and you never know when, they're going to kill you or die to you. Either one, you know, could work out for this. Bjergsen, at least to a certain point, you know he's probably going to make the smarter choice. I think he's probably the most consistent of the aggressive players. Now, again, you might still not see it coming in, but yeah, he'll probably kill you when that happens. Unfortunately, with the rest of the tweets, I think we're missing 3 players. It's the rest of Complexity, because that team will just do anything, and you never know.
Of course, admittedly, a very, very unpredictable team. All right, well, keep those answers coming our way. Hit us up @LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS so we can find them in the digital void. Now we're going to throw it over to Riv and Jat for our next match.
Thanks, Dash, and we're going to keep the games rolling with our next matchup. That's CounterLogic Gaming versus Team SoloMid. And this is the first of our 2 battles for first place today. But this is a rivalry that's as old as competitive League of Legends itself.
Yeah, there's a lot of hype between this one. And honestly,
what did you say?
There's kind of like competing chants by the crowds. I know most of TSM, and it's been a long time since a regular season match has meant this much between these 2 teams. It's actually the first time that TSM and CLG are tied for first in the regular season, and they've actually split their previous games. This split 1-1.
Doesn't get any better. Both these teams want to win so badly that the pressure can cause players to make mistakes they normally wouldn't.
Yeah, and we've seen W8D1 actually play a little skittish against TSM this split. And he admitted that in his last game against TSM that he was trying to anticipate Glebe's hooks before they were thrown out. And as a result, he actually walked or flashed right into some of them.
Yeah, that's not the way you want it to work out. On the side of Team SoloMid, we've seen Dyrus as well shaking up the script and pulling out new champs in recent weeks, including a top lane Gragas for himself.
Yeah, and in one of our interviews, he attributed a lot of his success actually to adapting and borrowing from what other players do well, which is interesting because Dyrus has this reputation of being a very slow to adapt player who takes many games on champions. And while that's a little bit true, he does put the time in, and over time he will adapt, and it leads to success. That's why he's been around since Season 1.
Right, Dyrus brings a singular focus to his games against CounterLogic Gaming. One goal that propels him to be all that he can be.
When I prepare for CLG, the first thing I have to do is make sure my team's happy with what I'm doing. And then I just have to do my job so much better than Seraph. So when the game comes on to the late game, I can just screw over W8D1. That is my ultimate pleasure in playing at CLG.
Well, there you have it.
Yeah.
Some people...
Well, it's actually Glebe that ended up getting the best of W8D1 last time. Yeah. But Dyrus definitely wants to become that super tank. And I'm going to be watching the matchup between Dyrus and Seraph here.
If he doesn't dive, keep diving for that back line. I'm going to be pretty sad. Let's check out the starting lineups who will be in this match. On the blue side, it's going to be CounterLogic Gaming. In the top lane, that means it's Seraph with Dexter in the jungle, Link at mid lane, Doublelift at AD carry, and none other than Afromu on support.
And this red side is Team SoloMid with Dyrus himself in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Bjergsen in mid, and then of course Wild Turtle and Glebe on AD carry and support.
Get themselves set up and readied. Laughs coming from both sides. Obviously have been watching and waiting for some of the long and or short games that we've had today, but both teams looking to get the win very early, and I'm really interested to see how this new patch of Champion Select works out for them.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say this game's going to be less than 80 minutes long. So it's going to be a medium-sized one.
Are you using your crystal ball for that one?
I think so. I think we're not going to have the longest game in LCS history. The previous games between these guys, actually a very quick win by CLG in game 1. That was the infamous cowball game, 28 minutes.
Man.
But the last one was a one-sided victory for TSM that went 38 minutes. There actually hasn't been an incredibly close game between these two teams this split.
Well, let's see how far they can separate each other here in Champion Select. The bans to come out. We'll see some mid-focused bans for sure, but an interesting first ban Renekton.
Yeah, I was actually doing a lot of pick ban research into this game in particular, just because I wanted to see how the matchup had kind of evolved over time. And they do share very, very similar champion pools. But one interesting thing about Dyrus is he is actually undefeated on Renekton in the top lane this year. And Team SoloMid in general, when they play against CLG, really heavily focus the laning phase. Dyrus' Shyvana has been very poor against CLG in general. So with the Renekton ban, they are pushing Dyrus in one direction.
Also getting the Kog'Maw out, really taking away any of those kind of TSM fallbacks that they would want for a late game, or like you said, a very strong Dyrus lane so far. Good bans with the Lulu coming out, just a flex ban overall coming from Team SoloMid until they can really target something out that they know is going to give them the lead.
Yeah, and it's a very tricky pick and ban phase for these two teams. Another thing that I noticed there was a difference between the teams is their pick ban usage of Ziggs, actually. CLG has banned Ziggs away something like 5 times this split, yet never had it banned against them, and Link has only played it once. So there would be a decent chance that TSM would want to try to extend this game a little bit with a Ziggs pick if it ends up falling that way.
Pretty much 2 clear-cut lane win bans coming from Syndra and Renekton. Kassadin goes out as well. The mid gets its fair share of bans, but they quickly lock in that Rise, seeing how well it can do in the top lane.
Could be some big top lane control for them here. Dyrus would almost have to go back to something like Gragas here, which he's been playing a lot of.
Saw a good showing.
But I mean, Quas did have that good Gragas game. Not exactly the late game damage turret that Rise could become.
Right.
So if that lane were to happen, it would probably benefit CLG in the late game. Couple really early Rise picks we've seen in the North American LCS today. Cloud9 picked it on their rotation through like TSM has right here with their 2nd and 3rd overall picks. But CLG just locks in the first pick over top of Lee Sin. So it could definitely be something that Amazing wants to pick up here.
Very, very true. Good point about the Lee Sin. Rise is just kind of that overall easy guy to grab. It doesn't tell you what kind of composition's coming at you. A little more late game than usual, but it's going to be really TF Triss. Will those be the lock-ins for Team SoloMid? So much is open right now, but that's going to be their cream of the crop in this game.
Jeez. Wow. Some really interesting things going down here. How junglers were not prioritized whatsoever.
Still.
Yeah. Even though Amazing has been someone who can get easily pushed onto Jarvan. His Elise scores this year are also spectacular. CLG would rather target ban, which is generally what they do. They're not one to do power bans as much because they're comfortable playing against pretty much anything. And it's very interesting how TSM picked away the TF. They're seemingly in this matchup valuing taking things away from CLG more than just running their own strategy, which is a little bit of a change of pace for TSM.
Yeah. They're the ones that kind of follow suit with something they've slightly adapted.
Yeah.
There's going to be the Elise. Dexter loves it. When it's open, he will take it. And Aphromoo goes for the Morgana this game.
Yeah, Elise was the most prolific jungler for both of these guys. As far as victory is concerned, even though everyone talks about Amazing's Lee Sin and how spectacular it is, he has much more success on Elise. So Dexter locking that down, I think, is a smart move.
What can they get themselves now in? It's not even going to be that jungler just yet. They're holding that out to the late. You even see the jungler, but they want their support in the top lane.
Nami is a support that Glebe actually favors very heavily. Aphromoo has not had success on Nami, whereas Glebe has, and that's very small differences between these guys because they all play each other's champions, but they show slight preferences
Yeah, absolutely.
For their own. I really want to see Doublelift's AD carry choice here because he gets to pick from pretty much anything. He has really favored Twitch lately, but Twitch does have a bit of a weakness to Twisted Fate.
I'm trying to figure out through. Like, Lucian would be the only
It's
one.
the
Jinx
generic
obviously
pick
there, but you need a dash. You got to get away from gold cards when they're teleporting at you. You need to get out of bubbles. Lucian is safer in lane than pulling out that Jinx. And it's going to be the Yasuo coming out for Link. He pulls that out again. We've seen him get a little too aggressive, but the team's kind of able to band-aid that, even if it does happen.
And Riv, we've seen Link really break out Yasuo recently, but this is definitely not the comp built for it. He's picking it for a matchup against Twisted Fate, but they do not have any knock-up synergy for Link. He is completely responsible for his own ultimate cooldowns.
And actually, the Lee Sin for...
Doesn't even pick Lee Sin.
A second game in a row, not banned or picked. Last game it was, but the first game of the day, it went all the way through. Again here, the late game is really being focused on these teams. See what the Eve pick can do for Amazing if he can get some early game action going. It's Dexter's job to really cancel that out and shut it down. Very interesting picks coming out of this champion select, especially with the Trist TF prioritization for Team SoloMid to start.
Even the Eve is a little bit curious.
Yeah.
Compared to Lee Sin. I mean, it almost seems like they're going to try even harder to sneak up behind CLG and try and finish off a few kills. For all the Lee Sin elite stuff that Amazing has, we've seen an incredibly small amount of Eve out of him. So a couple first-time things coming out in this game. It should be a very exciting match to give us a temporary team alone in first place.
Yeah, that's true. This is a first place matchup. Who's going to grab it on this one? Let's check in with the good folks over at LOLesports.com to see how you've been voting. Currently, TSM leads CLG with 56%.
It's going to be a close vote. You can keep voting every time a buff gets stolen, if someone gets ganked, if a turret goes down.
That's right.
You can update who prevails at LOLesports with the hashtag CLG or TSM. Or you can just hashtag, then the fans will start chanting a name. And you can just put win after that.
Yeah.
And that'll generally give you the team that's doing well.
Lock it down. There's no points for voting right. You can tell your friends you were right, and then you'll always be right.
That still counts, actually. A lot of bets are just about pride, Riv.
That's true.
Yeah. But whether you know you got it right or not.
See if CLG can get themselves into that first place spot. Really, for previous splits, they've kind of been a 500 team. They'll always be able to compete with the top caliber, but lose a few of those top games, get their wins off lower tiers. This time, it's been a complete back and forth between the top teams, and CLG has been one. So has Team SoloMid, and we're going to see how they duke it out on the Rift right now. Game 3, Week 8. We're going to see who takes first place for a game.
Summoner spell update as we get into this game as well. Doublelift with the cleanse against Twisted Fate and Eve. Definitely does not want to get locked up by those Twisted Fate gold cards into the back line.
Remember back in the day when he would play Vayne and he'd just run that because he didn't trust his positioning?
And also because Mikhail's Crucible wasn't in the game, but it's nerfed.
That's true.
Now, so it takes longer for a team to get it. Aframa with a rare miss on his Dark Binding.
There's a sweeper we usually see. Dexter maybe going back after this and grabbing himself a trinket for the ward placement. Good little sneak out here by Amazing. He's going to be able to get a nice ward. Hopefully he can get himself out safely. They are really doing a bit of a pinch move here. A good ward right in the mid lane by CLG is actually giving away quite a bit.
CLG has accomplished ward control at the enemy red, but it was not for free. As you can see, Wild Turtle snuck himself in, placed a nice ward into CLG's red buff as well. This will give early game knowledge to jungle starts, which quite honestly, if things play out like this and Amazing does start at red, it would give CLG a very slight advantage early on, because the main strength of Eve early is that first gank that cannot be warded by trinkets. But they'll be able to better predict it when they know that he started red buff.
Especially going down to the duo lane. If he tries to hit that, it'll be easier to disengage once he gets into it, especially with Aframu and Doublelift having some bindings and the safety of Black Shield. It'll help here for Dexter as we start off. Well, not standard buff takes, but Dexter's going to end up on the top and Amazing on the bottom side. We'll see how that plays out. Another Gragas game. Like you said, we're going to watch Seraph and Dyrus in that top lane for a little bit to see how they fare. Both have been getting more consistent in their play throughout the season.
Yeah, Darius is 1-1 on top lane Gragas, I think. Pretty good at it, actually, in lane. Loco calls Darius the best top lane Gragas in North America.
Oh.
So he has a lot of confidence in his ability to play that up top.
We'll see. My mom says I could be president. So see how that works out. Good binding coming in from Afro Moo. Ooh. Wow, a lot of caster minion damage. Glebe is just taken down to half health there. So Rush Hour seems to get a bit of the win in HP, but nobody's level 2 yet, so they haven't really tried to go hard on any executions. Dexter picking up the blue. We're going to get the junglers out into the lanes in at least a minute and a half here. Coming up on that 3-minute mark, we'll see a few more of those trinkets going down as they're coming up.
Yeah. And speaking of early game here, Riv, amazing hitting level 3. This mid lane is a little interesting. We've seen some strange starts in the mid lane, like Boots first, the Pobelter did as Rise the other day. Link has gone Boots first on Yasuo as well here. And he's done a few other things differently too. He has 1% in crit runes,
so he did run
which
crit.
is doubled by Yasuo's passive, so it's 2%. But he's also running 5% lifesteal, so he's running lifesteal quints on Yasuo mid, and the boots to help him dodge around in that mid lane.
Oh, the flash! There is the beautiful consecutive laid-on crowd control. Great job, Dexter, to help Seraph in the top lane. First blood.
Be called the best top lane Gragas, but if you don't ward your lane at 3 minutes 30 seconds, Elise and Rise will get you.
There's a little bit of denial on the damage from Flo. Amazing is left waiting in the brush. Looks like he won't be seen here, so he'll get another attempt, but I like Link's idea. He says, I'm pushed out of lane, it's evened out, I'm going to take Wraiths. Good pressure by Amazing to keep it on.
There's a friend. Ah! Ooh. Link took a lot of damage for that too. Really good counter jungle there by Amazing to try and get back at that CLG gank. 1 kill going to Dexter.
Oops.
The thing with the Darius death actually is, as far as it being isolated to the lane, he really wasn't harmed very much by that. His lane opponent, Seraph, only got an assist. Darius didn't even have time to burn his flash because of the chain crowd control.
Right.
And he teleported right back to the lane as it was shoving. So when all is said and done after that gank, he's down 150 gold and
They have the chance to turn that around too.
Yeah.
Once Amazing gets himself to the top lane, a possible gank for them. TSM not really even on the back foot after that one, but we do see that CLG kind of sticks with Dexter helping Seraph in the early part of the game, making sure that he will have a slight snowball to work off of. Keep himself nice and strong. Back and forth, he's going to be able to farm under the turret very well, stacking up the tier as well, so no problems for him. Get a little invade here from Amazing, so they'll know about a little bit of denial, and if they see that the camps are missing, where Dexter is.
They might have a good inkling.
Yeah.
CLG Riv had a really strange super week that I kind of wanted to touch on.
Yeah.
In one of the games, they looked spectacular. They beat up Cloud9, in large part because Seraph and Dexter had a lot of ganks up top on a Balls' Kale and just really snowballed that lane out and looked incredibly coordinated.
Yeah.
Yet when you look at their super week as a whole, they went 2-2. One of their wins was when they were down 5,000 gold at 20 minutes to Complexity and still managed to come back.
Yeah.
So they very well could have went 1-3. It's really about which CLG shows up and how can they actually capture some type of consistency. The fact that they got the early gank off right here is a very good sign, especially since Seraph, on a late game champion right here, who has had a bit of an up and down performance split, does so well. They saw it there, but he was a little bit scared of Eve popping out because he had no backup from the Elise. They're going to want to go back for that one later.
5 hits is a very dangerous amount of time, if you will, to stand still. 6:09 on the clock. Bjergsen gets down to pink ward, so it looks like teams feel that they have enough control to start grabbing portions of the map. We've got a hover here from Amazing. I don't know if he wants to fully go in on this engage.
He's not level 6 yet.
Right.
Which is a really important moment.
He's wasted a lot of time up here. He just took Wraith and he's been chilling.
Full health. They need a lot of confidence if they want to dive this. They're probably going to try and get Bjergsen up there if they really do want to dive. It's where he's roaming to right now, but the pink ward should see this. And Seraph, he's going to realize he's in a whole heap load of trouble if Bjergsen gets any farther. He's just running away right now because he knows that if the Twisted Fate came, he would die. It was a really good ward actually by Link that saved Seraph's skin there.
Very close for him. Link's actually, or Bjergsen rather, just on enough mana to really get Destiny up there, so it might have been a flopped call. we're going to see that Amazing still stays controlling white, controlling that top side of the jungle. We got 7:15 coming up for the blue buff. We've got to remember Dexter started red, so that's going to come up a little bit later, and doesn't look like TSM's going to be waiting on this. They go for Amazing first. Great control for the turret going on to Dyrus. He flashes. That's still up from the previous engage while Seraphs is down.
Good gank, honestly.
Yep.
Tier first on Rise going the aggressive route. Just the health crystal.
Yeah.
Dyrus tanking the turret aggro very early so that Amazing can get a good amount of damage down because he knew he had his flash up as well. That was just a well-executed turret dive. Knowing that turrets are more powerful on this patch as well
yeah, that's true.
Makes it an even more impressive dive.
He waited. Amazing got what he wanted out of it. Seraph calls for the teleport back to the top lane gets that siege minion crashing into the turret. Not a problem. You got Bjergsen roaming back to the mid lane, but Dexter's focus is on the bottom. Just getting the drop out. Nothing coming off of that one.
Yeah, Dexter ran over top of an expiring ward there, so the gank was kind of doomed from the beginning unless Aphromoo had landed a Dark Binding, which could be then chained with the Elise Cocoon. Good timing on the jump from Wild Turtle to get away. That Dark Binding lands, though.
You see Dexter actually roaming around with the Spectral Wraith that he's decided to build up. Last game we saw the Elise Quillcoat.
This will be a fun one.
Yeah.
See how much damage Elise gets to do. Whether he goes just this Spectral Wraith for the jungle clear or if he decides to go ability power afterwards. Many an Assassin Elise have started showing up in solo queue. I know a lot of Meteos' match history was very, very high kill numbers. Jungle Elise with Spectral Wraith. It's quite a threat, but very squishy.
Well, we know Dexter loves to put up a threat. He's always down for building all damage Vi, so
yeah, that's true.
Be any trouble here as he puts it on to an Elise that he can be even safer on with the full force engages. Still waiting for Amazing to hit kind of a spike there. He does have a 6, but he doesn't have the Lizard built up yet. He's still trying to make ganks work, or at least counter what he's trying to sense in the bottom lane. Movement towards Dragon says the TSM, especially with this push, kind of wants that objective soon. We have Bjergsen coming out of base, so they might be looking at it.
They may be on a collision course here. There's a lot of respect being traded with these two lanes at this moment. The amount of Dark Bindings that have been landed on the Glebe, but then not followed up on because COG is really worried about even the Twisted Fate, honestly. And the fact that Doublelift is running Cleanse, which as far as lane trades is suboptimal.
There it is. Set into place. Checkmate for the first Dragon, easily taken by Team SoloMid. Had the timing there, and they actually get CLG on full backs as well. So Bjergsen's going to return to an open mid lane. He gets the push in and deny some experience. Very good play there for Team SoloMid.
Recognize that Dyrus had the teleport advantage. Went for it at the right moment. A Morellonomicon being completed on Bjergsen as well. Early amount of power right here. It's kind of the rushed item if you're looking to be good right away in the mid game. TSM definitely wanting to win this one in the mid game. Wild Turtle is their late game insurance to try and stick with it later if it gets there.
It's also nicely going to cut through Link as he uses that lifesteal runes to try and get healed if they go into a pretty low fight. It's a really good build. Slowly moving himself up. Dexter waiting in the wings.
Seraph brought a friend, but Dyrus is much tankier than he was at level 3 when he was pushed up into this spot.
That's the thing, Catalyst lane, everybody's healing every time they level. You're really not doing anything.
Dexter made it into the brush, but then Dyrus went the other way. So,
thanks for coming.
Sneaky little fat man right there, Gragas.
Oh, here comes Amazing now. So they're saying when you return to lane, let's see what we can get out of this.
It'll be interesting to see if he shows himself. This could be a fantastic counter gank if Amazing times it right.
Could have a Dexter nickname of the waiter. He's always in the brush. There he is. Oh, it hits Amazing. Pie in the face! Oh, Dyrus, how did he slip past that one? The rappel comes down. It's going to be one last spell flux. He doesn't get it to work. He can actually turn this one around. Here comes Bjergsen. The gold card was just in range. Is the rest of it? The hit goes to Bjergsen with the assist going across to Dyrus. What a TSM turnaround.
Big plays right there from the TSM solo lanes. Obviously, Amazing came up there, and the Evelyn shield came in at just the right moment, taking down Seraph and Dexter in a 2-4-0.
Very, very close. Gritting their teeth as they went in for that one. A huge burst of damage you can see coming from the bottom lane. Wild Turtle and Glebe doing what they can. CLG's desperate now to make a move. They pressure down to the bottom turret, but they don't get a dive. They may just get the turret.
Yeah, CLG trying to combat this right there. Link gets it.
That's Link. He has to activate his own ultimates. Now initiated by him, they go by his call and continue to get kills. Doublelift will make it out alive on the second turret shot.
Wow, so a very successful roam there by Link. That's exactly what CLG needed to do to combat the double kill in the top lane. It's just very rare that you see a brute force gank down bottom like that actually work out. It's all because Link could land the knockup.
This is
it
more
was another one of those
impressive
flash E's to get the Q knockup like we saw in the last game. And then even better is Doublelift was able to pick up that double kill, which maybe could translate into the mid-game power that CLG needs so much from Lucian when compared against Wild Turtle's Tristana.
And you know, you can see how comfortable they even feel after that. Doublelift says, that put me so close to what I need. I'm going to stay in farm because we have so much control now. He's going to go ahead, go back. A 13-minute Infinity Edge for him at 2-0.
Yeah, Infinity Edge versus Static Shiv. Obviously, Turtle can shove the lane, but now it is on CLG to crush. Loco Doco saying have the comp they want.
Hashtag TSM win. He has voted, coming from the coach. We'll see what they can do analyst, I should say, as they move themselves up.
Coach and analyst.
Indeed. It's a fine line. it's a fine line. Rod of Age is being stacked up now for Dyrus. He is a few minutes ahead now on a non-stacking Rod for Seraph, so that lane will start to go in his favor. Already 30 CS ahead there with the bit of help that he's gotten from the rest of the team. Even though Dexter was up there to help Seraph, TSM made sure that lane would still go down.
This has become a very interesting game here, Riv. A lot of power right here from the Gragas and the Twisted Fate.
Yeah.
The question will be whether Turtle gets weighed down here by how much more powerful Doublelift is than him right now with that Infinity Edge. A lot will weigh on how well Link can actually get off his solo Yasuo ults with no assistance from the rest of the team. If we even get teamfights to materialize, because right now TSM, with the Even the Twisted Fate, hold a lot more map control than CLG.
2 teleports is always chaotic to have to control. Anybody can get picked out or pushed out right now, especially with the big size of Dyrus. He clears out a ward on the top side, and it looks like CLG is actually going to go ahead, or rather TSM is going to go ahead and take control of that side of the jungle once they can clear out 2 more pink wards. CLG is really trying to grasp for strings here and get themselves back in the game. Only down 2,000 gold, but the map control, we're worth a lot more than that. Yeah, he just barreled that to himself. Very nicely done. So Dyrus is being a pest as well in all the other lanes.
He's causing all kinds of trouble right now, Riv.
And he's pushing mid.
49 CS, especially after getting First Blooded. We mentioned that it didn't affect him individually too much. Knowing that he could just teleport back into the lane, and he saved his flash.
This is the first turret for CLG.
It's a tale of 2 lanes right now. Dyrus crushing the top lane. Double for Nafrmer with the help of Link. Doing very well bottom.
Yeah.
And the Dragon in 20 seconds. But again, Dyrus has teleport. Seraph does not. I think Seraph's just going to walk down there.
Looks like it. Yeah, he'll make it in time. Pink ward goes down. TSM knows already 2 pink wards. They have the upper hand. They don't have to worry.
3 pink wards in the Dragon area. CLG would almost want to push mid off of this rather than trying to contest because the pick potential, if they run in blind like this, is way too high. But TSM does have to be cautious because they don't know for certain that CLG is so blind right now. The pink wards definitely help with that though.
Easily telling just by their movement where the line of vision stands for CLG.
And Tornado is down now from Link. He needs to go hit a few creeps, stack his Q up if he wants to get that back. He cannot get any assistance here.
2.
This would give TSM a window to do Dragon, but then they would lose their mid turret because it's a 5-man push in the mid. CLG really playing a dangerous game here.
Very nicely pushed. Turret for a Dragon Dance, a 3-man flash, stomach bump. Dyrus coming in big on that one, and it looks like they are going to push out CLG. Wasn't enough, though. Was slamming his stomach against Counterlogic Gaming enough for Dragon?
It looks like so, Riv. He got him pretty low amongst all that, but at the same time, the follow-up was not very quick from the rest of TSM. Gold being traded back. It's a turret for a Dragon, and a pretty even trading gold.
Not too bad. 2K still sits in the favor of Team SoloMid. Seeing if Doublelift can get any of these Infinity Edge shots off. He's got it. He's just been farming with it. Nobody really wants to meet him in that spike of power. TSM is playing this with knowing that Wild Turtle's a little bit less powerful right now. He's definitely in the farm world.
And it is very difficult for COG to pull back in this game right now, too.
Yeah.
Everywhere they go, there's potentially a Bjergsen who is sitting on his TF ult, and with the Morellonomicon has a very high amount of damage. COG kind of has to sit back and get dictated to by TSM here, which is not ideal when they know they have that Tristana on the other side that they're going to have to deal with eventually.
Very interesting that they can't get Seraph big enough at this point. It's going to take a while before he can really be a split push threat. Dyrus can easily push him out. So they're waiting on a lot. The timer is ticking for them.
A big difference between the rise we see in this game from Seraph and the rise we saw in last game from Balls.
Yeah.
Lane matchup has a lot to do with that. The Gragas is potentially the most imposing top laner that we have in League of Legends right now. That's one of the reasons he has picked up so much popularity. And one of the big reasons Dyrus gravitates towards that champion so much. For the same reasons that COG banned Renekton. They want to stop TSM from having lane-dominant champions. Yet Gragas fits right into that mold.
Right.
It's almost the perfect pick for them in this scenario.
So you can almost hold it, but if you don't, then it just becomes too much. That's where Dyrus has gotten himself to right now, and CLG's trying to pull themselves back from that little incident. Still a lot of control going around the Baron Pit, or Dragon Pit rather, even though it's gone. It's just where TSM is protecting Dyrus, keeping the split push going. Trying to hold mid. They're just giving Seraph time to farm top as well. See if he can get that rod charged and get this late game going for CLG. That's really their only option at this point. But then they're looking at Wild Turtle. It's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
And we know the gold is still pretty close.
Yep.
The late game teams aren't much different. They balance out in power fairly evenly, which makes this game still very contested. It will be about a lot of picks for now in this stage of the game. It's about finding the right fights. Whether Link can land those nice tornadoes to get Doublelift some safety to finish things off, whether Seraph can stay in a farming place where he can actually go and get his items, or whether Bjergsen finds the right Twisted Fate ultimates. Right now, they almost are amazing, but this is exposing them a little bit.
Bit of an odd position for Dyrus to be in here. The ult is not up, and he gets taken down. CLG just cuts through the fog of war
and look at this. All the wards that TSM had in the Dragon Pit, but CLG came from above that point, which really messed up TSM. And they're not actually getting much pushback despite how many people were committed to those kills.
They circumvented very nicely. Can they stop Wild Turtle in the top lane here? Looks like he's going to be able to drop this turret. Rapid fire is on. He is going to town. A blue card for damage coming out of Bjergsen. They don't even have to watch their backside. They have good breadcrumb wards, and they're in this one for the long haul. Doublelift's able to answer back with another second tier on the other side.
TSM still thinking about pushing this one.
Well, they're getting their mid-inner pushed as well. Very interesting situation here.
I think it's a bit of wasted time staying that long, but they will be able to get the blue buff on the way out.
Everybody needing a change of thought, but it looks like we're going to see CLG cutting across. They may want to cut a fight in here. You have Link possibly popping himself up in ultimate, but he does not have his last Q, that third one, to initiate his ult of last breath. So we're just waiting for that next objective to come up. Already warded out with pinks by Team SoloMid. That's 2 minutes on to Dragon right now. CLG starting to find what it looks like outside of their side of the jungle.
I'm looking at Dexter's build as well. He has went with the offensive starter,
and then quickly
to defense, knowing that it's pretty much triple ability power on the other side when you factor in Amazing's jungle Elise. A lot of magic damage there. The Aegis of the Legion turned into Lock of the Iron Solari will be of utmost importance when they get to team fights. But it also is a little bit strange for the build. Instead of just going tank Elise, he's got a little bit of damage mixed with tankiness, which is not that efficient in itself. Oh man. That was an interesting TF ult. He really wanted those wraiths.
Gotta see him. He won't even take him.
I don't think Doublelift has used cleanse yet. Because there haven't been team fights.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just looking at Bjergsen's item build. He finishes Zanya's, which typically is one of the strongest points in the game for a TF to go make plays because he can teleport into the back line. Gold card the AD carry. Zanya's, and by the time he's out of it, the AD carry has to bail out or is dead. But against this team, because Doublelift has that cleanse that he has been saving this whole time, that play won't necessarily work as well. So while it is a strong point in the game for Bjergsen, it is not as lethal as it normally is because Doublelift has been able to survive with that cleanse summoner spell, and now he theoretically gets to benefit in teamfights where it should be the superior summoner.
Very close. Link looking like he would have gone in on that. We've seen it before. He'll be the first one in and then flash out very sneakily. Doublelift and team now.
Four-man push here.
Pressure on the mid turret. Rise in the bot lane.
Teleports up on both the top lane champions. And a dragon coming up once again, but this is late enough into the game that the dragon could actually just be an extended Baron bait. Once this pink ward goes down, the TSM could have cleared out there when Amazing saw it. COG would have had to respect it. They're doing a smart thing here, though. They're sending 3 people over to act as a presence while Amazing takes the dragon. As long as they don't get picked off here, they're okay. Bjergsen's ultimate not quite off cooldown yet.
Very close. Good back and forth. TSM playing a game of tug of war, but it's CLG.
Oh, man.
Oh, wow. He comes right in. Is he going to be able to take it? Repels
and now
back
Bjergsen's in a whole world of trouble.
Bjergsen indeed, but Link is forced to use that last Q to the left to stop the initiation. He can then get the kill. Did they coordinate this correctly? The Soul Shackle coming out from Aframu. He gets the lockdown before he goes down. That's the crowd control they needed to follow through with the fight. What an amazing job. Dexter grabs Dragon, and they take down 3 members of Team SoloMid.
It just turned to disaster when Bjergsen decided to go in against Elise. That was one of those split decision calls that you think is a good idea, but really just baited the team into a whole bunch of trouble. Did not get his Zhonya's off throughout that because it wasn't like his team was able to come and follow him up.
Right.
All the kills that happened to TSM means COG might get Baron. Dyrus has other plans.
Oh,
this seems
man.
really foolish as he goes for something. Yeah.
Slowly just comes over the wall. Nonchalantly throws a barrel, and it's a little too late for the party. Let's just see that initiation. Quickly thinks he has it.
Really good play there by Dexter. Not getting stun carded, then still coming down to smite it, and then just going full-fledged into Bjergsen. Meanwhile, it was all about the catch on to Wild Turtle here. Sarah flashing in to get the Rune Prison and everyone else finishing him off. Never did TSM have their team as packed together as CLG did, which is an even greater accomplishment for CLG when you consider they were the ones that were split in the first place.
Coming together, CLG's rotations are really something that become top-notch at that last second. Usually they're doing it before Dragon needs to be taken. Setting those things in place will give you the initiations you need. And the initiation that they got. See the Mikhail's Crucible now coming out from Glebe. Safety for Wild Turtle as well as Doublelift has his own. Actually don't see that yet for Aframu, a little bit more behind. At 25 minutes, that Dragon grab from CLG and those kills, a big lead along with Baron in their pocket.
Doublelift is getting pretty big right now, damage-wise. Just a BS sword to go with his Infinity Edge and a Static Shiv.
They have Baron. Doublelift still split pushing right now. Leaves the rest of the team in. They have some of the wards to do it. I guess they're just so strong they really can't be stopped on this.
It feels very much like COG is just trying to get as many waves shoving at once so that they can adequately take outer turrets. The initiation will not be extremely easy for CLG here. Link would have to land a pretty good shot to go in, or a Cocoon or Dark Binding would have to land. They're really just needing to take shots, and even if they land those things, their follow-up damage will be a little dangerous to land. There's a lot of counterplay still left for TSM.
Whoa! Doublelift coming out huge, gives the muscle flex, and he just crushes Wild Turtle underneath the bicep. It's going to be Link trying to get out of this one. A second turret shot calls out the Locker of the Iron Solari from Dexter's safety. Whoa. Looks like they'll be all right, but you just got picked off by the AD carry.
Yeah, Doublelift wanted to prove a point right there, and he nearly blew himself up, but he did get Wild Turtle in the process. That's that big damage jump, and the Baron buff should reason them up a little bit. With no Tristana as a threat, they can chunk down this turret through the wind walls, but Dyrus,
doing what he can. They got a few Zhonya's to play with, and that chaos brings them in a kill. Dexter gets played a little bit there.
Yeah, Zhonya's paying for itself there. Dyrus missed the body slam, and then when he Zanya'd, it made CLG all look very dangerous. And Seraph, oh man, he's gonna get gold carded.
They don't want to turn on this.
It's so dangerous.
Ooh, nice wall. There was the Zanyas from Bjergsen, but where's the follow-up there? It was coming from Wild Turtle slowly after. Now pushing CLG out as TSM on the upper hand. That's a 5-minute fumble Ruski coming out of Bjergsen there. He's gonna be waiting for that one to come back up.
It's still a 4v4 against a team with Baron. You can see them, and it'll probably tell you it's a bad idea. He's going.
The Zanya's play. Wow.
He had second thoughts after teleported in there. He's like, all right, I did it. I teleported and got his Zanya's. What now? They didn't have a follow-up plan. But now that stuff is down, and CLG, because the Baron buff is healed up to full, they might just continue this siege riv.
Looks like it's going to be real strong from CLG. With Dexter in the bottom lane, they're losing a little bit of pressure. And once TSM sees that, they may feel pretty strong to engage. CLG says, yeah, they may also feel the same. We're going to back off 28 minutes into this game. They don't have enough time to wait for Dragon, but we'll watch this one more time.
The culling is what it ticked him right at the end, it appears. But you can see the amount of retaliation damage that he took. Not exactly the safest play.
Oh, I like it. Spooky Ghost, Twin Shadows coming out of Alpha Moon. They're looking to get the chase down once they start these fights.
He didn't have to go Mikhail's because Doublelift is running cleanse.
Very good pickup.
Going
And he gets the
more
elixir.
catch potential. We knew that COG is going to have a bit of an issue initiating.
Yeah.
Twin Shadows into Dark Binding makes an easier initiation possible. Deathcap onto Bjergsen, though. He needs to be taken seriously here.
He's got some impact power now coming out of those cards. Also have the clear they need when they get up to the turrets. We saw that happen. As long as Doublelift doesn't find the AD carry in the front or anybody squishy, your turret should stay alive. You have a Dyrus and you have a Bjergsen on pretty good wave clear. 29 minutes in, pressure is on Team SoloMid's base. Each time these teams have played, it has been both sides that took an inhibitor first. First game was CLG, the next one was Team SoloMid.
Flank attack. Dexter's a long ways from home. Doublelift, though. He is just destroying Wild Turtle right now, making the fight an impossibility, and now Amazing's the one caught.
Doublelift, being very strong for his team, allows this to start a fight. Now Seraph, very close, throws on the ultimate, but is forced to back off. Just really not forced. Makes the right call to back off with the team. And Doublelift, to look at why he's doing so much damage, 3 items to just the 2 and a pickaxe of Wild Turtle, and he decided to go Bloodthirster so he can stay in these fights.
A rare pickup right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Instead of Blade of the Ruined King, but as far as the damage he is putting out, very good AD ratios on Lucian's abilities. It is a higher damage build for a lot of the stuff that he's going to be doing, plus the added defensive capabilities of that overshield he can get. Up to 440 health of a shield if he maxes it while clearing these waves out.
See what CLG can do. Peppering all sides in the front of TSM's base now. It looks like they're going back towards this top turret. Very low, getting a bit of HP back every so often. But I don't think it's going to be enough to stop Doublelift. Black Shield is on. A few shots go out. Amazing doesn't even throw down the ultimate on him, knowing it won't do enough. He doesn't have enough gathered.
Not the cleanest ult there by Dyrus.
No.
Also,
very
gold
back and
card
forth.
was eaten by the repel of Dexter, so a lot of the big damage spells by TSM out. Bjergsen low on mana. Holding this inhibitor is going to be difficult.
Link
Good
needs
harassment
another
by
3 Qs to get an ultimate up for himself, but he does have the Guardian Angel, so they're staying for the long haul in this. Doublelift with focus on the inhibitor. They take it down, and they're also going to get an influx of gold in the top lane when they want it. 24 seconds on to Baron. CLG's got to be careful with what they do in this back.
Very measured play by CLG here. They must be frustrating Bjergsen heavily right now.
Yeah.
He can't land gold cards so far on this team. There was one that got repelled by Dexter, another got windwalled by Link. If he were to get Doublelift, it would be cleansed away. It could get shot into black shields. He is just not having a good day on TF right now.
And he's only going to be facing Banshee's Veils later. As TSM now, chat, they're making a move.
This Baron timing is awful for CLG. They're the ones that had Baron. They went for Dragon at the same moment, and now TSM is bursting it down. CLG is trying their best to get here. It might not make it down fast enough.
I don't think it's going down nearly as fast as it needs to. No, it's going to be smited out. That goes to Amazing. What's the focus? Doublelift's not firing just yet, but the first one is a big crit, and he's able to take down Bjergsen. Link finalizes an attack and gets his last breath onto Amazing. A nice pop out by the explosive cast, but Dyrus is only able to offer so much. not going to be in range for another one. The CLG really making moves. TSM comes up with Baron on that one, so they might be able to hold a little bit longer.
Baron for 3.
Yeah.
But what is it going to cost them? This will be whether it ends up being
I don't know how much they'll be able to use it.
My gut actually tells me that wasn't that bad for TSM. They tried to bail out. If they could have gotten more people out with their lives, it would be okay. It's really about these death timers, though. If CLG can make something happen in the next 20 seconds, they basically win the game. If they can clear 2 inhibitors against this team, TSM could not turtle it out.
Nope. Look at what they want to do already, chat. Instantly onto Dyrus. The Zanyas is used, can't be saved as he tries to get himself out, flashes into the front of an inhibitor trying to get over it. And it looks like it's going to be CLG turning TSM's base into shambles here from the top side. They only have a middle inhibitor turret to go through now.
All right, when I said my gut feeling was that TSM was good for that Baron, it was totally wrong. Because at that point, because CLG had 5 strong, and the fact that their main wave clear source on TSM was down or unable to participate in the fight, it meant CLG could very easily roll through them, and now they back with loads of gold to power up for the push on the 3rd and final inhibitor.
3,100 gold on Dexter alone. You know things are going really well when you even have that much time to spend out on the Rift. Usually that's bad. When you fight with 3,100 gold, you're losing the fights. But these guys have had map control and have just kept their control overall on the up and up of their team fights and coordination. Now with 8,000 gold on the game and 4 turrets ahead of Team SoloMid, they look to close the game here against a Team SoloMid that just stole Baron from them.
And Last Whisper on Double Lift makes him even more powerful. The Baron doesn't really matter at this point. It's only on 2 people on TSM, the support and the AD carry. And with the way Wild Turtle's been getting destroyed this game.
Oh my god.
By Double Lift.
It's like he's getting hit by a Kog'Maw right now.
Eventually there will come a point where TSM would have to peel back to their base, which is why they actually want to fight now. Amazing is in flank position, and TSM would kind of want to go all in on this next one. Amazing's pinging that he wants to come around the back. But there's that large wave on the top, which means TSM actually can't go here, because if they did, that pack of super minions would kill their Nexus turrets.
Oh, they just warded out Amazing. Didn't see him. Make sure if they walk right towards that
Fall
section.
down, some decent harassment. This would be the time for the fight.
Seraph's gonna call it out. He gets the room prison on Amazing. Here comes Dyrus. They blow back Seraph into the fight. They do take down Amazing though, rather. They're gonna be able to keep pressuring this.
Oh no.
Back and forth. Zanyas is going to keep him safe. Link has the Guardian Angel, and I think he's going to have to use it here. Can the team recuperate? It's going to be very hard.
This is all well and good for TSM, but their base is going to be attacked very shortly.
Going to have to be forced back. It's going to be good for Wild Turtle. He can easily clear this up. I'd say Dyrus and Glebe can do what they can on the turret. He goes right for Link. Gets the turret. No, he does not get it onto him. That's going to be the Zanyas called out from Dyrus, and it looks like they're doing what they can while being strangled in by Counterlogic Gaming. That one Nexus turret down in all the chaos.
TSM was racing against time there. The flank by Amazing was the best that TSM could have hoped for. The fact that the game is not over yet, the fact that they got 1 inhibitor up, they didn't get clean swept with their inhibitors, and they can actually get all 3 of them to respawn, means they are still very much alive in this game, even if they're still down by a whole lot.
Definitely a game for first place, chat. We have to consider how these teams get here. We look at TSM's wins. Yeah, they're undefeated against pretty much all the bottom teams. But when they come out so strong against top teams and then feel they have the win, it starts going in the other team's favor. You can't be a top team if you're always faltering in high caliber games like this. Very tough situation to come through on.
A lot of this just happened off the back of Bjergsen not quite having the best Twisted Fate teleport.
Right.
I think it's a fantastic champion pick for TSM, but Bjergsen definitely, it's not one of the champions that he's mastered.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Definitely more practice needed to be done. Amazing wants another flank attack here as the inhibitor gets tested again. CLG is a little bit more ready for this one, it seems like. I'm surprised they haven't pink warded more behind them to try and stop this from happening.
Slow pushes in. Double Lift again on the front line. Somehow, as the AD carry has been able to
Double Lift kind of wants to sit in the middle because Eve will be behind him anyway, and he's kind of protected by the wind wall and the black shield more than anything else.
I'm just so surprised he's always been able to hit Wild Turtle and almost take him out single-handedly.
I think we see the fight next wave. As soon as Double Lift commits or a wind wall is used, is when we're most likely to see this.
When has a team ever pinched themselves in right here? They have no idea Amazing is back. It looks so dangerous, but can they recuperate? What a spread in the fight, but they're all able to turn around. Amazing does not commit to Dyrus' cast. They were too spread out. Link goes very hard into the middle. Bjergsen stays alive, so does Amazing, and they're not getting all the kills they want. They've only traded mid laners for right now, but they have minions in their favor on CLG.
The map pressure is just too much for TSM to handle. Even though it's a 1-for-1 fight, they are losing control of their base.
Objectives are coming up outside the map, but everything's happening right now in TSM's home. It does not look like CLG's able to finish the game just yet. They may need one final push, every wave to come in as well. A lot of disengage here from TSM is able to thwart them off that single Nexus turret.
Jeez, this is the slow struggle right now for CLG. They're so close to ending the game, but you can see that TSM is just barely holding on to the last seconds of their life right here. Turtle really desperately trying to stay up, but he gets caught by anything and he would die.
Amazing tries to go in. He makes himself visible to try and call it back. The very big trade there. Dexter gets hit up. This is going to be huge for Turtle. If he can start getting some items, they can really turn things around. It's going to be no more shots. He actually clicks backward. That goes to Amazing.
Dyrus TP'd in. Does really want to kill on Dexter.
I don't know if he's going to get that one, but TSM picks up 3. They get few more onto Turtle. Not level 18 yet, so we haven't seen full potential from Triss, but this is definitely on the wire for TSM.
It would be a miraculous comeback if TSM could do it, Riv.
Oh my gosh.
No!
He's down.
Or is he? Look at the turn! Oh, man! Well,
Link should be able to pick up a kill here. Does body slam making him out?
Oh, what a step!
Link just kind of puts his foot out and trips Dyrus as he tries to get away.
Okay, they actually could get the Baron here, but then they have to go straight back to their base. They have 0 inhibitors right now. So this is all on Lincoln trying to disrupt the backs of TSM more than anything else.
Oh my gosh, the teleport from Seraph as well. They're going to wait on this.
Why would
Does he
Seraph
have the
just
charge?
get to the base? Oh, they can stop him and the minions would win.
Oh, what a wall coming in. Very nicely played. CLG's trying to get in. Amazing's hurt. He's able to get the Baron and he flashes out. So does Bjergsen. They are out of there.
Look at the minions.
Split, and the minions are pouring in. It's one last Nexus turret. We saw one go down already with 2 turrets up.
This is like potential flashbacks to the TSM versus CLG game that we had in MLG.
FLICKR!
TSM held it so well. There's so many minions.
Oh, man!
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Gleave's gonna go down. Wild Turtle's being chased out here. They're not even on the goal side right now.
Turtle's the best person
running
to clear
from
minions,
home,
but he can't get home.
He cannot. This is gonna be a long haul for him.
No.
Somebody call his parents. We could
There's
have
too many.
another walk-in game ender. The second one of the day. Link's gonna be in the face of Team SoloMid right now, trying to give him hell. And it looks like the rest of the team is trying to trickle in. He's got Seraph in about 10 seconds. The rest of everybody has tunneled onto Wild Turtle right now, who has the hardest shell NA apparently, and is still able to run on this one. The repel in. Is he arachnophobic? I don't know. Let's find out. Maybe he gets a few shots off. He blocks that out. We can hear the Soul Shackle going down on the other side of the map. They're trying to get the fight down. It's going to be a lockup here. Link almost getting the last few shots on if he can get to the Nexus. Seraph's getting some damn good auto attacks on. That's going to be the game. 40 minutes on the clock. CLG takes down Team SoloMid.
The ending of that game was a little strange, to say the least. A little bit hard to wrap our heads around, but it is still a victory by CLG. And the main thing to keep in mind is they had accumulated such an advantage and mainly just won that because of their structure control.
Yeah.
They kept the inhibitors cycling down, and even if they were losing team fights, TSM could never safely hold off their base. TSM tried for a home run a few times in that game by going for Baron, but every time they did, they would lose substantial inhibitor control. And in the end of the game, it was really just the super minions and CLG's knowledge of what they can do, the minions that is, that ended up granting them the victory here, because TSM just couldn't hold off the assault of super minions.
Man, and we heard it from the man himself. TSM got the picks that they wanted that game and were thwarted out. Very well played, and it was a different game kind of from Counter Logic Gaming, one that didn't really involve Doublelift too much, back to the days where he would just farm. And then once we saw him, he was zeroing out an AD carry in 1v1 situations. Very, very old school CLG. They were able to completely control the game. Just pretty much play a structure game, as we said, but this time the kills started to flow in a little bit more than just 2 or 3.
And you could see at the end there, Dexter kind of had that exhale because it did get a little bit tense. That was by no means the clean way that CLG wants to be closing out games as they try and work their way towards Worlds. It's almost every week, it seems like we're saying, CLG now has sole possession of first place, and then like 2 hours later they don't. We're going to see that again because maybe, hopefully less than 2 hours from now, we're going to be seeing that from CLG.
Well, very good games played all throughout the day. Nail-biters, to say the least, in most of these, and a lot of back and forth, different things we've been seeing. A lot of first plays for High bringing out Yasuo. Link brings it out again. That's not his first, but definitely a lot stronger this time. And we see CLG able to adapt patch to patch and really be one of the teams that's kind of having a more successful result as of that situation.
Definitely seeing some new champions out of Seraph with the Rise, which is really important for these guys to be able to get down. When he came over here, he pretty much just had success on Shyvana. And the other champions he was playing on, he struggled on very mightily. But he's a player with a lot of potential. And people, when Seraph came in, they really expected this guy who was just going to be this Korean god and he can play everything. It's not how it works. You don't just come over here and you're not a god instantly, especially without competitive experience. So he's getting it better and better. And you can tell CLG is playing better with him with the ganks that Dexter can throw in at the start of the games. But the things that still haven't necessarily come around for CLG is just keeping it together for an extended period of time. They have trouble doing it from game to game, staying consistent. They almost lost their consistency halfway through this one. But because they had such a big lead, they were able to close it with super mini control.
Whenever CLG does get that final bit of map control, it seems like they never let go, and they're able to strangle you down. Good play all around from both teams on our third game of the day. Right now, we're going to throw it over to Dash and Freak to hear what the winners have to say on that match.
Thanks, gentlemen. We're joined by CLG's bot lane, Doublelift and Afromoo. Guys, congrats on the win and pulling ahead into first, if only for an hour before one of the teams in the next match joins you. How does that feel to own it?
We've done it a bunch of times before, actually. So we're used to it.
A familiar feeling.
Is it getting stale, or are you still happy to be in first?
Well, it's like every time we're in first, then after an hour or the next day we lose it. So it's like, oh, well, hopefully we can keep it this time.
All right. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit more about a general thing, which is champion select this split compared to last split. For example, in the ban phase here, you guys threw a lot of TSM-specific bans. They're low ban rate champions, 5% on Renekton, 5%, things like that. So in a split where there's so many more options for picks and bans, what is your general approach? Afromoo, I'll direct that question at you.
Okay. Generally, in champion select, it's you think about the meta, what's OP right now. So we had banned Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw's played for everywhere now. It's really good. Late game is just dominant, so we had to ban that. And then you think about champion or player-specific bans. Stuff you don't want to see people play, or they're really good at. Dyrus on Renekton, he's really going to Renekton historically, always, And then Syndra for Bjergsen as well.
Yeah, so that makes a bunch of sense. I actually have to press you on this, though, because during the game, TSM's coach Loco Doco tweeted, CLG picked and banned exactly as we predicted, #TSM win. Apparently, he read you guys like a book. So first question is, does that concern you at all that your champ select is apparently predictable?
No, not when we know what they're going to pick as well, and then they don't play it well. So,
do you think it was... Wow, first of all, wow, shots fired. Second of all...
Took a second to register there.
I was so ready with my other questions. I wasn't prepared to respond to everything you said. But then, too, so then how much weight do you put onto how you play the game versus how you prepare the game with picks and bans? Because it seems like, oh, well, they just played it wrong. Like, was it worrisome that what if they played it right? Were they going to beat you with predictions?
Normally, for us, it's not really what about their game that they want to play. We just play our own game. It doesn't matter if, they predict us because we're going to play our game and we're going to shoot on you.
All right. Shots
free.
Fired. Get free.
I'm just kidding. TSM actually played very well.
Yeah, they did.
If you look at that game from an objective standpoint, they played well. Honestly, they did.
Actually, one further press, actually, for you specifically, since Afro was in shooting bullets in the air the whole time. Peter, so apparently you had to ban Kog'Maw. Traditionally, you're really slow at picking up new AD carries. It took you like months for the Lucian hype train. Yeah. Maybe it's going to take you a while for the Kog'Maw hype train.
No, I'm already on the Kog'Maw hype train. I think every competitive AD carry right now knows how strong Kog is.
Why didn't you play it?
Why didn't I play it?
Yeah.
Well, our strategy was to ban it for various reasons that I don't want to talk about. But like I'm sure Turtle plays it, Sneaky plays it, Cop plays it. Pretty much everyone plays it. Actually, the only LCS AD carry I don't see play it much is Cutie Pie. But I'm sure he can play it as well. I mean, everyone knows how to play Kog'Maw, and he's just so strong right now.
All right, well, talking about how well TSM played this game, as you said they did, given the fact that we saw Seraph get behind a little bit, there was one successful gank top for him, but following that, he went down on CS. They had a failed counter gank. What does that do to the other lanes, especially Aphromoo and Link as shot callers, when one lane is losing? Like, how does that transfer into your bot lane?
Well, for us, whenever I see 3 people top lane, and I know Seraph's getting, just 3-man, and I know the feeling of getting 3-man, I just know we can play super aggressive. And at that exact same time, because TF ported top, it frees up Link to do whatever he wants. And he's like, can I come bottom and can we just kill these guys? And we were like, yeah, we could totally do it. So we just dove them 3v2. And actually, Eve came to counter gank, and she died too. So it was just like a really perfect situation for us. So whenever you try to snowball your top lane, your bottom lane should suffer. And there's always a back and forth.
I'm actually glad you bring up the Bjergsen ultimates, because we actually have our replay, if we can pull that one up. It's about 23 minutes in. Starts out with a questionable TF ulti, if you want to walk us through this fight.
I don't know.
Oh, he's going for the dragon.
That's how he's in the drag.
Dexter soloing drag, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't remember what happens. I think Dexter just gets a good smite here. Bjergsen should not have carded dragon for the steal. Instead, should have gold carded Dexter so that he couldn't jump him like this. And he just dies for free. And right here, Afro's calling me to come kill Turtle. He flashes, and that's super important for the next fight because he flashed and he still died. It would have been fine if he flashed and he lived, but Turtle flashed and died. And so next fight, it's guaranteed win. And then they're just split up because I guess it was kind of a panic call, like, oh my god, he's on dragon, we have to stop it. And they're split up.
So in the rest of the game, you guys seem to be mostly in control, aside from that late game where you lost 4 champions up with their Nexus. Other than that, but when you're starting to grow a lead like this, how do you kind of keep the train rolling? How do you keep the ball rolling?
Honestly, you have to not be scared. And I think at the end of the game, we were really scared to end the game when Tristan had no flash for a minute when we were sieging bottom tower, and we're like, okay, we can dive, but like we weren't actually doing it. And it's just you have to be confident in yourself to be able to end the game properly and not be too worried about like repercussions because you're so far ahead.
Okay.
Awesome. All right, one final question for you guys is that you've got Dig tomorrow, and now we don't know how the game later today is going to finish. Them being one of the teams that might be contesting you for first place, how important is that game, and what is the preparation that you're going to be doing even through the rest of today for tomorrow's game? Doublelift?
It's super important, obviously. Just to beat every team. Just because Dig is first place doesn't mean that I think that the win against them is any more important than like a win against Curse or Complexity. But right now, Dig seems to be losing to us. I think they're 0-2 or maybe even 0-3 so far in the regular season. And yeah, they just have a lot of trouble against us, and I hope that they haven't really figured it out. Because like it's kind of hard when you're winning against a team to understand exactly like why you're crushing them so bad. But it's really easy when you're losing to identify the mistakes and kind of fix them. So it's the onus is on them to have fixed their mistakes rather than us like changing any of our game plan or anything like that. But obviously 4.11 is like a big change for every team, so I'm interested to see how they adapt.
Absolutely. Aphromet, anything to add on to that, or is that about it?
That's it.
All right. Well, by the way, it is 0-2 against you guys, but best of luck in making it 0-3 tomorrow, and thanks for joining us here on the desk with all of your insight. Now we've got to take a 210-second Nocturne ult coming our way. When we get Vision back, we'll be diving into our final LCS match, LMQ versus Dignitas. The NALCS returns after this.
Maybe I should go into voice acting.
Yeah.
I will not forget who I am.
The rappel comes down. It's going to be one last spell fluck. He doesn't get it to work. He can actually turn this one around. Here comes Bjergsen. The gold card was just in range. Yeah, CLG trying to combat him right there. Link gets it. That's Link. He has to activate his own ultimates. Now initiated by him, they go by his call and continue. Soul Shackle coming out from Aphromoo. He gets the lockdown before he goes down. That's the crowd control they needed to follow through with the fight. Amazing tries to go in. He makes himself visible to try and call it back. The very big trade there. Dexter gets hit up. This is going to be huge for Turtle.
stop Vasily from farming, and NAMIQD still
2 versus 3
bottom
deep.
lane.
Deep.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get a fight out of this one. 3v2, no name. That's gonna be a concussive close lockdown. Ackerman, the body slam over the wall. Scattered weak onto Ackerman, and that's gonna be a black shield. And welcome back to the North American LCS as we continue our summer split action. Up next, it's going to be LMQ versus Team Dignitas. This is the second battle for our first place.
Yeah, it's going to be a good finish to our day. And honestly, LMQ would love to pick up a win against Dignitas, which is the only team in the LCS that they have yet to beat so far. If they do win this one, they join CLG as the only teams to have a win against every other team, and they also join CLG in first place. How do they do that? Xiao, he continues to be a top farmer in the LCS, while Shifter is actually 4th as far as CS is concerned at early on in the game. So when you look at the mid lane and the strengths of these two mid laners, you would think that would turn the game for LMQ, but it hasn't really in their matchups. Shifter actually said that playing against Xiao forces him to really focus on his farming and hone that aspect of his game, because normally Shifter's got that pick up kills and team fight passive.
Right, he's got a love-hate for Xiao. I can't wait to see it. If Dig's record of winning the first game of the week continues, this is just a foregone conclusion, and Dig will be making it 3-0 against LMQ.
It's crazy. Dig have only lost one game that starts their week as far as their schedule is concerned. One thing to watch out for as well is Zion Spartan for Dignitas. He is an aggressive player for these guys that likes to go really hard in 1v1s and has had success against Ackerman in particular. So he's going to be needing to draw a lot of attention away from that mid lane matchup and really balance Dignitas' overall attack.
All right, while LMQ is notorious for their early game, Dig say it's what they do in Champion Select that might be tripping them up.
So we play LMQ this week, and so far are 2-0 against them. And it seems to me that they're failing to identify certain picks and bans that other regions can do, and just apply the picks themselves, and it doesn't really work out that way.
我觉得 DIG 他们选择方面就是偏向于个人就是能力的一些英雄，然后他们就是对自己的个人能力是非常自信的。
If you bring them to late game, their decision making sometimes very questionable. Like they do some pretty bad dives and toss leads.
Look for Ackerman to try and go in on this.
Fight is there. Ackerman could get the bite. No!
我现在觉得一个人很难carry一支队伍，然后现在一个队伍失误越少，然后他们赢的几率就特别越大。失误越多，他们输的几率就特别越大。
LMQ's playstyle is different because they kind of rely on kills to get ahead rather than objectives. And it seems like if their jungler No Name doesn't get ahead, they kind of fall apart.
其实赢的比赛主要还是大家五个人共同的配合。
打 DIG 就是我们已经是连输了2场了，但是我觉得我们只要打好自己的，还是有机会获胜。
All right, let's see what these teams have. Last game of the day, Dig versus LMQ. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's going to be LMQ. That means Ackerman in the top lane, No Name in the jungle, Xiao in the mid, Vasily at 80 carry, and more on support.
And on the red side, it is Dignitas. Zion Spartan in top, Crumbs in the jungle, Shifter in mid lane, Cutie Pie on 80 carry, and of course, Kiwi Kid on support.
And we go to game 4 here on day 1. We're going to need a map and a compass to find our featured matchup. We're heading into the jungle. It's going to be No Name versus Crumbs.
Yeah, and Riv, a lot of jungling is a mind game against the opponent, and it's especially important since both these guys are the team shot callers.
Yeah.
And in Dig's 2 wins against LMQ, Crumbs did stay one step ahead of No Name, and he was really help his lanes get fed in those games. A lot of LMQ's games also start with very standard laning, and then No Name is the one that needs to make things happen. So if Crumbs keeps him off balance, it will really help Dignitas trip up LMQ for a 3rd win against them in a row.
All right, hopefully they don't fall into last gameception. It is their first game, but it's the last one of the day. We saw Crumbs yawning a little bit.
And it's been a longer one.
Yeah.
I mean, last game was 40 minutes long, which was half the length of our first game of the day, if you can believe it.
When we were talking about being on time, our producer goes, we would actually need 2 20-minute surrenders.
We'd still be
after
over
that
scheduled.
80, and we'd be over scheduled. That's how long they went. But that's the play. That's how it happens. Both teams testing each other to the absolute brink. Full items, full everything. If you miss one of your keystrokes, that's where the error comes in. And sometimes that's an amazing game to see. Sometimes it was an amazing game to see.
Yeah, and there's a lot of momentum swings within the games, or even coming into this game. If we look at these two teams' super weeks, they both ended at 2-2. But it was very different stories. Dignitas opened 2-0, finished 0-2. LMQ was the reverse of that.
Yeah.
They opened 0-2 and then made a surge to go 2-2.
Well, see what kind of surges these teams can make out of Champion Select. We've heard them putting the brick on one another, saying they fault here, they fault here. See if any of that is true. Ziggs and Kog'Maw quickly taking out very directed suspensions coming out of these picks and bans.
And TF sneaking into the ban side for Dignitas.
Always Lulu, too versatile, offers too much.
I actually got a tweet earlier, and there's no real way of verifying the validity of this, but he said Xiao has an average of 2.0 bans against him, because you're just kind of trying to say, oh, who is this bad for? Because obviously you can ban for top laner.
They can flex, right.
Which is the most of any player in the LCS. He said the next highest was 1.8. So almost every game, Xiao has 2 bans against him. And in this one with Twisted Fate and Kassadin, it would stay around the same.
I'd like it. I give it a little bit of credit. I mean, he's very focused out in usually what he just played, what he crushed the last team with. He'll say, yeah, we don't want that to happen again. But then he can pull out whatever he wants. He's gone from being a very utility farm-based player to bringing out a lot of assassins this year, being able to extend his style of play, as he should be. The LCS calls for quite a bit.
It's actually interesting here because Kiwi Kid had played Braum in 3 straight games.
Yeah, he loves his Braum.
This time, No Name can grab it away from him. Interestingly enough, he's only played it twice. Both victories, never gotten a kill on Braum. Many assists, of course.
Best support in A. Still hovering around, we obviously see the Thresh coming in for Kiwi Kid, and Crumbs gets his elite, so long-range playmaking there for them. We've heard teams say that combination can continuously throw out skill shots to try for an initiation, so they're not really left out to dry there with that pickup. A little bit of a hover game being played over here by LMQ. They play for the fans until they select, and we get a Lee Sin locked in. He's been kind of pushed to the wayside today, but now picked up with the Trist.
Big thing I see here is that Trist for Vasily. Thing that turned around LMQ's week last week was when they went back onto Trist. They won both of those games. Vasily used to main Tristana back in his days in China, and I do want to touch on the little video feature matchup we saw between LMQ and Dignitas, where Dig was saying that LMQ doesn't necessarily stick to their plans and pick and ban. And I think that's a bit of a general problem for LMQ, where they do prepare a lot of strategies for each team, but then often when they're on the big stage, they will make a change at the last minute based on a quick reaction. But I don't think it's that they don't adapt to what other teams and regions are running. I mean, we've even had other teams comment that LMQ was faster to adapt to what the Koreans were playing than any other team in North America. We saw it in some of their older team compositions.
Game 2 of the summer split, they brought out Nunu, so they were already from the start.
Well, that was back from the Chinese metagame in a large way.
Not afraid to bring out a lot. Calm the audible, like they said, has hurt them before, but I don't think we'll go that far off base. Seeing a Rise possibly come in here as well with the Gragas. I've seen Ackerman on Gragas before. We'll see if that Rise gets locked in. It does.
Jeez. A lot of tanky people there on the LMQ side.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough for Dignitas to rip through those defenses. Couple things here. It's going to be very critical about Dignitas' last pick here. Yeah, I was just going to say that Shifter hasn't played Yasuo, and it doesn't really fit his style. He is very much the person who wants to sit on the outside of a team fight and then pick up kills, or be on a pure assassin that can dart in and out. And especially when you see the rest of LMQ's team, it's actually almost identical to the team that Curse played against Xiao's Yasuo, where both their solo laners in Gragas and Rise can build a huge amount of armor and defend against that. So I was going to say the last pick from Dignitas needs to have a lot of magic damage. They solved that. They're doing the top lane Yasuo because Zion Spartan does like to play those mechanically complex champions. Yet they keep Shifter on a champion that fits his style and also diversify their damage so that LMQ can't fully tank up. I really liked the last little switch up Dignitas did there.
Indeed. Let's see how the fan vote stands on LOLesports.com. It might have just changed a little bit after that, but it's setting at 64% of the vote in favor of Dignitas at the moment. We'll see if the picks change anything, and you have the chance to do that.
Yeah, keep sharing the predictions throughout the game. Tweet the hashtag LMQWin or DIGWin to the @LOL Esports Twitter account.
This isn't anything crazy amazing from Dig, but leave it up to them to be the ones to run something like when they do a Soraka top and something else mid, or bring out the different lanes that we haven't seen in a while, but have been done before.
Yeah, I'm a little excited about this one, mainly because the difference in how tanky the solo lanes are actually.
Yeah, what they have
Dignitas
to fight
has brought
against.
the damage combination with Cinder and Yasuo, but there's really the Bruiser, Rise, Gragas composition that can go very heavy into the armor, lots of health, defensive capabilities. It's a type of composition LMQ has lost to frequently this year that they are now running themselves.
So, meaning this is LMQ kind of being weaker in the early game. Does Dig take advantage of that?
It's an interesting thought that they might be weaker early, only because Rise can't lane very well against Syndra, especially with the monocrystal start. Right there. Outside of that, though, Gragas, Lee Sin, even Tristana
makes up
pretty good early. It's just that mid lane where actually it's where Xiao usually thrives.
Yeah.
He has picked himself into a very
solo situation.
difficult matchup here. I think he would only do that because he has so much confidence against Shifter here. It's a pretty suicidal matchup, especially if he doesn't start boots.
Yeah, he, like you said, going for the crystal, looking for a little bit more damage output from his lane. Good wards towards top side. These are just going to be early game vision. All these will fizzle out before we start. Seeing No Name, we talked a little bit about him, and Crumbs, both kind of the shot callers for the team. No Name, captain for previous teams that he's been on. So it's been a role he is very comfortable with and very comfortable in continuing. See if Crumbs can get the same thing going. It's very difficult in a late game if everything is going against you. When things get quiet and your shot caller gets quiet, that causes sometimes the most chaos. And we see that affecting teams in their initiations. Doesn't look like there'll be too many initiations affected from the side of Dig, but I'm interested to see where LMQ comes in on theirs. They don't really have a surefire shot at when these fights come out. So if they don't come out of this laning phase strong, it's going to be tough. Moving
Lane
in.
invade right over top of a ward.
They hatch that puppy. Slowly moving. They'll get the vision they want here in standard starts.
I wonder what kind of edge Ackerman's going to try and
He's
take
just
up.
hanging out. I just saw that.
He's just chilling in the top lane. Well, he doesn't want to shove the lane because he knows he's going to be in a 2v1. I actually wonder how dangerous he is willing to be up there because there's a couple people coming for him, and he is getting experience right now. So will Dignitas have the foresight to check that brush?
Oh my gosh.
He was expecting Thresh to show up as well.
He wants
so
level
he's
2.
Still afraid to show.
Is he still close enough? Yeah,
I
he's
mean,
okay. They're
PewDiePie's going to want to keep this lane frozen.
I thought the minions were going to move. Yeah, you're right. It'll stay.
Oh, this could be genius. Or the opposite of genius. We'll have to see.
Best farmer NA.
This is
the level.
And he's level 2, so now he can skill up
Oh, there's
potentially
TBK.
make an escape. But Kibika doesn't really have a reason to stand in that brush.
Nope.
They assume that Ackerman is actually jungling.
Yeah,
right
double jungle. This is super interesting. I can't believe he's actually still there. He literally has been in with 2 inches the entire time of PewDiePie in this farming. How much patience do you have? That must be a full keg.
He's going to be getting... He's a little scared right now, I think. He's like, you know, I've played this game long enough.
Watch like the last second.
Come on, just stay. So he's...
Oh, he stayed.
It would actually be ideal if he constantly waits until the last little bit of recall and continues to cancel, because that way there's a chance when someone comes towards the brush to check, he can get out of there scot-free. But now he's just kind of chilling.
Man, the patience award goes out to everyone in this game, apparently. Like, Zion, Spartan, and Crumbs here getting their badge.
As soon as Thresh shows, Ackerman's going to be able to get aggressive up top and actually get some damage onto I'm a PewDiePie.
This
Thresh
is so
shows.
interesting.
PewDiePie's going to be like, where did he come from? He has no idea right now.
Oh my
what
gosh.
a play by LMQ's Ackerman.
I've never seen someone standing still be so
I've never
interesting.
seen this before. It's incredible.
You're a god.
Oh,
there he gets it finally! Where did he just come from? Wow! Fat man sprouted out of the brush.
All right.
There we go. What a day.
Almost level 4.
Awesome stuff.
Whereas you can compare this to Zion Spartan, who's level 1 right now, because he was ganking around trying to make plays. The experience differential is absolutely absurd right now. Plus, he's strong enough because of his base skills that he can bully around PewDiePie now.
That was some experienceception right there, man. Wow, LMQ pulling a little bit of a twister in the top lane. We'll see how Dignitas can coordinate around this. Zion Spartan can't really find himself any experience. The same amount of CS and 3 levels down. Go figure.
Yeah. Zion's going to desperately try and make up for this. What's a level 1 Yasuo going to do?
I don't know.
They're going to try and do a gank here. Support jungler and a flow master. Let's see what they can do.
All right, there's a lock. There's 1. There's 2. Zion's not the focus because he's going to have that shield coming up. The teleport. Oh, wait a minute. If he could get in range, no, he cancels that, actually. A good hit. Wow, really? LMQ comes out on top of that one. Go figure.
I mean, a level 1 Yasuo coming in for a gank doesn't really lend much impact to the game. So much about... Cutie-Pie's got a ward in the brush now, by the way. Says no more Gragas in there. That's the kind of trick play, Riv, that only works once. Forever now, I'm a Cutie Pie at the start of 2v1 lanes. Will check that brush until the end of time.
End of time, indeed. That is going to be tricky.
Kind of reminds me of, like, the baseball play where you're first and you throw it back to the pitcher, but you don't actually. You hold it, and then you tag the guy out.
Yeah, when he's cleaning off his pants.
I've seen that work in the major leagues once. Much like the stand in the brush strategy from Ackerman.
Well, that's the time you got to get it in. At least they got it out against Dignitas. Definitely a team that they would want to try and get that kind of sneaky lead right in the beginning. See Ackerman slides into the brush. He came up with a good play. 6 minutes on the clock and about 1,000 gold lead just out of this whole back and forth that Ackerman created in the top lane. He's happy to sit here. Now we call Kiwi Kid finally back up to the top. We'll see what kind of assistance they can give here. All right then. Good try. Just trying to harass him off anyways. Wouldn't have done too much. So we get all of LMQ backing towards that top side. No Name's going to come back even stronger now. Probably, I wouldn't say finished up Lizard. He might be able to finish another long sword, but they're going to have a nice surge of power.
And Riv, we haven't touched on this mid lane, but Xiao's doing spectacularly against Shifter. He started Mana Crystal.
For Cinder Bolt, yeah.
There was actually a fair amount of roam in the mid lane early on in the game, and Shifter still hasn't taken him down. He did get that Negatron cloak to try and limit the harass, but if we look at the farm alone, he's actually winning against the Cinder right now, and has made it to that point where he can itemize defensively.
Dig is making so many multiple person moves here. Hopefully they're getting everybody staying in lane and getting the experience they need, because it's mostly a level behind when you see these guys match up. 5-4 here means No Name's going to hit 6 first. Even when Crumbs hits 6, he only gets another Spidey. So there's going to be a lot of power coming from LMQ when they want to dictate a dragon fight here. 6 already in the mid lanes, 49-47 as we saw before. It'll be interesting to see LMQ Xiao picks up for himself.
Gotta be a little bit careful around this dragon. There's no teleport up on Ackerman, so actually if Dignitas just goes for this, especially with the good war control they have around red buff, they are in pretty good control of this one. No Name would be very, very, very risky if he tried to go in on that. And he thinks better of it.
And the repair on Zion Spartan, he's got himself up to level 5. The team takes Dragon. They are working off the ball wonderfully to get everything back in order here. Looks like they've pretty much thwarted that early game aggression, or at least the kind of play that Ackerman had in the top lane.
For now. They've definitely weathered that storm a little bit. Zion Spartan's still going to have a pretty painful run at it.
Yeah.
I do want to talk about the mid lane matchup a bit more, though, because it's something we talk about often, lane matchups being superior in one way or the other. But at the end of the day, it's the players that prove the points. And we've seen Xiao and Pobelter both succeed on multiple occasions playing Ryze into Syndra. So initially the perception was that the Syndra player should destroy the Ryze player. But especially when Pobelter kind of pioneered that very early magic resistance, boots early as well, and then into your items, it is showing that Ryze can clearly survive in these matchups, even if it takes a very skilled Ryze player to do so.
Well, that's what he was saying. He said, you know, the idea was, I talked to my friends across the pond in Korea, figured out how they were doing it, so it definitely had a lot of kind of tweaks and hits before he really wanted to use it. But like you said, it definitely has been catching on quite a bit. See if they can keep scaling it into the late game, since late game has really been the name of the game since that 4.11. A lot more Kog'Maw, a lot more Trist, and we see that in the hands of Vasily. The Qs, you can see, not too worried about it coming out of Shifter as he has the blue buff, but still not really piercing through that Negatron cloak. First buy of Xiao.
It's pretty late in the game for him to go back and get his tier, but he's got one.
Boom.
9 minutes. It'll be a later progression path for LMQ, which I think they're okay with. especially with the Tristana on their side.
Look at this guy over here. Sightstone, no name. Goes for the Sightstone before he even finishes everything. Rushes that even before another longsword, and you can see the ward's paying off.
LMQ has had issues keeping vision against Dignitas, especially the ward's arm race that a lot of junglers can get into against Crumbs. Crumbs pretty much buys more green wards than any other jungler. This time, No Name matches it with an early Sightstone. So they're definitely making some pretty good adjustments against Dig here, the third time around.
It'll work. 42-24 in that lane. Crumbs, he was sharing that early CS, so that's something we didn't even look at either. The buddy system was being used in the jungle. No Name has put himself far ahead.
Yeah.
With that Sightstone.
Didn't have to share with nobody.
Nope. Who? No one.
His guy was in the top lane.
See if he can keep that going strong. Looks like Crumbs will also go for that Spectral Wraith for himself. A little bit of damage in the Elise build. Good dodge out by No Name as they try to hover around Shifter mid. They know Syndra's still going to be a problem, and Shifter picks up the kills when the fights begin. So they still have to take him down a notch if they can. I'm a Cutie Pie pretty hurt and is back and forth in the bottom lane.
So really, an extended laning phase here.
Whoa! That's Vasily for you. He says, "King me." Hops right out after leapfrogging. Looks like they won't.
Oh, it spawned. Can he make it? No!
Oh, no! Oh, wait. They kicked him. Never mind.
They kicked him in the very wrong place. They had the stun ready to go. Oh, dear. Still a fantastic play there by Vasily and Moore. Yikes. And Xiao is the one running at Shifter in the mid lane.
Yep. This is taking a bit of a different turn here. All the ones that should be kind of backing up and setting out the engage are engaging with forward motions. Vasily showing his aggression once again. He's been doing that quite a bit lately. He picks himself up a kill. And it's going to be a 2,000 gold lead for LMQ now. And they're striking fear into the eyes of Dignitas. They got the wards they want, and they can start using that pressure.
They also have a pretty confident man in the mid lane right here.
Yeah.
He's been dodging all of these Syndra shots from Shifter.
It's interesting to see that the Xiao, you know he's a good farmer, but he does it consistently on every single champion, knowing when to use that ability, what's going to be the best under the turret for 1 or 2 shots on a caster. God, of course he would when I'm talking about him. The pressure's on when you're in the hot seat. But still, he is one of the best harassers as well while getting that farm.
General laning mechanics are just off the charts for Xiao, but it's the LMQ soul lanes that are performing in this one. Very, very heavily, including Vasily, right? It's a laning matchup win right here because they have largely contained Crumbs, just based off of good warding. And then it's been LMQ's lanes that have actually come out on top of Dignitas. Oftentimes, Dignitas' biggest strategies, or biggest boons in the game, is the fact that Zion, Spartan, and Shifter can do so well individually.
Right.
They're really just getting shut down.
I take that out. It's a struggle.
Yeah.
Absolutely. 83-68. Zion's only a little bit behind. Completion of his items definitely means quite a bit for Yasuo in those engagements. So it'll help a bit. But it's not going to be much help from Crumbs right now. He needs to get himself built up in the jungle as well. He's a bit behind, especially on for No Name. But we'll see what the next Dragon provides for us. We got 30 seconds on that, and LMQ would be more than happy to fight in this one. Nice power surge with a Blasting Wand for Ackerman. He can hopefully get that needlessly large, or rather, Rod of Aegis started charging up soon.
Absolutely.
Blues are taken. This will be good for the Dragon.
This will be the point in the game, actually, where I'm a Cutie Pie needs to try and make an impact. It's really bad for Dignitas that he has lost to Tristana to this point, because we keep having very similar matchups in 2 games in a row in this one. We've seen the Tristana versus Lucian matchup with Doublelift and Turtle. And in that one, the Lucian got a little bit ahead and was then able to punish the weak mid game.
Oh, man.
If that doesn't happen, especially with an Infinity Edge coming soon on Vasily, Dignitas could miss that window.
Vasily's also another Doran's Blade up on that damage as well. The hook just missing, which means that potential scare is now down. Having the hook almost means a little bit more. Crumbs can't get in all the way. A desperation move coming in for Dignitas may just work against them. A double kill for Vasily, not what Dig wanted to see coming out of that.
Crumbs trying way too hard to make a play right there. He repelled into 5 people on LMQ before Zion Spartan would have even been there for an extended team fight after the fact. No chance of getting out of that one alive. And then Shifter gets caught off the back as well, leading to even more trouble for Dignitas.
Thinking it would be all right, maybe to lose Crumbs, but what a catch by LMQ to continue on. Now grabbing mid turret as well. What an influx of gold they're getting out of this one. It doesn't look like they're being contested for the second one. They know the timers though, and they lose vision of Zion Spartan in the top lane, so good idea to get out.
PewDiePie trying to get the turret in the bottom as well, so a slight overstay there by LMQ after a great set of events. He kills this turret really fast, it'll cancel the teleport, so also a missed teleport opportunity there for LMQ.
But maybe not a missed
heady
kill.
play by PewDiePie until Cavalry is on the way. Goodbye, friend.
Said, which way did you want to go? Oh, you should get that. He
They're
should
trying
be.
to wait for the
Oh,
Q detonate.
they stood on it, but he still gets it. He sticks his foot right onto the lantern. Moore takes the first one. Actually, that was No Name that takes the first one. Can Moore get a Winter's Bite on? Oh my gosh, the perseverance from LMQ to keep going. They've already gotten flashes out of both Cutie, or rather, he already uses flash. Summoner, heal, and flash out of that bot lane. They keep going.
There was a lot of really intricate things that happened there, like PewDiePie not jumping away after the first Q landed. So first off, they just try and kick him backwards because they want to get him as far away from home as possible.
More time for fun.
Here the Braum stuns it, but the big thing here is No Name landed the Q on him. And he was hoping to Q after he takes the Lantern to bring him into kill range, but PewDiePie waited for the Sonic Wave to time out before taking the Lantern, but it wasn't enough because Moore manned up, ran straight through the box. No Name landed another Q, and that time because Kiwi Kid was close to PewDiePie, it ended up leading to his demise.
The domino effect continues. Pretty organized deaths over on the side of Dignitas if you look down the scoreboard line. They're keeping things even. But 6-0 here.
Performance by LMQ.
LMQ is definitely playing a very strong game. Within their limits, but making sure that they push it just enough to keep getting what they need. 5,000 gold now in 15 minutes is pretty much what they have. They've only lost one turret in that bottom lane, which really doesn't release any map pressure for them.
And this game could potentially be a really big statement for LMQ.
Oh my
Just
gosh,
as a growing
that's a good call.
experience for a team. I think back to their 4-0 Super Week, and their first defeat in the LCS was at the hands of Dignitas. And it wasn't just a close, hard-fought game. They were dismantled by Dignitas. The early vision control from Crumbs, the entire LMQ team only had 3 kills. It was just completely one-sided and stompy for Dignitas. The next game, Dignitas won a closer game, but still they seem to have LMQ's number. And this time it's just a completely different LMQ team. They picked new laners for them, in a sense. The tankier things they've lost to against Curse, in a sense. They're trying to take that a little bit on their own side. Double Rod of Ages, not the squishy soul laners you'd see. And Vasily is continuing his awesome Tristana play.
Yeah.
And the Sightstone on No Name. It's all these things
so early
that LMQ wasn't doing earlier in the season. Once they started their kind of mini fall after their 4-0 Super Week, which they seem to be doing now.
That's the thing, they picked some of the same champions that are now coming out, but the results they produce in lane aren't those regular teams, or the usual team C. Playing against Ackerman's Gragas, sitting in the brush forever to come out and whack you in the face. All these little plays that give them the upper hand that these players haven't seen before. 2 minutes on to Dragon. Kiwi Kid threading the needle there as he almost hits a nice hook. All right, look at even the health bars right now. Dignitas look a little squishy compared to what LMQ is bringing to the table. Easy pressure on the top turret. Zion Spartan is forced to back right now. LMQ is just on top of everything.
And this will be the point where LMQ has to kind of mentally check themselves and wonder when it's good to go in. This is one of those times.
It's good to go in. Maybe. No Name getting taken out quite quickly. Doesn't have a lot of armor to deal with the rest of the team. Zion Spartan is back into the fight. A beautiful exhaust coming out of Moore instantly to shut down that damage coming from Yasuo. Vasily on the chase. Flashes in, thinking he can get a few more crit shots, but he does not proc him.
And there have been times in the past, Riv, where LMQ will do a dive like that and give the game back. They suffer
that's
one
true.
casualty, get 2 kills, both of them on to Vasily, and they continue this push. Even though they're a little bit low on resources.
Luckily, they got Dignitas to step away from the turret. This time, Dig has that turret. They got to be very careful about how far they initiate. A good slow onto Crumbs to stop the reinitiation, but he repels into range. Winter's Bite for a cocoon. Oh, he gets it on the long range. That's what Cutie Pie needed.
There's a flank by Zion. He teleported in.
Oh, bye-bye, Ackerman.
Or is it? He's got flash.
Oh,
He's also
play.
Clutch.
Wow.
He's got a minion wave coming up. Does he want to follow it?
Are they really going to tunnel this? No, they'll be fine. He has a ward below him as well, so it looks like we'll see LMQ trying to get mid pushed up a little bit, get that minion wave, something to think about for Dig as they prioritize getting out of this alive.
Oh, man.
Woo. What? He turned. He turned in the face of danger, and they get a kill. LMQ, he's going to live through that ignite. It's not going to do more than 200 damage to him. He's also drinking a potion.
Doesn't even burn his heal.
No.
And the fight continues.
Oh my gosh, Cutie Pie goes from 50 to 0 in a second. Crumbs is not in the right spot, but Zion Spartan dives in, walls off Xiao's damage, and it looks like they're going to be able to take out No Name here. He just went down, but gold is gold. They're going to be able to pick up more.
Fight has gotten a whole lot messier than LMQ really wanted. Vasily still low, hasn't made it back to base. Pops the shield, goes for kill.
They're trying to fight everything with hardly any mana. Can't finish that one. What? Beautiful repel by Crumbs. Gets one last shot out with the Q. Calls out the power, and he gets a shutdown there. You can see the sword onto Zion Spartan. It was only a little shutdown, not a huge amount of gold.
Oh, more.
Shifter, so slow. They're waiting for Vasily. One more shot. Kind of.
To give the kill away.
Just close. Almost. Oh, more.
Yeah.
Secures it.
A little bit worried that Vasily wouldn't make it into range there. Yikes. All said is done. LMQ still comes out on top of that crazy exchange. And because of the 2,900 gold in Vasily's inventory right now about 50, he's got himself a Phantom Dance.
Ooh.
Very big time damage.
What an explosive surge of power for 21 minutes into the game, Jat. What he's facing on the other side is 0 armor for this point in time. So those are going to be some painful shots coming out of him. He's 5-0 and 4, along with a 5-2 and 3. LMQ No Name from the jungle.
They got to get this down
play.
pretty fast, though. Dignitas is on the way. No jungle smite, though.
They'll be in range for it. Wow. Kiwi Kid going hard on this one. It looks like they are really desperately trying to get into these dragons. It's going to be Vasily. He fires in. That's the crit coming now from the Phantom Dancer. He's getting the procs that he wants. Another double kill in the game coming in for him. Late game Trist coming out at 21 minutes.
Yeah, that is a very, very scary thing. Oh, he doesn't even finish the blue.
Oh, Ackerman! No. Throwing himself a quick party at Dig's blue buff. He walks away, the only one to win.
10,000 gold. The difference in this game now. 3 different double kills for Vasily this match. Just going to go back and buy some more treats. This fight in particular was actually a really good bait by LMQ. They knew they had the backup this entire time. They had the smite, and then No Name took a few hits before Vasily would jump in, which meant Vasily could just go for it. Zion Spartan did close in to get a pretty nice kill onto Moore, but it's just 1 for 3. And the dragon.
Looks like Vasily's starting to build up some magic resistance, actually. Getting himself some help here as well. He knows he could get zeroed out by Shifter still. Shifter actually looking for that. Builds a Void Staff second to make sure his power hits. He's not bringing much power. He just wants to get it all to work.
That's actually a pretty common thing for Sinjas who are behind in a game.
Right.
They'd love to be able to build a death cap in between that, but if they're looking for damage at this stage in the game, when people have typically built magic resistance, they need to go Void Staff second. It's not actually a thing that Syndra wants to do. It's something that Syndra has to do under certain circumstances.
And we can see that multiple lanes have kind of forced into their not want situations
there.
here. Ackerman over the wall. They have so many gap closers.
Oh, he kicked him!
Huge range. That's going to be a Q that follow all the way across. Xiao coming in to help the fight. The Kiwi Kid almost going down. Oh my God, Vasily goes in, goes out, says King Me once again.
8-0-5, another nice grab by LMQ. Starving Dignitas out of vision again and again. And they're just hoping the Dignitas comes in to check again.
I don't know if it's even going to be enough time.
The Baron health bar down to the bottom left.
A 3K, and it's going to be an easy smite out there as we see Baron go down. Dignitas trying to pick up what they can, but even down in damage, Cutie Pie is only holding an infinity edge on top of that Avarice and a bit of attack speed, so even he can't put down a turret with his team.
It's a very tricky situation to be in for Dignitas. You want to keep your morale high here and say, guys, we can come back.
Everyone just calm down.
But sometimes it's a little bit out of the question, and this is one of those times. 5 people on LMQ with Baron. They're just on a rampage right now.
It's a good lockdown. Crumb's got a nice cocoon that saved Kiwi Kid's life there, but that's the box. That's Ignite before they even get to your inhibitor turret. So much is being used out for LMQ to safely approach the stairs here to Dignitas' base. More even better safety with the shield up as Baron ticks these guys back up to full health.
This could very well be the last fight of the game. LMQ exceptionally far ahead right now.
This is what happens
for
when
all of Dignitas'
all the
damage
lanes
sources
win.
as well. The Frozen Heart on Gragas, the Negatron Cloaks on the others. Dignitas can't really kill LMQ, and LMQ most definitely can kill Dignitas.
I love more just setting up the wall. They go in for the turret. Nice hit by Ackerman. They think they can just get the follow-up damage on the turret. Actually kill Kiwi Kid first. That's how sure they are of themselves. Able to take any fight they want under a turret. Now inside the base of Dignitas. They're getting the stranglehold.
They still have a lot of ultimates. If Dignitas decides something funny, that wasn't the right one.
Xiao and Vasily in perfect position for this fight. No Name almost able to take down one. That was Cutie Pie getting almost soloed out there. LMQ's moving into the base chat, and this looks like it could be it.
Well, we started the game with an 80-minute day. Started the day with an 80-minute game.
Yeah.
We're going to end the day with a sub-26-minute stomp by LMQ over Dignitas.
Coming
what
up
it looks
very
like here.
strong. LMQ's going to have a win against every team in the league once they take down the Nexus. Be one of two right now to be able to say that for themselves. And they do. Under 26 minutes, 21-5. Vasily once again goes for the aggressive rocket jump to say victory. LMQ over Dignitas.
That is one way to do it, and I cannot believe how well LMQ adapted to Dignitas' 2 prior games against them.
Very solid. Textbook play. Nicely done. A great start in the early part of the game. Let's talk about this.
The very start by Ackerman was brilliant. It's one of those things that you do once and then you never get away with again.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
But it was a spectacular opening. Ackerman was level 4 before Dignitas knew where he was, and it also meant No Name had a lead.
That was so big. That was so big for it affect more than just the top lane, but the jungle was affected once you saw everything kind of come to fruition. Once we saw Zion Spartan running around at level 1 with 5 CS, and you're like, wow, even Crumbs is hurt from that. What a play. And it was all because they did nothing.
Just stand in a brush and mind your own business.
Stand there.
Sometimes that's the best course of action. Also,
Awesome.
Xiao, Vasily, Moore, those guys, as far as their laning this game, was absolutely on point, outlaning their adversaries on Dignitas here. I mean, it's a reason that LMQ is now tied with COG for first place in the league. The most decisive win of the day, for sure. And in a North American LCS that is so damn close, with every game kind of going back and forth. We saw 2 Nexuses being pressured by minions kind of going down to the wire in 4 games. And in this environment, for LMQ to face another first-place team and beat them in 26 minutes is a huge jump forward for them, just even mentality-wise.
That was a very strong game by LMQ, especially for, as we said, the lane matchups. We had our featured matchup in the jungle, definitely won by No Name. But to see Xiao again, now Rise versus Syndra, a matchup we've seen sometimes go, or most of the time rather, go in the favor of the Syndra, with the Rise having to build that early Negatron. But turned around 233 to 186. Xiao came out on top. Very strong in that matchup. And it's something that LMQ is starting to show, as they are so versatile, you cannot stop them with regular bans.
Yeah, they're growing and evolving almost faster than the other teams, it really feels like, because the difference between the games that LMQ was playing at the start of the split to now is very pronounced. They are taking the things that beat them, harnessing them for their own use, and they're coming out stronger. It's a matter of consistency once again, though. But I am very impressed, because we were worried that LMQ was going to have that 4-0 start, very great start for a new team in the LCS, which we've seen before in both North America and Europe, and then you see a decline as teams adapt to them and then not being able to adapt back. But LMQ has had that swing already. They went 4-0 in Super Week, dipped in the middle of the season, and now they're back in first.
It's something that they need to do. They have a lot of fans behind them. They come out of Challenger Series, and a lot of people thought that they were just going to be a top team to roll through everything. A lot of the LCS teams said LMQ as a first-year team will sit in the middle of the pack, we think, towards the end of the season. Right now, sit at the top of the pack, now tied again at the top. This is going to be quite a situation.
And let's not get ahead of ourselves. They're, 2 games back from 5th place still? It's still a very competitive LCS, but just based on the magnitude of that victory, it speaks well to their future.
Absolutely. All right, another wild day here in the North American LCS. So let's pull up the standings to see how the teams are stacked right now. And first, it's CounterLogic Gaming and LMQ.
And then one game back and tied for third is now Cloud9, with Dignitas and TSM there as well. In sixth place, it is Curse, and the gap between Complexity is now just one game.
That's right. Then in last, it is Evil Geniuses. But we'll be back with 4 more games to shake things up, starting with Curse versus Evil Geniuses.
Yes, and then Dignitas will face off against CLG, followed by Cloud9 taking on Team SoloMid. And we will conclude the LCS day with what could be a wild one between Complexity and LMQ.
That's right. Then stick around for the North American Challenger Series. We'll be bringing you a best-of-3 quarterfinal showdown between T8 and Zenith Esports. As we throw it over to Freak and Cyrene for today's Challenger Series, let's take a quick look back at some of today's highlights so far.
Too much energy into the cameras, guys. Save it for the game.
Be close.
Can they get the shockwave combo off?
Oh, they do! Wombo combo indeed, served up just right. This is going to be a through the front door base race. They are trying to get this down. Oh my God! Robert going for the shot. He's got a black shield to stay alive.
Cloud9? More like Cloud Wine when we're done with this game.
I'm unkayable. Whoa, High only gets 1 for the ultimate. He goes for last breath. They pull it right back into Meteos' ultimate of absolute 0. Perfectly played for their area of effect.
Maybe I should go into voice acting.
Yeah.
I will not forget who I am.
Soul Shackle coming out from Aframu. He gets the lockdown before he goes down. That's the crowd control they needed to follow through with the fight.
What's going through your mind right now?
I got nothing going through my mind but League of Legends.
Give me some.
Xiao Xiao coming in to help the fight. And Kiwi Kid almost going down. Oh my God, Vasily! Goes in, goes out, says King Me once again.
Hey everyone, welcome to the 2014 North American Challenger Series quarterfinals, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Frick-Turley, alongside me is Aiden Zyrene Moon. It's time for some American games.
Yeah, it's time for some more American games.
That's true. We had LCS a while ago.
Yeah.
I'm smart.
We had a lot of LCS today.
We had a lot of LCS today.
The 80-minute game. Oh, man.
Hey man, former Challenger teams making it in the LCS.
That's true.
About to make the way up the standings, just saying.
Yeah.
They're good teams.
And there might be at least 2 more.
It's true.
And we're seeing.
Hey, we could see 5 more.
That is definitely true.
That's a real possibility, guys. Tonight's quarterfinal matchup is a battle between the #1 seed Team Coast and the 8th seed Denial Esports.
Yeah, Team Coast are clearly favorited to win this matchup today. They took the title in Summer 1 and only lost a single game to Curse Academy in the semifinals. So they went 6-1, and from top to bottom, their lineup is very, very good. And if you count the spring promotion tournament, all have played on the LCS stage before. Plus, they have the best bot lane in all of Challenger with Mashme and Sheep.
Yeah, they're pretty incredible. So, of course, on the other side of the rift, though, is Denial Esports, who are big-time underdogs, but they beat 2 very good teams to get here. Nintendo X's team, Team Gyrations, and Armada Gaming were their 2 wins so far, round of 20, round of 10. In those wins, Denial mid laner Nubby Pooh Bear stepped up and carried the team with over 20 KDA, so he's been doing great.
Yeah, Nubby has been in the Challenger scene for a very long time now and has yet to make it to the LCS. In Summer 1, Denial didn't even make it to the quarterfinals, got knocked out in the round of 10, but with a 91% kill participation so far in Summer 2, Nubby is strapping his team on his back and saying it's time to go pro.
See if they can make it right here. It's time to look at the bracket to see where this all starts off as we move into the quarterfinals. The top match today, of course, or at the top of the bracket is today's match between Team Coast and Denial Esports. Then tomorrow, Team 8 and Zenith Esports battle in a best of 3.
And next week, the round of 8 continues as Team LOLPro and Wasabi Gaming take the Rift. Then Curse Academy and Cognitive Gaming close out the round on July 20th.
And in the Challenger Series, whenever you win, you're awarded points. At the end of Summer 2, at the end of Summer 2, the teams with the 6 highest scores will make it to the playoffs. And right now, Team Coast, Team LOLPro have already clinched a spot with 11 and 9 points earned so far.
If Curse Academy wins their quarterfinal match, they will also clinch a playoff berth. But every other team on the list, including the 4 bottom teams, have only 2 points. And they are still alive and can make it to the playoffs as long as they continue to win their matchups.
So the playoff possibilities may get tricky in the weeks ahead, but don't dust off your abacus just yet. The men and women of LOLesports.com will crunch those numbers for you.
Yeah, under the Leagues and Tournaments tab, you'll find scores, playoff scenarios, links to VODs, and everything else you need to follow the Challenger Series and the LCS all season long. And does anybody even use that abacus anymore?
Of course, it makes it even more impressive. If you ever hear a faint clacking sound during the LCS, it's our stats guy counting gold one at a time. He's got really quick hands. I mean, you got to appreciate that a lot more, don't you?
Yeah, abacus! That's all I think of when I hear that. I see the image of the guy with the children's thing. I don't know what it's exactly
the
called.
cool things that you like slide them around and
remember
think
those
on red tubes.
doctor offices?
Yes.
Oh man.
I played with one maybe like 3 years ago or something. It was still fun. Those things never get old. Just like League of Legends keeps improving. Today, what a transition. Today's best of 3 matchup between Team Coast and Denali Esports is about ready to go. As we talked about, Coast definitely big favorites today.
Yeah, they had the best KDA in Summer 1 previously. Also, Coast took that #1 spot, going 6-1 throughout the season. Very, very deadly team. Yeah. They did take #1, but I personally think that they are a contender for top 2. I think that Team 8 is really strong as well. We're going to see them more tomorrow, but right now, Coast, they're the ones we're seeing today, up against a team that's kind of the underdog here. We're going to have the bot lane, though, of Coast. I do want to talk a little bit more about that. Mashme and Sheep. When they went over to Europe, they were scrimming a whole bunch of other European bot lanes, crushing them. They didn't have competition when they were over there.
Wow.
Yeah, they were just destroying bottom lanes, taking names, and coming up on top. And then they showed it against LOLPro.
Yeah, they did. And they 2-0 that final, so of course great players there. Coast's mid laner, Golden Glue as well, has been hitting the books as hard as he can. He's actually up to top 10 in Challenger now, number 8 last we checked. You guys might have seen Golden Glue on Dignitas. He got a lot of flack for a performance that maybe wasn't quite befitting an LCS mid laner. He's trying to work his way back up to that.
I just think people gave him too much flack. He got a quadra kill on Orianna his first game. Granted, he didn't do a whole lot, but he's improved since then. And actually having a little bit of coaching from Scar the time that he was on the team has helped him immensely. And speaking of coaches, they now have Chaox as their coach.
Someone call him Chowx. It's not how you actually say it, but if you want to troll the guy, Chowx is the way to go.
Yeah, and of course, Golden Glue is going to be up against Denial's mid laner, Nubby Pooh Bear, who we talked a little bit about previously. He has 91% kill participation. That's not something that you would really see typically from a mid laner over multiple
players
games.
in general.
Yeah, over multiple games. And here's the thing, too, is actually 45 kills that have taken place for the team. So participating in 41 of them is really, really big. It means 4 kills only happened with solo kills in lane or a jungler ganking top early on.
That actually could be a detriment to the team as well. Then if your lanes can't win automatically, then that's actually a bit of a risk. Yesterday, actually, I think it was yesterday.
Or he might just roam all the time. He did get casted in previously.
That's true. That's true. You can always make those plays yourself. But the one downside I do want to talk about with Denali Esports more than anything is I was talking with Nubby Pooh Bear a couple days ago, asking about his team. And a lot of these names you might remember, just so if you guys don't know Denial's roster very well. Top laner Anda, jungler Inori, Nubby Pooh Bear the mid laner, Stixay, their AD carry, and support daddy, also used to be known as Evaniscus on Velocity on support. So some of these names you guys have been following the North American scene you'd recognize, mainly Inori Nubby and support daddy, or Evaniscus. We'll call him support daddy because it's a real name now. But the 2 new guys generally, Anda and Stixay, that's going to be a sticking point for these guys. It's going to be a difficult point for them because they haven't had as much time in the sort of hardcore competitive scene. They're very solo queuey. They're very fresh to this. And AD carries, I think, we can be kind of brain dead and it's okay. You can lead us around and we'll just shoot things with our guns and it's fine. Junglers think it's a lot harder to come out fresh out of solo queue and make your mark properly and competitive.
Yeah, they're in quite the Stixay situation here. Oh, I'm surprised you actually passed that one up. I saw it, I heard it, and I was like,
well, here's the thing.
God.
Here's the thing. I gave you that as training wheels. So Crepo and I, right, are kind of the two pun masters here. Name puns are easy because they're always there. You see them all the time. It's really easy to prep for. It's the ones at the heat of the moment. So I'll give you the free ones.
I didn't prep for that one though.
I know. No, it's fine. But you see it and it just comes out.
Just lay it up for me.
It's like why I never make Prolly jokes.
Okay, too easy.
It's too easy. It's not even worth it anymore.
I didn't know you had a standard for puns.
Yep. Yeah, you wouldn't think I had a...
yeah, I'm actually
the floor
really,
is actually up here.
I'm really surprised.
Well, I do, darn it. Here we go, guys. Picks and bans starting up. My puns are awesome. These players were even better. Rengar Kassadin dropped away against Denial. Golden Clue not one of the Kassadin himself. His Yasuo, the Gragas away from Rux, though. Certainly smart bans.
Yeah, the Kassadin was played to huge effect by Nubby Pooh Bear previously, so you want a blue side ban. That also means they're going to prioritize something else. I think Lee Sin is actually a first pick or ban here, because Inori and Santorin have great success on that, and Inori, being a red side player right now, will pick that up first rotation for his team.
Likely.
Pick ban against that player, and Santorin might steal away from him.
Well, we got to see then what Denial can pinch on the other side of it, though, if Lee Sin does become the priority, because you can always get something else good about that, like ban a counter to Braum and play Braum yourself. You ban a top laner like Lulu, so not a lot really.
Starts with an L.
Yeah.
They all start with L's. Lulu, Great. Lucian, Lee Sin. Boom.
Well, two of them now removed from the pool, but Lucian is going to go through to Mash. He's going to have a great lane to start this one out. No support bans whatsoever, so these two guys get their pick of the litter. Support Daddy could first pick a support right here and say, hey, let's set up the bot lane for success.
Yeah, you could just do a Braum Lee Sin right now. There's a lot you could do here. They left you a ton of wiggle room with these bans. You can get a Twisted Fate for yourself. Nubby Pooh Bear likes to affect side lanes a lot. You can get an Orianna for him. There's a lot here.
Yeah. I feel like Ori's not the kind of pick you go for early on, though.
Yeah.
I agree with you. TF, I think, could be a very smart one if you think that's strong for your comp. I got to think about this, though, a little bit. Do they go for the Jace? Anda does play a fair bit of it. It's not the type of champion you need to pick that early, though, in a matchup.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those champions. He would play it top, too. I don't know how familiar Nubby is with that, and he is just going to swap it over to Shyvana.
These are all very surprising to me, because, so, the thing to keep in mind is, of course, any match you play is a microcosm of League of Legends, because you know about your champions you like to play, you know about champions that are good in League of Legends, and you know what your opponents play and care about. Rux has been a phenomenal Shyvana all challenger long, so even though 99% of LCS games you'd be like, Shyvana's not even thought about in champ select, not necessarily even important for a team, this time it is.
Yeah, it was what he ended up playing the most in the Summer Series 1, playing that 3 times out of the 7 games that they played. So taking that away from Rux, because of course Team Coast had phenomenal success all throughout it. I mean, 6-1 record, nothing to,
Yeah, nothing to shake a stick at. The Orianna does come through later on, though, for Denial. Corki in as well, so almost everyone in Denial picking their own champions. Coast going to match up what they can as well. The Ziggs in there for Golden Glue. Rux will match with Renekton in the top lane. And actually, Lee Sin didn't even get grabbed. It's the Elise there for Santorin.
Yeah, Santorin's going to go with the Elise. Played that more often than he did Lee Sin, but apparently he doesn't care about Inori's Lee Sin at this point. He wants to go ahead and allow him to have it, or something else. They might have a plan up their sleeves here for Denial.
Well, that's the interesting thing. As Thresh comes through to fight against the Braum, and now the jungler pick required for Denial, I saw on the LCS earlier as well, Lee Sin just dropped by the wayside. The consideration has been for a while that Lee Sin was like the must-pick AD carry. It was like his own tier, or not AD carry, sorry, but jungler. And it seems like he's being passed up more and more in the recent past here. So maybe just a change of times for the jungle players here.
Yeah, I did talk to Santorin a little bit about tanky junglers. He's saying he really likes Elise right now in the meta. She gets a little tankier later on if you build some HP items because of the way that the golem is. But the boot, you kind of have to make a lot more conscious decision, because now there's no tenacity on the Spirit of the Ancient Golem. Do you want to go cooldown reduction still? You'd have to go cooldown reduction boots and give up the Merc treads and not have that tenacity in a team fight. So there's a lot of different things here. Against this team, you don't really need it too much. There's only one thing you have to worry about in terms of tenacity. So he'll be in a good spot.
All right, well, we'll see what happens with these guys and what build he goes for. Santorin, you said he likes the Golem more than the Wraith. We've seen both builds, though, and the lineups are through. Inori will lock in Vi for his jungle pick. So only one of the top tier, the sort of top tier air quotes jungle picks goes through, and it's going to be the Elise of Santorin. The rest of the comp's going through. Coast looking very normal in their champion. This is the kind of thing you'd see all spring split long, for example. Denial Esports, couple of new faces there. Of course, Braum, no surprise that he's popular now. Cork is still around. Orianna, Vi, just a couple of fresh faces.
Yeah, Rux there going with the Renekton. Definitely not a fresh face on that champion at all. He just dominates with it to the point that he was buying a Trinity Force before. I remember those games. I'm surprised he didn't go with Aatrox too, because he loves that champion. It's very popular in Europe right now, but he loves Renekton as his baby.
Well, it speaks to, I think, their strategy then, because he's got basically the entire repertoire of bruisery top laners. Like a lot of the mage types went away. Ryze was gone, Lulu was gone. That's fine. But he's like, look, you could go Aatrox. You could, I believe, go Jax. I don't think he was banned. Yeah, Jax got nerfed in 4.11, but he's still strong. Or you had all these opportunities to play things like Aatrox, whatnot. He's like, you know, I'm actually choosing to go for Renekton. This speaks to me as wanting a lot of early game pressure, all the lanes to win. Ziggs, for example, another great one at that. First pick Lucian points to that as well. So early aggression, what I'm seeing here from Coast.
Yeah, they definitely want to crush all of the lanes with the help of Santorin. Look at that. Lucian, hyper lane aggressive bully. Renekton, same boat. When you're up against something like a Corki, which has mid-game power spikes, late-game power spikes, and then you have Shyvana in the top lane, same story. So there's actually a lot of aggression here from Coast that they can go ahead and take advantage of very, very early on.
See what they can do with this one. WP Bear, early on, puts a trinket down, Golden Glue.
That aggression. That's on his side of the line.
Yeah, he's going to see almost to that turret. Battle lines drawn, though, by AD carry supports. Another sort of defensive trinket down there. I want to point out, by the way, Denial, my new favorite team in Challenger, they actually all put Flash on F, which is the correct button to put Flash on.
I don't know. F is for fire.
No, it's not.
That's why I used Ignite on it for the longest time.
As a jungler?
And now, as a jungler, it's for Fist, because it looks like a fist.
For the smite.
Because you smite it.
Okay. You could always rebind A and S as your summoner spell choice. And then the S could be for smite, and A could be for the A and flash. Flash.
It's a long A.
It is. Flash. Oh, sheep and mash.
Mash.
No. Oh my gosh. This is good. I don't want this one to stick around.
We had some pretty bad. Because normally you go ahead and you combine the names of the bottom lanes.
Mash sheep.
It was Mash Sheep, and then we also had Maple Dodo from Teammate. Curse Academy was that Bunny Fufu and Impact. So it's Impact Bunny, Dodo, Maple Dodo.
Yeah, those are all really bad.
It's like a roadkill cafe in the Challenger scene. 80 carry bot lane.
Okay, they're going to stay alive. Santorin's got his little spiderlings with himself. Looks like no roadkill here. Just going to kill away some golems. I was going to say save for the man. No leash for him, though, whereas Support Daddy does help Inori a little bit. But both these junglers starting blue buffed. I mean, they're gonna end their routes on different sides of the map. Yeah, and I see how this pans out.
I actually like that Santorin has a green ward in his inventory because Machete's worth a little bit more. You can't get the pink that you normally want to go with, but that's going to allow him to be more aggressive. You think that wards are defensive most of the time. They're actually a very aggressive tool that you can use to make calculated decisions with Sheep.
Uh-oh, Stixie takes a whole bunch of damage. Heal burned already. Ignite is on. The first blood already happens. 2.5 minutes into the game now. Sheep's going to counterattack the Support Daddy. One more tech. It's flamed back. Oh no, this could be 2 kills now. Support Daddy trying to run away. 110 health on him. Mash can't quite get a last Q out. It just comes back from cooldown. But already, Coaster winning.
They were trading back and forth in that bottom lane. We talked about the early aggression from this team. That was a level 1.
Yep.
Didn't even hit level 2. Just the play there from Sheep around his Flay cooldown was absolute perfection alongside the summoner spells and the usage of them in the bottom lane.
Beautiful stuff. Watch that one again. They thought they could kill Sheep with maybe the stuns, but they've got 2 extra caster minions right there.
Yeah, and the fact that he ignites him, flashes away, and Mash actually didn't hit him with anything there.
Nope, ignite damage did it.
Yeah, ended up flashing after it. Maybe you could have ended up killing it here, but it's just a reaction. You have no idea that that would have happened.
Yeah. Mash also, he could have stayed farther north in that brush. So the thing is, he was trying to chase down expecting that maybe Sheep gets picked off, so he's playing a little more defensively there, but after the play, Mash could have, I think, eked out 1, maybe 2 more auto attacks by running north a bit more often, but honestly, again, you got to commend Coast for the great fight right there, picking the battle with 2 caster minions.
Boom, there's the aggression. Bottom lane is already winning a little bit. He's able to see where Inori is and get tabs on him.
Wow.
He's actually going to go aggressive.
I'm surprised he went that direction. He knew Inori was around. And what a beautiful, beautiful repel. Inori's going to flash. Q auto attack gets the kill. Santorin, perfect play. Inori, not the best.
Look at the aggression that came out just from that ward in his inventory and using it properly. You saw the level advantage there, 3-4. Belize Santorin had enough presence of mind to know what he could do against Inori and takes him down for pretty much half HP.
Great stuff there. So the Elise pick is going to work out for the guy. Doing well in these fights. Of course, being forced back to base, Inori got to buy some items. Spirit Stone's done for him, but you know Santorin's got plenty of money.
Yeah, here's the thing too, is Santorin can focus on those types of plays. When your other lanes are just winning naturally, you don't have to gank. You can go bully the enemy jungler, and now that you have his double buffs, go ahead and gank a lane, and at the same time, If you get countered,
Sheep
they're not
goes
going
for
to be
the
a
play. There's the laser, and here comes Santorin. Q's on in. Gonna get the cocoon right there, Support Daddy. 300 health, couple more attacks to go, but here comes in Nori to chase it down. Santorin gets the kill with red buff, though, and out they go. Gets the doubles. Onto the AD carry. Stixay wants Mash. No, turns back for Sheep this time around. I don't know when his Valkyrie's coming back up, but level 4 is coming out. Damage still going through, and they turn back around because here comes Rux. Anda needs to match this teleport, and Nori is trying to put the damage down, but no, they actually stopped the teleport there. Didn't need it. They get a kill back.
Yeah. Good communication there to know that he was going to be able to pick up the kill by themselves. Now Stixay has those double buffs. That's a death sentence.
Well, maybe if Sheep can land it. But right now, Stixay's got to be careful. 1v2, has to hide. Got caster minions for cover. I'm surprised they didn't chase farther onto Mash, but and they couldn't quite pick up the kills in the chase, though. And I got to point out, though, as he recalls back, he's down 13 minions. He started Cloth 5, already lost all 5 potions to the Dorn Blade start of Rux. And this only gets worse, actually. Elise can now tower dive Anda. I don't know why he didn't just recall, but now Stixay tries to go for the fight. He looks for Sheep. 200 health left on him, though. They find the stun, but back goes Thresh. Ooh. Yeah, those Qs can claim. Yeah. Just beat death.
He almost has his E available.
There's the top lane dive.
Go for it. They got it.
Anda had free license to recall back and TP back into lane. I don't know. This is really weird for Denial. I just keep seeing these plays that you don't expect them to make mistakes with, but it keeps happening.
Yeah, the pressure from Coast is immense. They're going to blow all of their flashes here and dodge the cocoon, but Rux also flashes and slice and dices out of the turret aggro, so he's not taking any more damage, and Santorin picks it up and repels.
And Rux played that perfectly.
Minimal damage.
Absolutely. I mean, and you saw the turret changes in 4.11. They make, they basically will shred the first target really quickly, much more quickly than you might be used to. So the fact that he got out after about 3 attacks is pretty much ideal.
That's why junglers like Elise are, like you said, ideal, because you get tanky very early, and you don't have that extra damage burst from the path to Lizard Elder, but instead, you're tankier. You're tankier early, and you can repel turret aggro.
And you're seeing how nice this is now for Coast because they're 5-1 in this game, up 1,800 gold basically just from kills. But now Denial want a way back in this game. Support Daddy pops E for the move speed to get into that fight a little bit sooner. He can tank it out anyway.
He doesn't really have enough for his ultimate just yet. He's a little short.
And there's a smite, so Denial now back within 1,000 gold. And Golden Glue's ward says, well, it's dead. I don't know when. He assumes it's right about then, but you can't always guarantee it.
Yeah, as you see the Braum come back into the bottom lane, they'll most likely find timer around that area. Blue buff being handed off to W Pooh Bear, and the aggression from Santorin and the rest of Coast has just been spot on. They just let it up for a second and let the ward control fall to the wayside because the bottom lane was so low for so long and hadn't backed.
You know, this lane's gonna have to get pushed out before too long. Phage there for both AD carries, and even though the CS is pretty equal, just the total number of kills that are on Coast's bot lane. You see the extra assist or 2 for Mashme, the kill, and the extra assist for Sheep means they're just ahead a small item each, and it's gonna make life hard for Denial. That said, though, the mid lane, we talked about him a little bit, Nubby Pooh Bear is actually winning his matchup. 68, 56 in minions. That's the one thing these guys can rely on. This is a bait, though.
And Nori has his ultimate, the Assault and Battery, ready.
They're trying to pick the fight, and they can't quite.
They might have some idea because the blue or the red side of the jungle in the north has been warded up by Coast, and they don't see Nori doing it.
Good call. It's true. It's true. If you don't see camps gone, that negative information is actually incredibly valuable. And they kind of infer her location from that.
And you'll basically be like, all right, I know he isn't in the jungle, so I can go ahead and say he's anywhere but there, possibly in one of the lanes. And I know that blue was handed off. So just by deducing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Golden Glue, one hit, can't get away though. Here comes the Nori, here comes the Shockwave. Hits Santorin as well, but do they have the damage? Looks like not. Golden Glue gets out in Nori, 100 health and gets picked up there by the Ziggs. Ignite comes in, W Pooh Bear wants this one. Flashes away from Elise, puts the shield down, QW. Oh no, dangerous game and level up. Keep Golden Glue alive. Rux now chasing Anda out of the jungle. These fights keep going Coast's way.
And they're gonna go ahead and get that red, but look at that Sheep.
What a beautiful hook. Stixay is going to be going down. Even Flay's Support Daddy out of the way so he can't block Mashme anymore. And look at that, culling 100 health left. They want this.
Ooh, Sheep's taking a lot of damage. Ooh. So remember when Sheep was in the LCS for a while and people wouldn't let him have Thresh?
Yeah. Here's why.
I don't know if everybody does remember that.
Denial did not.
Mm-hmm. Maybe they're in denial about how good his thresh was. I don't
Not
think they would be
anymore.
after this. Because, damn.
Yep.
2-0-2 in the bottom lane, taking all these kills from his AD carry. But, I mean, MASH.
Those are his. He earned those kills for himself.
That's true. The Ignite.
He's preventing the steals from Mash Me.
This right here ends up going in, doesn't have vision of Santorin, and then pops out of nowhere, revealed by the Shockwave, and it's a little bit more than he could actually stomach.
Yeah.
When they go after W Pooh Bear, he flashes to try and avoid the next bouncing bomb, and he does, but still not enough.
That was a cute move. He flashed so that Command Protect would deal damage to Golden Glue. I think it wasn't quite on the radius, so I think he missed the damage on it. But even if he did, of course, Golden Glue does live through that one. So back into live, though, one thing I got to point out as well, Inori walked through the entire minefield.
Yeah.
He actually took half on the way in, then like looped around the rest on the way out, and lost all his health.
Gotta pick up all the, ooh, piece of candy.
Yeah, right?
Ooh, piece of candy.
It's like he's playing Jax. Like the game where you drop a thing, you pick up all the little pieces.
Is that a pinata?
No, it's like, have you ever like played the actual game Jax?
Oh, okay.
J-A-C-K-S?
I just imagine Jax like bashing something open and picking up all the pieces.
Right, I understand that one. Man, Pinata skins would be fun for champions.
They die. Whee! Gold everywhere.
Prop gold everywhere. You gotta pick it up.
Run around the ground.
Could be a champion passive. Instead of being worth gold when you die, you gotta pick it up afterwards. You don't get 300.
That might actually be...
That'd be horrible.
The support could kill you, and then the AD carry's like, oh, no.
Oh man, that'd be all kinds of weird. All right, well...
Or you just kill the guy and just leave the gold on the ground, and then the jungler just comes by and goes, whoop.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Right now, though, it's all about Coast clearing the gold. The old-fashioned way of killing people.
Speaking of the jungler coming by,
oh yeah,
Santorin was there, and he knows that that bush is pink warded, so there's no way they could have seen him setting up the gank. And there they go. Still hanging around.
Not happened just yet. Coast, though, still happy to make plays for the kills. They're up 3,000 because of it. Santorin goes around through a pink ward his team put down already. Spots an enemy ward. So that's 2 pink wards now, right like at the bottom lane river. Just making it easy for Santorin to get in if he wants to.
Yeah, and he sweeps, making sure that they don't see him coming through, but he already passed through the Dragon Ward, so Nubby's going to be on alert. I love this from Santorin because he's using the fact that you get a ward from the Spirit of the Ancient Golem now to invade.
Smites up for both. Outplay? Nope. Santorin gets it, and out goes Support Daddy and sticks it. They've got to be a little bit careful there. Mash gets some good damage down. And takes the Lantern, gets out. Santorin pushing Nubby Pooh Bear, saying, this is actually my jungle, thank you.
Blue's up. It's time to contest. Bottom lane, putting up the aggression, making sure that they get some damage down, and that means you can win this blue fight very easily. Look at that. Support Daddy, it'd be very dangerous for him to contest right now.
Fighting the wards. Blue buff goes over to Santorin, so Coast continue to play aggressively. Hook's going to land there. Braum.
That's a blind hook.
True. Nice shot, though. They're going to stay safe. There are some wards still on Dragon. That comes up in about 15 seconds. Coast knows the timer pretty well, to be honest. They warded right after it died. And it looks like they are pretty well prepared for that when it does respawn to keep their gold lead pushing forward. Mash to finish Trinity Force before too long. They keep pushing this bottom lane out. Denial do what they can to keep the lane under tabs, but there we go. Dragon's up.
Yep. And right now, Nubby, there's only been 1 kill on the map. It happened in the bottom lane. And what we've seen from Denial in the past is that Nubby has to be involved for there to be kills. He's going to get involved in this Dragon team fight. Nori's not around. It's going to be very risky.
Looks like there's no chance for them to stop this one. I think they ping it out. They kind of know about this, but there's not much to earn. Good ulti out from Ziggs. Doesn't get the cannon, but you know what? Clears the wave, keeps his turret safe. That's the important part. And he early picked Shyvana to deny it from Rux there. We haven't gotten to see the lane very much, just the one dive. And you're seeing Rux happy to just crush with Renekton. A 30-minion lead.
His choices of items, we talked about his Trinity Force before. Black Cleaver Rush.
That is a rare
from
one.
Rux.
It's not even like his team's that AD heavy. They've got Jungle Elise. But he really wants to beat his opponent up. I mean, Anda did rush Ninja Tabby, which is a strange build. I don't see that very often. And then he's going towards Randuin's or Sunfire next up. So I do understand the armor shred. It's just different.
It's not a typical Renekton build, and if we know anything about Rux, it's that he doesn't really do typical Renekton builds unless he feels like he's up against the wall, and the rest of his team is going to go ahead and carry him for him. Rux doesn't like to be carried.
No.
He's against that. He loves carrying, and he'll eventually get tanky, but usually his first item is something along these lines.
Well, there we go. There's the beginnings of a Spectre's Cowl, maybe a Spirit Visage to tank up against Panda, but right now, there's just really not a lot of risk for the guy. 135 CS, highest in the game despite being in this brawly top lane here. And he hasn't pushed the turret down, but he is growing the small minion lead there, plus the ganks. Gold and Blue continues to hold the mid lane here against W8D1. These two have matched fairly equal. We just haven't seen them fight very much. It's really just been about this bottom lane constantly picking up kills. And the Dragon control whenever that respawns.
The roams from the supports heading mid right now. There are so many wards and inventories for all of Coast. There was a pink ward in the inventory of Sheep previously, but they all could possibly put one down on the map at this point.
Well, and Nori looks for another round at the top lane. Can he go for this one? Rux dashes out towards the turret. And despite playing so aggressively, Rux constantly is able to sense out these ganks or ward them as they come in and just hop out without any risk. It's great play by Rux. Again, the ulti just keeping the pushes. Denial have not found a way in on this game.
They've been trying to push turrets when people abandon those lanes, but they don't have the wave clear and they don't have the damage to turrets to deal with Ziggs.
They just don't seem to. You're right. There's no way to get in for these guys. Unfortunately, Inori just hasn't found the ability to do much. He's CSing all right. 68's a decent score, but 0-3-1 means the Vi just isn't on the map that often. Mash, I don't know if he needed to ult that. There's no way W8D1 dies, but made him back up for a second. Mid lane outer turret did go down, making that the second here for Coast. And they are playing just aggressive enough to keep the pressure on.
Now Mash clearing out the wave, Golden Glue helping him out. It's so difficult to counter siege as Ziggs, especially with this composition. They are going to have to go all in with the Vi. They can wave clear a little bit with the Corki and the Orianna, but I feel like they're going to get poked over time. A lot harder to be able to return at this point.
See what they can do. Slow comes in towards Santorin Sport. They're really pushing forward. He wants this fight to happen. Just go for it. Ulti gonna hit Golden Glue and Santorin. There's the Lantern out. The rubber dust. He gonna keep safe. Flash Q gonna miss. And nothing is found here for Denial. As you say, Rux has TP, but he's gonna walk it over with his Renekton body. And minions go down. Coast do not get found for the Summoner spells, and the ulti's burned.
And then they can go ahead and re-engage a fight, and he won't have those available. They're gonna get the top turret for free at the same time.
Now look at that. Coast continuing to make the right moves, playing just right for all of these. Mid lane tier 2 rapidly losing health as well. This siege working quite nicely for Mash, Gold, and Blue and the rest. For those the guys hitting the turret themselves.
Look at level 9s on the AD carries right now, and they're already grouping up and pushing as 4 or 5 people. They're trying to end this game early and play their composition strength of this early game aggression and not let Corki reach power spikes, and same thing with Shyvana. Keeping him completely shut down.
Well, they're just trying to push the health bars down, and that's going to happen there. Team Coast going to get another major objective. All Denial's gotten all game is one dragon they grabbed early on and one single kill as part of a trade. And
Nori is so weak right now.
Oh my gosh, that's so rough. This is half his health from a simple combo from this Renekton.
Yeah. He's 0-3 and he went for a Brutalizer second item. Instead of that tanky and being a little more defensive, he's trying to build damage for the team. But I don't think that's what they need at this moment.
I agree. I think they need a way to actually just force engages, maybe catch someone out in a 5v4 or 4v2 or something like that. And the ability to dive is just so useful. But Inori can hopefully make this happen. But as we talked about, he's one of the players who came more or less fresh out of solo queue. These types of situations are just going to be more rare for a player like this. And sometimes you just make the wrong choices. If it pays off, then I'm wrong. But typically you want to have some kind of front line here. I didn't know you could do that.
Wow.
That's cool.
That was awesome.
It makes sense. I just didn't know you could do it.
Wow. So that's how you can clear a wave and just save time as Lucian.
Yep.
Mashed me. Today I learned.
Do you know you can recall mid-rocket jump as Tristana?
Yeah. We saw that earlier today.
Oh, I guess I didn't realize that someone else had done it, but I just do it every time, so it didn't like stick out to me.
Your facts are weak, freak.
What? It's still true. The fact isn't weak.
We saw it earlier today.
Okay.
Nope. Not new to me. Doesn't
Good.
count.
Well, I'm glad you watch LCS. It's like you're a professional commentator for Riot or something.
And I'm glad you don't.
Wow.
Because you didn't see that moment. It was clearly on screen.
I was setting up something else. Whatever.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I was. Shh. Team Coast still controlling this game pretty successfully. Moving on, transitioning into the game itself, which doesn't even involve Tristana. 7,000 gold lead. Coast still haven't found any kills for a while. Denial have played a lot more defensively, trying to defend their turrets, but the problem is it's not really worked for them. Coast have taken 2 turrets in the last 2 minutes or so. Dragon's back up. Denial. They're trying to fight for it. Santorin takes a whole bunch of damage, but Support Daddy getting picked up anyway. Half HP. Santorin chasing down. There goes Braum. Shockway's going to hit a few, and more kills are flooding in for Team Coast. They've now grabbed Anda as well. Shyvana ulti played back. Flashes the wall, but this is not great for the Mash pushing down on a Stixay now, who has nowhere to go. Flashes the wall. Red Buff claims that Mash is on a killing spree, 11-1 for Coast.
Amazing TP in there from Rux, and the great pickups afterwards is going to reward them with multiple kills. 3 members, 1 very low as well, and they're going to get this Dragon off the back of it. Coast, they're looking in top shape. At 20 minutes in, they're about to have a 10K gold lead, or very close to it.
Wow, these guys are absolutely dominating this game. Great play, and it's all... I don't even want to say it's all, actually. It's not all, but it's largely from a phenomenal laning phase by outskilling their opponents.
Yeah, Inori is just so squishy right now, and they end up getting extremely low to the point he has to flash, but they went hard after him. Rux dedicated to taking him out, and the rest of the team. Santorin flashes out, but the fight continues, and there's a great play here. After he pulls Anda back, immediately says, you're not going anywhere unless you're blowing flash. Mash with the follow forward, and then the red buff tick onto Stixay after the great bouncing bomb. Just the amount of damage that they have and the advantage that they have and the way they're pushing it is amazing from Coast right now. They definitely look like they are a challenger team that needs to be feared by the other contenders.
Well, they won last time. I'm pretty sure everybody's going to be pretty fearful of these guys. Denial drawing the short straw, didn't go high enough in ranked 5s, and they seeded into these guys first round. And life is now pain when you're Denial Esports here, doing what they can to get themselves in, but...
It's a challenge. It's a struggle.
Yep. Well, they call it the Challenger Series for a reason.
It's not the struggle series.
Nope.
It's a little too crude.
But right now, it's actually the case for Denial. It's a struggle to get themselves back into this game. Down 9,000 gold as Coast continue to make good choices. 4 turrets down so far. Now I want to see what they pressure onto next. Top and bottom tier 2 turrets are available. Teleport. Gonna take some time before Rux gets it.
And Nori's just messing around, and there's gold and blue. But Rux is there as well.
Well, you're seeing the build from Inori. He takes out half of his health. Uh-oh. Well, goodbye. Loses all of it back. But you can see he takes out half of Gold and Blue just by himself without his ultimate. And so you're seeing the glimmers there. Just it's not enough.
Yeah, they definitely need more coming into this. And Coast, speaking of more, the last time we saw them drop a game against Curse Academy, they had only been together for about a week because Santorin was new to the roster. Sheep had just jumped on after they replaced, I think it was Daydream and Wiz Fusion, and Mash was back on AD carry after having him in jungle.
Yeah.
So this team has had a lot of new time to synergize this new roster. This newfound space, newfound synergy, they're definitely looking very good. I've said it multiple times, but it's definitely true. 22 minutes in, 11K gold lead.
Absolutely. These guys are playing a great game of League of Legends right now. Santorin, you talked about him being the new jungler. 4-1-4, doing so much for his team, but really down the line. I mean, any of these scorelines is impressive. Even though we haven't seen Rux's lane very much, he's been exactly what his team needed him to be. Hey, be aggressive in your lane, keep Anda from being able to roam out, pressure the turret, and then just show up for team fights, be a tanky man. That's worked so far. Coast, all around, they had the plan, they got the, nope, good smite, but Inori's out.
It's not going to happen for Blue, though, which just came up, so it's automatically pretty much going to go over to Coast.
Yeah, not much threat here. Take their time, picks it up, there you go.
0-5 on Inori. Basically 1-5.
4 damage. He's going for a Triforce.
Yeah. 1-5 in that combined bottom lane, though. Between those 2 points on the map, they've just been bullied so hard. We saw the first blood going down in the bottom lane in just the 2-on-2 straight up, and then the jungle was invaded, and here's a pink ward right there.
Oh dear. Yeah, they're like, oh, this was
it's awkward.
A risky play. They're going to try anyway, but I don't know if they have really any good ways out.
Coast is on the other side of the map, and they don't really have the time to do this.
No, there's no way they can keep that down. There's no way. So out they go. They walk away. At least they don't really lose much but the Shyvana ulti, which isn't too expensive. But Coast did a good job of keeping wards down. That's one of the things you do. Just because pink wards are permanent, you just like leave a pink ward on Baron. Not for things like that, but just because anytime they do ward it, you can sweep it out and keep the pressure on.
It's actually a decent play because it pulled them off of that bottom tier 2 turret.
Yeah.
Which Coast would have been happy continuing to push. They had to go check Baron. They were forced to.
Fair point.
Play.
Well, I gotta say it, you know, again, they didn't lose much, and hey, good job by Denial to try to get themselves back in, but the problem is the game continues to slip away. Coast continuing to play very nicely, and they have claimed that top tier 2 is a little while ago. Bottom, of course, was stopped thanks to that Baron attempt. But now they're going to start setting up this top jungle, killing any wards they see, sweeping out what they can. Sheep can actually reach that ward over the wall, much to the chagrin of everyone else.
Oh, Inori just laughing in the bush. Sheep can't hear it, though.
Very soft laugh.
Why are those bushes laughing at me?
Why is it female? It sounds like bye. Wait a second.
Inori backed. This is being done, so he's no longer in that bush. He's no longer able to contest this.
Now just going to give it up. They know. I mean, they got to know the attempt is available because it's dark there. It's not like they watch like the roots in. They say, you know what? Yep, these guys, they earned the Baron. Going to back off of this one. Anda push as much as he can before saying, you know, they could gank me. I'll peace out. But Denial have just been unable to make aggressive moves. Completely not able to do anything here. And Coast just controlling this from start to finish. Their lanes were good. They managed to control the objectives well. They somewhat take their time with these pushes occasionally, right? It's not a 21-minute surrender or anything, but certainly 25 minutes, not exactly late game here, so Coast continuing to pressure on as best they can. Baron's in there. They can close the game off that.
Yeah, they have a lot of cards in their hands, but you know, we've seen people get rid of leads like this before unintentionally. Take them multiple slip-ups. But it's still possible considering the late game team comp of Denial. They will scale a little better, but Coast's game plan was not to give them the chance to scale, but they're going to go after Mash right now.
Oh, he didn't. There we go. Ulti does come through onto Masher. They have the damage they require to kill him, though. Looks like he's going to walk away, and Inori can't dive the turret. He gets soloed out by Mash. No, Anna gets caught up by a Cocoon. He's got nowhere to go. Tries to TP out, but the rubber ducky comes out from Golden Glue. Stomping it out. 2 more kills to Coast. This is not good for Denial.
Yeah, Denial look like they are lacking organization right now. They're lacking how to counter Coast, who is a team that has a lot of good infrastructure in them. They have a coach. They have really, really good players in solo queue. They have synergized as a team. They are looking very strong, and they are one of the reasons that we do the Challenger Series in the first place. Find great contenders like this.
Look at that one. Just gets all the damage down. Crit's one of them.
It's an amazing play there. He tries to TP out. Last ditch effort. He actually gets stunned up first by the Ruthless Predator and then rubber duckied and clay pigeoned by Rux in the air.
Yep. That's good aim.
I
If
know.
a dragon is suddenly like getting pushed around by explosions, you can still shoot him.
Sliced it in half though.
Yeah.
As it was flying past him.
That's true. All right, now though, Denial. At this point, I feel like you sit back and you start licking your wounds. You think about what do we do for the next game.
Yeah.
You take this time as.
Well, Nori has 3 long swords, so I don't know how much he's...
Maybe it's Ruin King, but like at this point, it doesn't really matter anymore. Nori couldn't win a 1v1 against anyone except maybe Sheep, and even that might be close. So you just know life is pain for the guy. But I think at this point, as Denial, you sit back and you say, okay, what do we do differently next time? We're going to be blue side. Maybe the bands change around a little bit. What do we really respect here? What don't we? To be honest, the Shyvana steal didn't seem to do very much. I'm very surprised that was actually the choice made there.
You also have to think about how did we lose just flat off in the first 4 minutes?
Laning.
Because that's what happened. It was the laning and then also the invade on the jungle. So what do you do to counter that? Do you put wards inside of that little bush in the river? Do you put the wards at like the 4-minute mark? Do you play winning lanes? Because they played pretty scaling. Yeah. And Coast said, nope, we're not going to respect that. We're going to crush you in about 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think champions like Lucian become higher priority. I think the Ziggs gets banned to remove safe champs from Golden Glue because Nubi is the one lane that held up.
Yep.
That was the one lane that held up against a Ziggs of all champions, which is already a great laner. So
they're going hard
here.
Now or never.
Well, can they get the damage output? They're going to get some here. Support Eddie very low on health, but in comes Anda. 2 for 0 so far. Corki fires 1 back, but the health bars are just a little bit too big for Coast. Nubi Pooper does go down to Santorin, and now it's only Stixay alive. Golden Glue still being chased around, but it's not going to be enough there. Flashing tries to make the play. Anda's still coming around for that one, but more and more kills come through. The repel in Santorin even stays alive. Maybe gets a shield, kind of kiting him around. Anda's really durable, to be honest. They're trying to break him down.
Slowly but surely getting there. Rubber ducky into him.
And there we go. Kill picked up. Ace comes through. Rux was topping the whole time.
Man, Rux City is a pretty lonely place.
Population 1.
Yeah.
Inhibitor is gone. Minions don't count. They're not real people. Sorry, Minion fans.
Yeah, all those Minion fans out there.
Minions can't vote. They don't have minimum wage.
And we treat them pretty poorly.
Yep. No one gets tried for murder when they kill them all the time.
Damn. Damn, that's
Yeah.
deep. That's deep.
I'm just saying.
In fact, you get to steal their money. You're encouraged.
Yeah.
All right.
All these things encouraged, but this time around, Denial realizes they've had a little bit too much this time. 29.5 minutes in, Surrender comes through 19-2 for Team Coast. Commanding win, great lanes, great game.
That's how dominating a force Team Coast is currently in the Challenger scene. They are the champions of the first Summer Series. Right now, they're pretty much 1 or 2 in terms of power rankings.
Sure.
And right there up against Denial, who's basically just getting onto the radar right now.
Yeah.
They could be a better team in a couple of months if they stick together with the roster. Because that's a problem, too, is people change rosters all the time. They try to fix parts. They say, this bot lane isn't good enough. Let's throw it out, find a new one. But if you just stick with one and just hone it, get a coach, get infrastructure, and just make it better, I think that's a lot better than doing that.
There's a whole mix of things you can do that do and don't work. I mean, Coast, for what it's worth, Coast went and kind of rebuilt a new team, and it worked for them. So, I mean, either approach can work out, to be completely fair with all this, but Coast have put together a pretty damn good lineup. A lot of great players. The synergy getting better and better over time. As you mentioned, their only loss in the Challenger Series was because the roster had just come together, and they've only gotten better since. So, down the line, lanes looked good. I think we talked about that game enough because we saw it from start to finish, controlled game, whatever. I do want to get back to the point, though, about what do you do then when you're Denial here, because they eventually surrendered the game. They eventually realized they had enough. What had happened, and again, you saw because like Inori started buying a bunch of long swords, like they were kind of checked out of the game, eventually they surrendered. I think they spent the time discussing what do we do differently now? What do we change for game 2? What picks and bans we do? What strat do we go for? And I think they reset and they find a new plan.
They have to find a new plan. It has to be something completely different than what they just attempted. Whether it's we're going to ward here at this time, we know that this is what they're going to go for, or we're going to just completely change our picks around, because they have to change pretty much everything coming into this. And you know, they may put everything on the line, just be like, we're going to play our favorite champions, we're going to go ahead and go at them full force and do what we're good with. And they might come out with a solo queue team, they might come out with a big strat, but I mean, I think Coast can pretty much answer everything that they have right now. You'd have to catch them really off guard.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's unlikely there's like an easy fix here in Champ Select. To me, it's like, look at the mid lane. Like maybe let Nabi Huber win one of these matchups. Find a matchup where he wins one-on-one. The other side of it, though, it's not like Braum Corki's a bad lane. Like those are two of the better laners overall. I don't think they necessarily get hard countered by like Lucian Thresh or anything. Like both are pretty good lanes. Shyvana Rekton is an old school matchup that you're used to being like, well, you're going to be down 15 CS, but whatever. So none of that was like supposed to lose in Champ Select. Even just in the laning phase, like that shouldn't have been too bad. Unfortunately, it still didn't work out. So it's something you got to look at and find something that does work.
Well, it's Sheep's Thresh.
Yeah.
And Mashmi's Lucian. They got a kill level 1. They didn't drop any kills on themselves, and they almost killed Support Daddy at the same time, which freed up the jungle, and then just started snowballing from there because the double buff refresh and then giving it back and forth. Just a lot of pressure on that bottom lane early because they had a winning top lane, and they're like, you're just going to go even mid lane and then show up to team fights and wave clear. Actually, they will show up to him in mid while he's wave clearing was pretty much the strategy.
Yep, aggression from Coast worked out. They played awesome. Now, Zyrene, he's unfortunately running very low on mana, so as we buy a Chalice and rejuvenate for a couple of minutes, we'll be back, though, for Game 2 between Denial Esports and Team Coast, so don't go anywhere.
Make calculated decisions with Sheep.
Stixie takes a whole bunch of damage. Heal burned already. Ignitus on the first blood already happens. Fuse on in. Gonna get the cocoon right there. Support Daddy. 300 health. Couple more attacks to go, but here comes Inori to chase it down. Santorin gets the kill with red buff though, and out they go. Gets the doubles. Half HP. Santorin chasing down. There goes Braum. Shaka's gonna hit a few, and more kills are flooding in for Team Coast.
Now or never.
Well, can they get the damage output? They're going to get some here. Support Daddy very low on health, but in comes Anda. 2 for 0 so far. Corki fires one back, but the health bars are just a little bit too big for Coast. Nabi Cooper does go down to Santorin. welcome back to the North American Challenger Series. It's time now for the second game in the quarterfinal between Denial Esports and Team Coast. Now, Coast leads 1-0. They had a 30-minute win, 19-2 win kills, just complete control the whole time.
Yeah, Coast's early aggression paid off. They were 8-1 in kills at the 10-minute mark, 20-minute mark, about a 10K gold lead, and they just closed it out from there. The early aggression in the bottom lane, getting a level 1 kill, and then not giving up any in response and still getting the support daddy out of the lane.
Yeah.
It's crazy aggression. Then that freed up Santorin to do whatever he wanted.
And you talked about them. I mean, Santorin, again, the new jungler, is doing very well for the team. You talked about the bot lane, though, being ludicrously strong. Mash and Sheep went 6-1 and 18 combined, 24 KDA across that bot lane. And, okay, sure, any game is 19-2. You can pick out 2 players that'll do really well. At some point, those stats look good. But, I mean, the entire time, they first picked Lucian for Mash for a reason. Sheep got his Thresh for a reason, and it was painful. It's something you've got to deal with somehow.
Yeah, and Rux in the top lane just continued to push, didn't need assistance or attention at all from Santorin. Santorin's like, I'm going to look bottom, stay bottom. One dragon went over to Denial, the very first dragon. That was just because of some positioning and weird backing in terms of timers for Coast.
Yeah.
But that set up Denial for a possible comeback opportunity, but they didn't just grab it the correct way. They ended up squandering that little bit of a bump in goal.
Well, that's unfortunate then for these guys, but they now have to rebound and make it happen here in Game 2. They got to get this going for these guys. Yasuo's still banned away from Golden Glue, so they're still removing the important assassin for the guy. I still think getting rid of Ziggs might just free up maybe Puber to win the lane himself. Not the case so far. Elise also away from Santorin. The Lulu, so to be fair, it also could be support daddy's Lulu. It's actually the most played, so that could have gone a lot of places, but that removed still.
And the Elise being banned away from Santorin was an utter terror, and he loves Elise in this patch and loves what she can do.
Yeah.
And loves it the fact that you get Quill, or the, what is it, Spirit Quill?
It's Quill Coat.
Quill Coat. That's
to
right.
Ancient Golem.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah. Spirit Stone. Nope. Quill Coat now.
Well,
so the Quill Coat gives you a ward. He's like, I love using that ward. I'm going to go invade, place it right there, and wait for the guy. Because level 3 Elise is better than almost every other level 3 champion in the jungle.
Pretty strong. A lot of 6 spells level 3. It's a pretty good way to go. Gragas removed away from Anda, but this does leave the Rengar that was banned available right off the bat. 2 jungle bans were sent to Santorin. Let's see what it has to go for now.
Everybody's giving a little nod to Jace. In every game, somebody's hovered over it, and now it's been hovered over twice here. And the Rengar pickup here for Inori is actually really good because he didn't fare very well last game. And if he ends up getting level 3 and you are in your jungle, Rengar is one of the worst people to invade because he can root you, he can run away, he can use the bushes to his advantage, dip and dive out of them. He does a lot of damage early on.
Yeah.
So he's definitely one of those people that you want to kind of stay away from. And then level 6, he's going to come to every lane. We saw a Rengar game earlier today.
Yeah.
Didn't end up winning it for Curse with I Will Dominate.
But his ganks were great.
Exactly. And then Robert post-game was saying, no, just don't want to deal with a Rengar. It's so much pressure on the bottom lane.
Yeah.
At the every lane pretty much. It's like having an Evelynn, but with a lot more kill pressure.
Sure. I mean, you heard his advice. No, don't learn Rengar. I don't want to play against him. Everyone else, just leave him by the wayside. Ziggs still goes through for Golden Glue, though, as does Lucian. So Coast actually picking the same 2 champions that they had picked at the beginning last time. 2 of the 3 because they were blue side, but Coast not wanting to change the strategy one bit.
Yeah, it worked last time.
Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, they get less jungle pressure, but heck, the rest of that lineup's still available.
You have a lot of options here, and Nubby, if he's going to go with the Orianna again into the Ziggs matchup, he did end up going even in it, and then it was just jungle pressure that ended up swaying the matchup. Right now, Support Daddy might go with the Morgana because it would be into Thresh.
Yeah, it would most likely be into Thresh, but I feel like if you're comfortable with your own Thresh play, you pick that yourself. Like, I don't know. It's like, I'm a fan of some of the counter matchups that exist in the bottom lane. Like, I really like Nami into Morgana, for example. I just feel like there's so many tricky things Thresh can do, especially when you're a Thresh god like Sheep, that being like, well, I got Morgana, bro. Like, that doesn't count, I feel like. So that to me really is troubling as Denial, but they're going to try to make it work. Yep, there we go. The Evelynn, of course, makes much sense for Santorin Coast. They're picking the normal things you normally do.
Yeah, Sheep will take Thresh pretty much every time he's left up.
Yeah.
Signature champion right there. It's kind of like we saw Vasily with Tristana earlier today. That's actually his signature champion. He's known back in China for his Tristana play.
Well, he's known in America now for it.
Yes, now he's known for it. He's making a name for it and bringing it over. Being like, oh, it's in the meta now.
It's mine.
Yep, you guys are going to have to recognize.
Why not?
Sheep at the same time with his Thresh play. Denial still haven't recognized they're putting too many bans on these different things. Like they banned away the Lee Sin, even though it wasn't picked or banned last game.
They figured it was tier 2 after release is the thing. They were like, we want to push you down off the playmakers.
And they didn't want to pick it themselves, I guess. Right. Because they did first pick a jungler.
Right, they wanted the Rengar. I mean, it pulled them in the first time. I understand that completely. I do want to know what Denial goes for. They keep actually an aggressive top laner here. Well, actually, I guess they switched to a more aggressive top laner. Renekton comes through. It'll be the mirror matchup there, so Rux will play the Shyvana this time around. And I think he can beat him up now in the matchup. Stixxay now is going to have a bit more of a defensive champion, and they can get to late game. If Rengar holds them on, then Tristana can go try to carry, but I want to see if this pays out for Denial.
You just have to get to about level... I guess the ganks at level 3 are actually pretty good. Morgana has some gank assistance, you can land a binding, and then Rengar will jump out and go ahead and root and do a lot of damage in the assistance. But when you hit level 6, it's just constant pressure in that bottom lane. You wait for a binding to land, and then you go. Top lane might be okay, but I think Rux is just such a skilled player, even in this matchup.
Yeah. Here's the weird thing about that, though. Because on paper, and also not on paper, it should be fine. So, for example, Rux, for what it's worth, I mean, we know Rux is awesome, to be fair. I'm looking at purely at solo queue, though. Rux D1 69 LP is not actually that high. Like, D1 90, like, okay, you're basically challenger, whatever. Like, you get capped and it's hard to make challenger. That's fine. If you're D1 90, I'm like, you're great. I won't touch you ever. If you're in the 60s, I feel like that's actually like a tier below to a certain extent. Whereas Anda's top 70 in challenger. He's number 69. Like, that to me is an actual skill gap. Where, like, Anda on paper is a stronger player. That said, though, Anda's pretty new to competitive. And I got that wrong during the game. I said it was Inori, but it's Anda who's newer to competitive there. Whereas Rux has been crushing on a team for a while. So it's like, Rux has the experience in this kind of situation, but like theoretically, individual skill-wise, Anda should be good here. So like, I feel like that should work for Denial.
Yeah, theoretically, but in a team-based game,
of course,
it's the calls, it's what you do in the lane, it's how well you stack up against them. And look at that, Anda is going with the Doran's Blade first, but Rux is going to go ahead and go with the shield, keep himself safe for the start.
Well, when it was flipped around, it was still the Doran's Blade for the Renekton, but it was Cloth 5 for Shiv. Rux wants Doran's Shield Potion. We'll see how this matchup plays out here. It is going to be it's going to look like, I should say, the 1v1s. Once again, supports always stand above the AD carries, and it just is always...
This is going to get you every time.
It does. I just want it to line up. I have that, like, not like true OCD, but like it's just nice to see that fit. Oh well, whatever, it's fine. Don't do it on my account. Do what you think is best for your team, even though it's really equivalent.
It's kind of like when you stack up books, you want to do it by size, so the smallest one's on top.
I actually stack things alphabetically by color.
So
black, then blue, reds towards the end, whites all the way over. Oh, not quite.
Nope. Not going to get that ward, but they also know that Inori is on the top side of the jungle.
That's true. That will be useful information. He could get down to red in time. Honestly, there's not really many aggressive wards here from Coast. So you might see Inori actually do just that. Look at that. He's down by the wolf camp. He's making his way down to the bottom lane. A bit of a level 1 gambit, though, by Stixxay and Support Daddy. They're hiding in this, the upper brush. They actually got pinged out while doing it. That's surprising to me, because I don't think they would have gotten seen doing this, but they are chilling in that brush, hoping for a play.
And Nori's actually going to walk back to his blue and start there. So actually, I talked about how Rengar has this presence on the map at level 6. Evelynn was the person I compared him to.
Right.
They ended up picking Evelynn for Santorin, who has all of that type of pressure unless you ward in the jungle early on. So there's going to be a lot of threats here, and it's going to be who has more bravery, really, in this bottom lane. Because if you go really hard early on, and like the level 3 mark, either jungler could be there.
True.
It's very hard to detect both of them. Level 6, it's even harder.
Well, right now the Denial are pushing out, which guarantees them basically that when Rengar does sneak in, there's no wards to watch him. If they actually do keep this pushed up, they will know when Sheep goes to like around the wall to ward the river or something like that. So if Inori can get 3 fast and sneak in from the brush, I mean, brush ganks are great for Rengar. It lets him in on the lanes.
Yeah, so keep it pushed. Tristana's definitely going to help with that. Tormented Soil on top of it.
Yeah, this is a guaranteed push for now. There's actually no good way for Coast to pull it back, especially if you push like at the right times. You can guarantee damage on the wave as they're still sitting under turret. So there's a good way to actually deny golden XP, or not XP, but gold here. Santorin level 3 does not look to go to the bottom lane just yet. Inori has a slower clear right now, but he's not too far behind.
It's a great adaptation to go ahead and pick that Tristana in the bot lane and just hard push it to make sure that it's further up. You'll get the level 2.
Inori's looking to gank, I think, because he saved his savagery during that camp. So he's running right down to the bottom lane now. They know that one trinket came down, and they haven't seen any others yet. Support Daddy on level 2 here. He's got to be a bit careful. Actually takes a lot of damage here.
He's just standing there. There was a type coming out.
Interesting. Well, looks like they're okay. The Support Daddy's back in. Now, Inori knows this is not warded here. He knows the upper brush is, though.
He has the 5
You can actually flash jump.
Yeah, because it lasts for like a half second. There,
Gets the root on to Mash. There's a jump on in. Mashby turns the summoner heal, but he's in on towards Sheep. Good damage comes through. Down the binding hits. That is what they needed. Sheep is going to go down. Stixon gets the kill. Beautiful play.
The dive back into the bush to get the gap closer again was huge from Inori, and that's why they first picked the Rengar for that type of pressure alongside the Tristana.
There you go, man. Save the savagery. Inori, you saw him actually last at the rest of that camp with just basic attacks, and I was like, you don't do that unless you want to gank right now.
Yeah.
5 points in savagery. Or
ferocity.
Ferocity, thank you. Sorry, there's
Savagery's
similar
the
words.
Q.
I know. He doesn't have 5 points in the Q yet. He's not level 9. However, when he does, he'll have 5 points in savagery, so I won't be wrong then. But 5 points of ferocity gets the gank. Beautiful play.
Casting from the future, it gets you in trouble sometimes.
Yeah. In a few minutes when he levels up 6 more times.
But yeah, when you hold on to it, it's basically telegraphing, I'm going to gank now. Because usually you'd use it to heal yourself and just be a little more sustainy when you're walking through camps. Or you're like, okay, I'm going to hold on to these and then bola somebody and root them.
Yep. He made it happen. So Sheep and Mash back into the lane. Sheep just got some more wards. Actually didn't pick up much else, really. So he has not gone closer to his GP10. He's not gotten closer to a Ruby Crystal either. So it actually holds Sheep down a little bit, where he just had to spend a bunch of money, and the wards didn't pay off just yet. Meanwhile, first recall comes through. Pickaxe for Stixay. And he's already back in the lane plus Frostfang, so this bot lane could actually continue to snowball well. More damage in the AD carry, more gold generation on the support, and they can keep putting out this pressure of Inori. This is the makings of a very good thing. Plus, pink ward down, they can watch for Evelyn. Bot lane could snowball off.
Yeah, Santorin's just been farming. He has twice the farm of Inori right now, but it's all jungle creeps. In the top lane, though, Rux is actually holding even in terms of CS.
Yes, and that's actually impressive there by Rux, because Rux was winning this matchup by a small margin. Last game, they flip it, and Rux holds even. That's good play.
It makes you feel really demoralized when that happens, too. Yep. Especially when there wasn't really any jungle pressure top. You're sitting there going, wow, this guy played it against me, and I lost to him. So I played what he played, and now I'm losing to him, or at least going even, and he's not losing to me.
Right. I lost both times in the matchup.
It feels really bad.
We need a term for that. I know Donkey made a video on it, but I don't really want to call it, like, a donkey.
Getting donkey.
Because it's not, like, I don't feel like that's appropriate. Jat did it once in solo queue. He told us about it. He's like, yeah, I got rocked in this one match. I was like, oh yeah, Fiora's just overpowered. Then he plays Fiora, loses the exact same match at the next game. He's like, all right, I'm just bad.
Yeah.
But it's not pulling a Jat either. It doesn't count. Don't make it a thing.
No, pulling a Jat is something else.
I don't want to know what that is.
It's like
at all Esports, you can help us figure it out. Denial, though, trying to hold on to this game. 400 gold lead. But Santorin is waiting in the wings. The ward doesn't count. Of course, he's invisible. Inori's waiting for the counter gank, though. Actually, who's the counter gank in this case? I don't think either team necessarily knows the junglers are there.
No, they don't. They have no idea at this point.
Then I would see that ward timeout, though.
Santorin's actually going to go back to his jungle and just continue farming on this Evelyn. He hasn't been having the same type of counter jungling force because he can't counter jungle a Rengar.
Sure.
Can't go into his own territory.
You can't win the 1v1. That's the big issue. Is you can use the stealth to kill them at a camp and use that to make it kind of like a 1.5v1, and then you'll win the fight. But yeah. Ooh, nice try.
A little shadow came by his feet. He's like, what was that? Oh, yeah, everything's good.
Staying safe. Santorin is the first of the junglers to hit level 6. 7 minutes in. That means he has been farming very rapidly. 7-minute level 6 for the junglers. A pretty quick timing there. Still half a level to go for Inori, but his buffs are respawning. Means he's not far behind that. You know, we did see the Renekton Orianna combos before.
There's
Santorin
the
gets spotted.
It's going to see Santorin.
But there is Shyvana ulti and doesn't find anything. Ando just gets out safely. Santorin will spot the ward. Inori, can he help them to kill this? Looks like just the blue buff. Gonna go to Nubby Pooh Bear.
Santorin's going to start running down and checking the blue. Level 6 finally comes out for Inori.
All right, so where's the first gank? He's actually got 5 ferocity right now. Ulti is up. But right now you're seeing how safe Golden Glue's playing. He wave clears, walks over to the Wraith camp. He is not going to put himself in harm's way. He's got a pink ward to the left-hand side that will spot any Rengar gank from that side. So the only way to go in for Denial is through the bottom side.
And they're going to get Rengar the red. I think Golden Glue wants that blue handed off to him before he does anything else. Yeah, he's holding on to 5 right now.
Exclamation mark pings. Those are the danger pings sent out by Denial saying, hey, look out for this upper brush right here. You don't know if there might be an Evelynn in it.
If he was going to ulti, he would do it now.
Well, right now his team calls out that Evelynn's doing the blue buff there with the team. This is their chance to make the play.
He's going in.
Goes in, they spot that. There's the Black Shield on. They find Mash. Can they get the damage down in time? Buster Shot going to get him out of the way of the Bola. Into the turret.
Burning.
One hit from Deb, but he's not going to go down. Support Daddy walks out. Very nearly claim him. 3 summoners burned.
No Ignite from Support Daddy either.
Yeah.
It was just the explosive shot active, ticking away at him, and it still wasn't enough. That's going to be an ultimate from a Nori burn, a flash from Support Daddy, but 3 summoners from that bottom lane.
Well, the binding hits though onto Thresh, though. Big damage coming through. Sheep at half HP. Santorin shows up early. Ult pop by Support Daddy to get him the heck off that fight. Denial are actually pushing this lane quite well. 14 minion lead for the AD carry here is a good thing for these guys. 800 gold lead still holds for Denial.
Yeah, they got better early game champions, and they aren't letting this get away from them. But of course, you have to watch out for the scaling of Rux. You also have to watch out for what happens later on in this game in terms of the mid lane.
Rux really wants that fight just to push the wave down. I think he might want to just recall and teleport back in. That's normally what I see Shiv ults for. There we go. It's so pretty. It's like a little blue halo.
It's in the air.
Yep.
So angelic.
Exactly.
Well,
as a Yordle,
yeah,
the race that Teemo is in, every Yordle's angelic.
It's actually the friend of Teemo. Lord.
Yes, they're good buddies for good reason.
I love the part where she sits there and is like, yeah, something clicks off in his brain and he becomes a psychopathic killer.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
More reasons
I'll
to love
be his
Teemo.
friend.
Darn right. Hey, they're on the same side. They fight for Bandle City. However, only Yordle on the team. Only Yordle in the game.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Lulu was banned, so it makes sense.
What's Ziggs?
Yeah, you're right. Ziggs is a Yordle. I don't know why I didn't see that. Just kidding. Stixxay and Mash in a fight, though. Actually, right now, though, big item lead for the Tristana here. BF sword added to the inventory is a scary thing, but Mash getting some good damage down. Stixxay is sustained not
Nori's
really
here
as high.
again. Ultimate popped.
Wow, can you get
another?
Cooldown boots are there. Pushing on in. These guys might be too
black
close. There's the reveal. There's the trap up on his face. The hook, though, the Ignite is on as well. He claims the kill, but they trade it back. Honestly, that's still fairly worth it if you're Denial.
When he's jumping in like that, getting a black shield on him is actually very imperative against the Thresh. Evelynn off on the left side right now. Is Santorin going to go for the gank? No, he's not. They're actually going to look at the dragon instead.
All right, the 2-man dragon is the attempt here, but it's going to mean bottom lane outer turret could go down. I'm surprised they don't stay for it. They could have claimed that turret kill. They're going to look towards dragon. This is so easily collapsible, but unfortunately Denial don't see it happening. Great choice by Coast. Just out of nowhere to pick this up, but maybe they can pinch them off. Maybe Pooh Bear could walk over. Ward spots the two of them. They could have gotten some turret pressure, and they just didn't quite get it.
Just going for the zone control here. Stixxay looking for something. Isn't able to find Santorin on the retreat. Dragon goes over and makes the gold actually in Coast's favor.
This is interesting so I want to actually think about the Denial strategy there, because they didn't choose to kill the turret on purpose. They could have. I think their wards were good enough they would be safe if they stayed. So by leaving the turret up, they prevent Mash from being able to freeze like at tier 2, because Tristana can't really stop a freeze easily. And I guess it's like with Ziggs to wave clear, you can't necessarily just roam out of lane and just try to push on their turret down. So they're like, well, we don't want this to freeze. We want to extend the laning phase longer, get more Rengar ganks out.
Yeah, as a Tristana, you haven't hit your peak yet.
Yeah.
In terms of an AD carry, he's not even at one item. Why not farm a little bit more instead of having to go to other lanes? And Sheep and Mash are good enough players alongside Santorin that if it got up to the tier 2 turret, they would just freeze it and just continually gank you if you pushed up. And Tristana pushes all the time naturally.
Yeah. Denial, I guess, not confident in their ability to maybe like randomly 5v2 the mid lane turret or something.
Yeah, but you don't want to get out of the laning phase. You want to stay in the lane phase here for this bot lane. as long as you can, because you have a better
As long as
matchup.
you're confident in your late game. As long as you're confident in your late game. Otherwise, I think it's better to take your advantage as you have them. Anda should be able to get out. Nice jump. He's safe. There's the ulti in on towards Golden Glue. Shockwave will hit the flash in. A lot of slows. And Inori does claim the kill. So this Rengar first pick really paying off for Denial.
Running the same composition in that jungle mid lane as Curse did and running the same combo.
And man, there we go. Bottom turret finally does go down. They claim that one, feeling a little bit safer. The TP back in for Anda. And Rux will just kind of proxy this wave. And he's actually got Evelynn for cover as well as they steal the blue buff away. So good offensive move here by Coast, but they might lose mid outer for it. Oh, they're going to 2v2 this.
Peeling off of it. It's actually 3 members collapsing. 5 members actually collapsing onto Santorin right now.
Nice 2-man ulti by Santorin does buy him some time, but can he keep getting away from this one? Anda has flash plus stun if he wants it. Flash in for Inori to get the jump in, the flash in. There we go. Nicely done. They get the buffs back.
Onto Anda right now, and he needs that to continue the pressure up in that top lane because he's getting pushed in now by Rux, who's just not respecting it and going across other waves, across turrets, picking up the proxy.
Well, Denial are now playing aggressively. Mid outer is gone, bottom outer is gone, and they've still got this guy top lane in Anda to try to keep pushing this forward. He's now got that 12 minion lead. This is about the lead Rux had around this point in the game, but it's a tanky Renekton build, not the offensive Renekton build, which will participate differently in team fights. So if Denial wants to win this one, and again, they're the underdogs, they are less experienced as a team, they've got to keep the offensive pressure going, I think.
Yeah, they definitely have to keep the pressure up, or else you're going to have this Tristana outscale your entire team. And the ways you can get your Tristana right now is you have to hope that you hook her in the late game.
Unlike
Evelynn will try to flank. Tristana has decent protection with Morgana. And the fact that you have Orianna for shield, you're going to have a lot of peel with Rengar if he decides to come and peel for you. But also Rocket jumping away. She has a lot of good self-peel.
This fight, though, Rux doesn't take much damage anymore. Early Sunfire versus Tank Renekton, and you don't easily win those trades. Red buff, I think, would be Anda's biggest source of damage in this fight. Santorin looks to hold the mid lane. Golden Glue will stay safe on this one.
I actually want to addendum what I said earlier about the Thresh hook. There's still a Morgana. I talked about Morgana like right after. I'm like, even that's hard. So you want to get this Tristana to late game, and that's really going to be a huge boon here for Denial.
Well, maybe they can make that one happen. 1,200 gold lead for the team, looking to win this matchup. They're going to have really hard odds of making the playoffs if they lose this match. This is a very important best of 3 for these guys if they want to make the postseason tournament.
Coaster already in.
Yeah, Coaster guaranteed. They can just kind of screw with everyone else, though. And they can also guarantee you first round bye if they keep winning. So
that's what you would want.
Yeah.
And also, you know,
it's just worth it.
Keep going. You can get more experience against these higher teams, and you have the possibility of knocking one out completely.
Okay, well, Inori, there's the ulti popped in. Sheep wants to protect. He's got the pink ward, which means Inori's going to get spotted there. There's the play. He's already ready for it. This is not good for Rengar. Goes in. What damage can he deal? Well, not enough for sure. Stixxay just can't really help.
Right across the pink ward. Sheep just sitting in that bush.
What a prediction.
I think he was clearing a ward out at the time, so that they would have known that there was a pink in there.
I think he was playing protection. He was, like, knowing Rengar would come try to stop this. I think it was completely predicted there.
Brilliant.
Mash taking big damage, so in comes the Fortnite to try to defend them. Box comes down, TP as well. Will Sheep go down? That's a 1-for-0. They trade back in. Yes, the turret does a bit, but 1-for-1 turret going down. Golden Glue joining the team as well.
The teleport in. No teleport for Anda. He's got to walk that one out.
Oh, the extra kill picked up onto Inori and the turret going down. Coast are back into the gold lead here, and that Tristana pressure suddenly became a lot less scary. Smash goes towards his Yomu's build. And Centaur now starting to own the jungle as well. He will take away this Wraith. And life gets a lot better now for Team Coast.
So Stixxay actually put 3 points into Explosive Shot and then Max his Rapid Fire.
Cool. I like that build. I think that's actually the optimal build for Tristana.
I was looking at that and I'm like, oh, it's very interesting.
Yep. It means you have Max Rapid Fire by level 10, which is around the time that people are like, oh, Tristana falls off late game. Well, if you have an eye edge and 90% bonus attack speed, it's a decent mid-game team fight. To be honest, like, that's just
really
auto attacks.
good.
That crit for 240 damage.
But I also like the fact he just put 3 points into Explosive Shot to shove the wave as much as possible
Yeah.
and harass.
I mean, that's a standard. Like, you got to get the points in there earlier. You don't have a latent phase at all. But I like the transition off early on. I think that's optimal. Team Coast right now taking down this not turret, but dragon. They've had complete control over dragons this game. Maybe even this series, to be fair. And that's keeping them now 1,200 gold in the lead.
They gave up the very first one of the very first game.
Yeah.
But since then, they've been right on top of it every time.
Speaking of being right on top of it, Rux heading over to that side of the lane. Ward comes down, we'll watch for Inori most likely, and honestly, these guys are just treading water up in the top lane, which is the right thing when you're Shyvana. When it gets into a team fight, life's going to be painful. Inori is going the full offensive build. Wriggle's Lantern completed, wants the Pharaoh Flare, doesn't have that yet. 18 minutes, about the time he starts counting. Is it up yet? Is it up yet?
Sure.
And adding a Yomus.
He's going for the damage build here for Rengar. We've seen some tank Rengars. We've seen some cooldown reduction Rengars.
Hey man, 25% in items ain't bad.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and I'm sure they have 5% for masteries on top of it.
A lot do. Dominate did earlier. He actually just sat there at 30% CDR, didn't have any other sources, and just had 30% CDR for his build and then went tanky. Right now though, we're gonna see, I guess, what else Inori can grab. What else he can do. 1, 2, and 3, a better score than last time, but he's actually seeming to run out of steam a little bit. The last gank he went for got completely blocked out by the ulti, the Pink Wards of Sheep.
Well, they've kind of broken the laning phase right now. The turrets are starting to fall. Rengar's going to have to go a little deeper for these kills. And we saw when Dominate was playing Rengar, he was really tanky. And if you're not tanky, when you dive in, it's very, very difficult to get out. So you have to dedicate and get multiple kills off the back of it and be very coordinated with your mid laner.
Right now, the mid laners haven't been part of many of these fights, really. Nabu Pooh Bear, 0-0-1, the 1-1 and 0 from Golden Blue. Pretty similar scores there on this one. And right now, it's Denial trying to push the advantage. I think they still feel like they're ahead. And Coast sort of starting to claw back into this one because of Dragon pressure. There are still plenty of pink wards down in the opposing jungles. Coast have still been owning the Dragon side of the map, whereas Denial do have great vision control over the northern jungle.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of wards inside of the jungle of Santorin to keep vision on him, even when he's not at camp. So you can see those pink wards all around. They cleared out one previously when they were at the red. But now, if you keep tabs on Santorin, it's usually what's going to dictate where the next team fight's happening, because top laner's just going to keep pushing. Bottom lane, they're in your mid lane. They're answering it. Where is Santorin going?
Right now it's the mid lane, but no one knows about it.
Other question is, where is Inori going? Is he going to dive straight into that team and get a shockwave off?
Yeah, problem is there's less things to find. Yeah, you can go for the shockwave engages and try to make it work despite fighting against the box and a Ziggs ulti.
He's going.
Squishy.
TP for Anda is up. Rux doesn't have his.
Well, they speed him up, and they kind of realize what's happened at this point. Ooh. And Nori does not quite get the route he wanted on Golden Glue. Out they go. Anda and Rux still trading blows, and Rux, the only guy who's really by himself, is tanky enough to survive that whole matchup. Support Daddy taking some culling damage. But the Siege looks to be working very well for Coast.
Siege from Golden Blue again, allowing them to push down turrets. Rux now winning that matchup, pushing in Anda, getting him to half HP and making him play more and more passive.
Nori's back there one more time, throwing out skill shots, but he takes really high damage from all this poke. Has the Feral Flare 21 minutes in, but if he's stuck here defending mid, he's not getting more stacks, he's not getting more dangerous. And Anda's actually losing health pretty rapidly. Rux, though, I guess, is taking damage as well. Maybe this top lane can turn into a fight, but Rux is going to recall for health.
Yeah. Rux, actually not. He's sticking around.
Okay. I'm actually surprised that he went for Spirit Visage. It is a lot more health regen than Banshees. You get like flat HP regen by having the item. But I haven't seen that as often ever since it stopped having 20% CDR. Banshees tended to be more popular here because it has more defensive stats, but Rux wanting the extra sustain. Because he's not even, like, he hasn't even bought Lifesteal yet, so it's really just the HP 5.
There it is. There's
All right.
Lifesteal.
All right, well now it counts.
That was the plan.
Okay.
Going into it. Rux's build. Okay. It all makes sense now. Mystery solved.
Rux always does have his interesting builds, though.
Yeah, he does. I always want to know what his real builds are, though. Because sometimes he doesn't always whip out the most optimal thing. And he's like, I can just buy this item. I'm going to do it. Early Brutalizer. I'm back. I can get... Yeah, let's get ourselves a Black Cleaver.
Why the heck
I've seen
not?
BF Swords. I've seen Trinity Forces on Renekton.
That's true. Guy does whatever it feels like. But you know what?
It works out when he does it, though.
Tends to work out. Exactly right. Team Coast up 1,600 gold right now. They had a pretty rough start to the laning phase thanks to Inori's great jungle Rengar ganks. He is transitioning into a bit of a tankier build now. His source of 10% CDR was a Brutalizer, whereas it was Kindle Gem from Dominate earlier on, who had gone, I believe, towards Locket with that build, but looks like Giant's Belt into tanky stats here for Inori. But it's going to take him some time to find another way in. WP are wanting to sweep away wards with the rest of the team. There's the pink Dragon control. Started here. And actually, just look at the difference in ward coverage, to be honest. Great wards out for Denial. Those have some room to go. Golden getting rooted up. Big damage. Nice pickoff. There's finally the Rengar gank. Coast got sloppy. Golden Glue by himself. Nicely done.
It took them so long to pull it off, but they do it 30 seconds before the Dragon is up, and Golden Glue's not going to be up in time for when it starts. He might just barely get in range to actually throw out his ultimate, but there's still 7-second lag time between his spawn and the Dragon's.
So Dragon up in 11 seconds. You can see a total of 4 wards down. Literally 4 wards down. That is it for Team Coast. You got a guy with a Sight Stone. He hasn't even used all his charges right now. Sheep is having a really difficult time getting control right now, whereas the Nile completely rocked this side of the map with vision. And there we go. Dragon, very clean. No chance, no threat. Getting their way back in now.
It's going to put them even now with Team Coast once again. Stixxay didn't even use his ultimate in that kill on Golden Glue, so he still has it available. Inori, though, what is his next move? He is the biggest facilitator here of the engagement for the team.
Yeah, ulti's back up right about now. Ding. And that was on cooldown for about 3 seconds, or off cooldown for like 3 seconds. No one's here with bottom. Bottom turret's theirs. Bottom turret is there. They're getting some ward down. They can see. Suddenly there's the team. And by the way, Tristana with a mini wave right here. But right now, Coast actually looking for the mid lane. This is actually a bit of a base raid. Uh-oh, Anda's not in a good spot. There's the jump on in. The hook's going to land, and there they go. They can push down for this turret, taking a bit of aggro, but Santorin's going to be safe. Tristana is a very fast pusher, though. Will this really be a base race?
Oh, they interrupted Inori's back. Also, we saw the ultimate Mega Infernal Bomb from Golden Glue clear that minion wave underneath the turret.
These are late recalls now for the Nile. This could be easily the inhibitor turret, and it's going to be the case. Their Golden Glue just now joins the team, and look at this. The inhibitor now under fire. Anda is still dead. 15 seconds. Support Daddy by himself. He ults and flashes away. Shockwave only catches the support, and they pick up Morgana, but they trade out Santorin's Evelyn for that. Mid inhibitor goes down, but can Denial pick up more kills? Inori's ulti still 3/4 of the way down. 1 for 1. I don't think there's a Baron attempt on the back of this.
They were doing so well, too, on the side of Denial. And they go for that push off of Inori's ultimate, which caught nothing. And Coast says, we'll base race you, but we have this ultimate from Golden Glue that cleared the tower wave, so they couldn't push for a tier 2, actually inhibitor turret.
Yeah. Absolutely big. Teleport coming in for Anda, though. He wants to stop this blue buff attempt. Golden Glue still gets it, though, but can they pick him off? There's the dash from Mash. Nice lane, they're going to keep Golden Glue safe. The hook's going to hit Inori there. He could root someone and get out, maybe, but he's got to be real careful. Anda comes in. They will trade, and Inori actually lives. Nice Denial.
That was so close. He ends up
sliver
of HP. He's looking for it, too. He's trying to chase.
There it is.
And... oh!
I can't believe that.
Oh.
He actually ran through wards to do so. So I feel like you gotta like predict it and just like turn around randomly, and just like go at a weird like gigantic zigzag and just hope.
He stopped there too. He's like, oh, I'm dead.
Or run by support Daddy Nabi Pooper and be like, get ready to shield me. He's gonna ult. Unfortunately, they didn't see the one coming. Nicely done, right on cooldown. Team Coast now look for the Baron because the enemy jungler is dead, and this is no one even trying. I was talking about blue team vision a second ago.
Oh, yeah.
Dragon went down. It swapped. Look at the just swarm of wards down for Coast. That's a Baron picked up. Golden Glue gets out safely. Beautiful play.
So much control of that mid lane and all surrounding areas of it. You can see the pink wards all up in their jungle, and on Denial's side, too. Rux has one guarding that lane. And now with the Baron up, Team Coast, and about 2k up now, it's going to be really difficult to wrestle control from them. Stixxay, 4-0-1, having a much better game than he previously did.
Yeah.
And he is hitting those Tristana power spikes. If he gets the last Whisper, he can start to deal some damage to Rux. But before that, he's still pretty much just a mild nuisance.
Yeah, you do roughly 20% more damage just from the unique passive against the tank of Rux's stats right there. So it's a pretty big spike, not even counting the AD you're going to get, which is another about 20% bump in attack damage, to be honest. So there's a lot to be desired here if you're Stixxay, but he's not far. There we go, picks it up. This is a pretty good spot. Problem is Team Coast holds Baron, and they've generally held some pretty darn good team fighting skills as well. So there's risk here for the Tristana.
Yeah, I don't think Coast, once they get a lead, they usually don't lose those games. I'm trying to think back to the Curse Academy game.
They usually don't lose games, period.
I think they ended up losing that game when Curse Academy just kept getting the first dragon off of lane swaps over and over again. But we'll have to see. they don't usually make very bad decisions in the late game that cost them. Because they just set themselves up for success in the early game.
They've been making good choices, to be fair. Support Daddy's going to get the bind and a mash, but there's not that much threat, and it takes a black shielded hook, so no one cares. There's the wards down into the brush, so these flanks are watched fairly well. Coast have one above them, and Nori has the ultimate. There aren't pink wards to watch him go in, except for down for the bot, but if he comes from the top side, he won't get spotted. There's the first pink ward. Okay, so now the major gank attempts are warded out.
The
Nori
way
won't
in
get spotted.
for Denial would be seen 100% right now. Inori, even if he loops around top, they'll see him. Mid lane still has super minions pushing in. Granted, it's the mid lane, and it'll be split between the turrets in terms of damage. It's still going to require attention, and Stixay's on it. That's going to tell Coast, though, to go up and just face tank it.
Yep, there's the face tank, and they're going to look nice and happy on this one. Well done there for the the bottom tier 2 mid inhibitor earns them that bottom turret plus patience, and out they go. Sweeping the wards just in case, but who cares? Ward's getting killed away, and now look at this, Coast owning a little bit more of that southern jungle, and backing out of the mid lane for the open inhibitor.
Yep, they're going to go back to it, pick it up for themselves, and start getting vision again of this area, but wow.
You're hitting that binding.
Nori going for something. He's going in.
They go in towards Mash. They get some decent damage. He's going to jump out, though, with the Lanterns. Shockwave in for Nubby Pooper.
Oh!
They find the kill on Santorin. They trade back, though. Rux will go down. 2 for 2 so far as they keep trading kills back and forth. 3v3, similar members alive. Slow onto Golden Glue and close. Stixay half HP. He's got to be very aware of Ziggs, and Nori is squishy. Support Daddy gets the binding. Stixay's got to be so afraid of this damage output, though, that it gives away the mid inhibitor.
And the wave clear was still up for Team Coast, so they can just shove in easily with Golden Glue Ziggs and then get that inhibitor for themselves. The Dragon is up. That's most likely the next point of contention here. But Inori, trying to force the issue, goes after Mash. Anda follows it up, gets the stun off, but Nubby Pooh Bear gets collapsed on by both Santorin and Rux, the frontliners, and they pick up both of them, but they trade Nubby in return. But they also abandoned their front line.
Yeah.
Anda gets dropped.
That was the weird thing, is they had to sort of play made for the back line, but immediately they said, nope, never mind, don't go for that one at all. Instead, they turned back to Rux and Santorin and bought time, but Golden Glue got a 4-man Ziggs ulti to help soften up the back line. That is not something that really Denial had, so that is a very big difference there, is one of these teams can actually reach the back line appropriately.
Yeah, it's that situation where your back lines dive, or your front lines dive to their back lines, then you kind of swap. You're like, okay, our tanks are in your damage dealers, and your damage dealers are on our tanks. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll just trade them, and our damage dealers will still be up, and that's about it.
They now need a way to play around the Ziggs bomb. I mean, ultimately, it's like they have to play around the mid laner's ultimates. I think that's actually the biggest part of these fights here. Is that was, I think, a 4-man Ziggs ult from Golden Glue. That's actually part of what earned them the inhibitor, was the fact that Stixay had half health. Support Daddy was weak as well. But also the fact that you saw a great 2-man Shockwave got them the kills on Rux and Santorin. So things to really keep in mind on this one. Denial are just kind of holding what they can. 3,500 gold deficit isn't bad, but of course Coast have earned that despite being down earlier on in this game with great plays.
Oh, Inori, he's going on to Golden Glue.
Look for the play. Shotgun going to get dodged out by the Zonias. Golden Glue, the bind's not going to come out in time, and Nori's got to back off, but the rest of the team might be coming in.
Support Daddy coming in.
Careful. There's the ult again from Morgana. Does he have the support to stay alive, though? It's Santorin getting stunned up, and there's Anda in the back line, but Mash just won't go down. Rux makes his way in, jumps across, and isn't going to fall either. Beautiful fight there. Coast pick up 3.
Stixay took so much damage from Rux while in the back line that it's a 3 for nothing. Rux doesn't even drop. Such low HP and gets Buster Shot away at the end just to get him out of his face. Amazing play there by Coast. The TP in was right on target.
Beautiful stuff. And now look at this. This turret is going to be taking a whole bunch of damage. It's going to be going down. Let's watch that 3 for 0 again.
Yeah. The Shockwave right as... he did it preemptively too. Shockwave wasn't even out, and Golden Glue used his Zonias. Gets slid away, and meanwhile, Rux teleports to that bottom ward and loops around to just go after the biggest threat on the team. You can see here, he just comes right after. He's dueling Stixay right now. Gets him very low to the point where he can't even continue that fight, and does his job as a frontliner, getting to that back line.
Getting away cleanly is the big part as well, taking out the damage but not giving away the gold, whereas unfortunately for Anda, He's had a very rough time in these team fights, even though both AD carries are gigantic. 4-0-3 on Lucian, 5-0-2 on Tristana. They're just not having the same impact because of how well the front lines stay up against them.
Right now, there's just scarce ward coverage from both teams. They're trying to wrestle it away from the other. Support Daddy in denial. Now setting up for the Baron. It's up in about 15 seconds.
And they're trying really hard to set up ward control over Baron. They're trying really hard to make this the case. Bind, not going to land. Ziggs ulti neither. And Nori no ult just yet. Santorin walks in and says, hey, let's take ward control back.
They have complete control of this area, but the problem is that Coast, they have more options. They can go ahead and run down middle. There's going to be super minions coming in from all angles. Denial, are they going to defend? Are they going to fight, make a last stand?
Well, mid inhib's coming back right now. You can see by the lack of super minions there, that means the inhib is coming up by the time this lane reaches, or this wave reaches. Ulti, though, from Inori. Can he get in? They look for the way. Shockwave only hits Sheep, and there's the dive. Beautiful Ziggs ult catches everybody. This is not going to be Denial's fight at all. Kills going left, right, everywhere. Only Stixxay is alive, and he's got almost nowhere to go.
Oh,
the hook is going to land. Kill secured by Sheep. This is surely going to be game at 34 minutes here. Team Coast looking great.
And the style points there from Golden Glue being golden in the air.
Yep.
They're going to pick up the inhibitor for themselves and start closing out the game. Very decisive fashion there in a 5-0 final team fight.
There you go. The minions are coming in. There goes the turrets as well. 34 minutes. Great series here played by Team Coast. Got to hand it to Denial. They tried as best they could. They had a good-looking game too, but Coast continue their winning streak now. 2-0 in the quarterfinals.
And that early game was looking really good for them, but then they just trailed off in the late game. The fact that Rux had gone even in that top lane and then had the better teleports in team fights was really big. And then also the fact that Ziggs was on the team and the Shockwaves just weren't in the right spot. Inori kept delivering the ball, just not completely on the 4 targets they wanted. It was about 1 or 2.
That's true. The actual engages were a bit different, and that's something I guess I didn't really think about during the game. But I said, yeah, the mid laners' ultimates are important. You know, Ziggs had those great Mega Inferno bombs off of Rux diving in, and Rux just survived with it, and he started burning down the back line. The Rengar into everything else, like all those ganks, the Rengar ganks were good.
Yes.
When the team grouped up, we never got those Rengar shockwaves. Like, Coast did such a good job of scattering out against that, and then coming back in and firing in with a vengeance. It worked so well.
Yeah, they really just kind of had their front line be the front line. Rux was not present. Santorin's invisible. And then you're like, okay, we're going to scatter. Ziggs is all the way in the back. We're going to have Sheep hold the front line. And I think Sheep has good enough reaction time that if he sees the exclamation mark above his head and they start to dive towards somebody behind him, he's ready with the flay.
Even those, though, like, don't always matter, because we saw many times a dissonance plus a black shield, and it was you often had a black shielded shock waving Rengar coming in. You actually can't counterplay that move. You have to just run and hope you dash away, and that was done by Coast. They actually got away from those, which is incredibly impressive, because you can't just flame out of the air. Not even an option.
That's true. That's true. They ended up trying to do that a couple times. I remember this, like one of the 3rd or 2nd ganks, they ended up not putting the black shield on him, and he was under turret, and he almost died. But the first gank, black shielded, completely thwarted the Thresh. I thought that was a brilliant plan coming into it. We just didn't see enough of it in the late game.
That's true. I like that you said it was a brilliant plan. I completely agree. Denial, I was like, wow, the Morgana early pick, that's so weird. It wasn't for the lane matchup. It was a team strategy they had built up. And I do like Denial. They do look pretty good. I like they have comps like that are ready. If you give us Rengar, the rest of our team is ready for the cool strats that come out in front of it. That's all kinds of awesome. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Team Coast, definitely a stronger team today. And a well-deserved 2-0.
Yeah, they've been 2-0ing most people, so Denial can't take it too personally. Second place team got 2-0'd by them, LOL Pro.
Yeah.
And now Coast, they're just looking so strong right now. Denial, I think they're still a little bit in the running to be in the playoff spot.
Technically, they can get a big tie for 6th place. It's just very unlikely.
Possible.
It is possible. Hey, we'll see if it happens, of course.
Yeah.
We'll see. We've got more games coming up throughout the weeks to come. After today's matchup, here's how the Summer 2 bracket shapes up. Of course, with their win, Team Coast is advancing to the semifinals to face the winner of tomorrow's match between Team 8 and Zenith Esports.
Then next week, the quarterfinals continue when Team LOL Pro and Wasabi Gaming battle in a 3-game set. The winner of that match will face Curse Academy or Cognitive Gaming.
But before all that, there are more North American LCS games tomorrow when Team Curse goes up against Evil Geniuses, then Dignitas takes on Counterlogic Gaming.
Then Cloud9 faces Team SoloMid, and Complexity battles LMQ. It all starts at noon Pacific Daylight Time, 9 p.m. Central European Summertime.
So with that, we've reached the end of our time together tonight. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. And now for myself, Cyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, good night, and GG. There's the reveal. There's the trap up on his face. The hook, though, the Ignite is on as well. He claims the kill, but they trade it back. Anda is still dead. 15 seconds support daddy by himself. He ults and flashes away. Shockwave only catches the support, and they pick up Morgana, but they trade out Santorin's Evelyn for that. They go in towards Smash. They get some decent damage. He's going to jump out, though, with the Lantern. Shockwave in for Nubby Pooper. They find the kill on Santorin. They trade back, though. Rux will go down. 2 for 2 so far, and they look for the way. Shockwave only hits Sheep, and there's the dive. Beautiful Zigzag catches everybody. This is not going to be Denial's fight at all. Kills going left, right, everywhere.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, right, I look good, right, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, right, I look good, right, come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slow. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Right, come on. Right, come on. Right, come on. I look good, right.